Blackstone Audio presents Goddess of the Sea by PC Cast. This book is read by Caitlin Davies. For Kim Donner, Muse and Friend. Thank you for being the perfect problem solver. The valley spirit never dies. It is named the mysterious feminine, and the doorway of the mysterious feminine is the base from which heaven and earth sprang. It is there within us all the while. Draw upon it as you will. It never runs dry. From the Tao Te Ching. Part 1. Chapter 1. Arms filled with groceries, Cece struggled to pull her key from the lock and push the door shut behind her with her foot. Automatically, she glanced up at the clock in the foyer of her spacious apartment. 7:30 already. It had taken her an eternity to finish things up at the communications center and then stop by the package store and the commissary. After that, fighting the traffic from Tinker Air Force Base had been like driving through axle-deep mud. To add to her frustration, she had tried to take a shortcut home and had ended up taking a wrong turn. Soon, she was hopelessly lost. A kind soul at a Quick Trip had given her directions, and she had felt compelled to explain to him that she was lost only because she had been stationed at Tinker for just 3 months, and she hadn't had time to learn her way around yet. The man had patted her shoulder like she was a puppy and asked, "What is a young little thing like you doing in the Air Force?" Cece had treated the question rhetorically, thanked him, and driven away, face hot with embarrassment. Understandably, her already harried nerves jumped at the insistent sound of her ringing phone. "Hang on, I'm coming!" she yelled, and rushed into the kitchen, plopping the bags unceremoniously onto the spotless counter and lunging for the phone. "Hello?" she panted into the dead sound of a dial tone that was broken only by the rhythmic bleat of her answering machine. Well, at least they left a message. Cece sighed and carried the phone with her back to the kitchen, punching in her message retrieval code. With one hand, she held the phone to her ear, and with the other, she extracted 2 twin bottles of champagne from one of the bags. "You have 2 new messages," the mechanical voice proclaimed. "First new message, sent at 5:30 p.m. Cece listened attentively as she picked at the metallic casing that covered the wire-imprisoned champagne cork. "Hello, Christine. It's your parents." Her mom's recorded voice, sounding a little unnatural and tinny, chirped through the phone. "Hi there, Christine." More distant, but similarly cheerful, Dad's voice echoed from an extension. Cece smiled indulgently. Of course it was her parents. They were the only 2 people on this earth who still insisted on calling her by her given name. "Just wanted to say, we didn't actually forget your big day." Here her mom paused, and she could hear her dad chuckling in the background. Forget her birthday? She hadn't thought they had. Until then, her mom's breathy voice continued, "We've just been running ourselves ragged, getting ready for our next cruise. You know how long it takes your father to pack." This said in a conspiratorial whisper. "But don't worry, honey. Even though we didn't get your box off, we did manage to fix up a little surprise for our favorite 25-year-old. 25? Her dad sounded honestly surprised. "Well, good Lord. I thought she was only 22. "Time sure flies, dear," Mom said sagely. "Damn straight, honey," Dad agreed. "That's one reason I told you we should spend more time traveling. But only one reason." Dad chuckled suggestively. "You certainly were right about that reason, dear." Mom kidded back breathlessly, suddenly sounding decades younger. They're flirting with each other on my message, Cece sputtered. And they really did forget my birthday. Anyway, we're getting ready to leave for the airport. Dad's voice, even more distant, broke in. Eleanor, say goodbye. The airport limo is here. Well, have to go, birthday girl. Oh, and you have a nice time on your little Air Force trip. Aren't you leaving in a couple of days? Her little Air Force trip? Cece rolled her eyes. Her 90-day deployment as non-commissioned officer in charge of quality control at the Communications Center at Riyadh Air Base in Saudi Arabia to support the war on terrorism was just a little Air Force trip. And honey, don't you worry about flying wherever it is you're going. You're old enough to be over that silly fear by now. And my goodness, you did join the Air Force. Cece shuddered, wishing her mother hadn't mentioned her phobia. Airplanes, since she would soon be flying halfway around the world over oceans of water. It was the only part of the Air Force she didn't like. We love you. Bye now. The message ended, and Cece, still shaking her head, hit the off button and put the phone on the counter. I can't believe you guys forgot my birthday. You've always said that it's impossible to forget my birthday because I was born right before midnight on Halloween. She berated the phone while she reached into a cabinet for a champagne flute. You didn't even remember my box. She continued to glare at the phone as she wrestled with the champagne cork. For the 7 years Cece had been on active duty service in the United States Air Force, her parents had never forgotten her birthday box. Until now, her 25th birthday. She had lived 1/4 a century. It really was a landmark year, and she was going to celebrate it with no birthday box from home. It's a family tradition, she sputtered, popping the cork and holding the foaming bottle over the sink. Cece sighed and felt an unexpected twinge of homesickness. No, she reminded herself sternly. She liked her life in the Air Force and had never been sorry for her impetuous decision to join the service right out of high school. After all, it had certainly gotten her away from her nice, ordinary, quiet, small-town life. No, she hadn't exactly seen the world, as the ads had promised, but she had lived in Texas, Mississippi, Nebraska, Colorado, and now Oklahoma, which were 5 states more than the majority of the complacent people in her hometown of Homer, Illinois, would ever live in, or even visit. Apparently that doesn't include my parents. Cece poured the glass of champagne, sipped it, and tapped her foot, still glaring at the phone. It seemed that during the past year, her parents had gone on more silver adventure tours than was humanly possible. They must be trying to set some sort of record. Cece remembered the flirty banter in their voices and closed her eyes quickly at that particular visual image. Her eyes snapped back open, and her gaze fastened again on the phone. But, Mom, none of your homemade chocolate chip cookies? She sipped the champagne and discovered she needed a refill. How am I supposed to cover all the food groups without my birthday box? She reached into the other bag and pulled out the bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Original recipe, of course. Pointing from the chicken to the champagne, she continued her one-sided discourse. I have the meat group, KFC, mixed with the all-important grease group for proper digestion. Then I have the fruit group, champagne, my personal favorite. How am I supposed to complete the culinary birthday ensemble without the dairy chocolate sugar group? She gestured in disgust at the phone. Lifting the lid off the KFC, she snagged a drumstick and bit into it. Then, using it to punctuate her hand gestures, she continued, You know that you guys always send something totally useless that makes me laugh and remember home. No matter where I am, Like the year before last, when you sent me the frog rain gauge. And I don't have a yard. And how about the God Bless This House stepping stone, which I have to hang on the wall of my apartment because I have no house? Cece's disgruntled look was broken by a smile as she recounted her parents' silly gifts. I suppose you're trying to tell me to get married, or at the very least, to become a homeowner. She chewed thoughtfully and sighed again, a little annoyed to realize that she probably sounded 15 instead of 25. Then she brightened. Hey, I forgot about my other message, she told the phone as she scooped it back up, dialed her messages, and skipped past her parents' voices. Next new message, sent at 6:32 p.m. Cece grinned around a mouthful of chicken. It was probably Sandy, her oldest friend. Actually, she was the only high school friend Cece still kept in touch with. Sandy had known her since first grade, and she rarely forgot anything, let alone a birthday. The two of them loved to laugh long distance about how they had managed to escape small-town Homer. Sandy had landed an excellent job working for a large hospital in the fun and fabulous city of Chicago. Her official title was Physician Affairs Liaison, which actually meant she was in charge of recruiting new doctors for the hospital. But she and Sandy loved the totally unrealistic, risque-sounding title. It was especially amusing because Sandy had been happily and faithfully married for 3 years. Hi there, Cece. Long time no call, girl. Instead of Sandy's familiar Midwestern accent, the voice had a long, fluid Southern drawl. It's me, Hallie, your favorite Georgia peach. Oh my, I had such a hard time getting your new phone number. Naughty, you forgot to give it to me when you shipped out. Cece's grin slipped off her face like wax from a candle. Hallie was one of the few things she hadn't missed about her last duty station. Just have a quick second to talk. I'm calling to remind you that my 30th birthday is just a month and a half away, December 15th to be exact, and I want you to mark your little old calendar. Cece listened with disbelief. This is like a train wreck. It just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm having the party to end all parties, and I expect your attendance, so put in for leave ASAP. I'll send the formal invite in a week or so. And yes, presents are acceptable. Hallie giggled like a Southern Barbie doll. See y'all soon. Bye-bye for now. I don't believe it. Cece punched the off button with decidedly more force than was necessary. First, my parents forget my birthday. Then not only does it look like my oldest friend has forgotten it too, but I get a call from an annoying non-friend inviting me to her party. She dropped the phone back on the counter. A month and a half in advance. Cece shoved the unopened bottle of champagne into the fridge. Consider yourself on deck, she told it grimly. Then she grabbed the open bottle of champagne, her half-empty glass, the bucket of KFC, and marched purposefully to the living room, where she spread out her feast on the coffee table before returning to the kitchen for a handful of napkins. Passing the deceptively silent phone, she halted and spun around. Oh no, I'm not done with you. You're coming with me. She tossed the phone next to her on the couch. Just sit there. I'm keeping an eye on you. Cece picked out another piece of delightfully greasy chicken and clicked on the TV. And groaned. The screen was nothing but static. Oh no, the cable! Because she would be out of the country for 3 months, she had decided to have the cable temporarily disconnected and had been proud of herself for being so money-conscious. Not tonight. I told them effective the 1st of November, not the 31st of October. She glanced at the silent phone. You probably had something to do with this." And she started to laugh, semi-hysterically. "I'm talking to the telephone." She poured herself another glass of champagne, noting the bottle was now half empty. Sipping the bubbly liquid thoughtfully, Cece spoke aloud, pointedly ignoring the phone. "This obviously calls for emergency measures. Time to break out the favorite girl movies." Clutching the chicken thigh between her teeth, she wiped her hands on the paper towel before opening the video cabinet that stood next to her television set. Through a full mouth, she mumbled the titles as she scanned her stash. Dirty Dancing, Shadowlands, West Side Story, Gone with the Wind. She paused and chewed, considering. Nope, too long, and it's really not birthday material. She kept reading. Superman, Pride and Prejudice, Last of the Mohicans, The Accidental Tourist, The Color Purple, The Witches of Eastwick. She stopped. This is exactly what I need. Some girl power. She plunked the video in the VCR. No, she corrected herself. This is better than girl power. It's women power. Cece raised her glass to the screen, toasting each of the vibrant movie goddesses as they appeared. They were unique and fabulous. Cher was mysterious and exotic, with a full, perfect mouth and a wealth of seductive ringlets that framed her face like the mane of a wild, dark lioness. Cece sighed. She couldn't really do anything about her own little lips. If she did, they would look like a science experiment. But everything else about her was so small. Maybe it was time to rethink her short, boyish haircut. Michelle Pfeiffer. Now there was a gorgeous woman. Even playing the role of Mrs. Fertile Mom, she was still undeniably ethereal in her blonde beauty. No one would ever call her cute. And Susan Sarandon. She couldn't look frumpy even when she was dressed like an old schoolmarm music teacher. She oozed sexuality. No guy would ever think of her as just a friend. At least no heterosexual guy. To 3 amazing women who are everything I wish I could be. She couldn't believe her glass was empty, and the bottle, too. It's a darn good thing we have another. She patted the phone affectionately before rescuing the other champagne bottle from a life of loneliness in the fridge. Ignoring the fact that her steps seemed a little unsteady, she settled back, grabbed a 4th piece of chicken, and slanted a glance at the ever-silent phone. Bet it shocks you that someone who's so little can eat so much. It answered with a shrill ring. Cece jumped, almost choking on the half-chewed piece of chicken. Good Lord, you scared the bejesus out of me. The phone bleated again. Cece, it's a phone. Get it together, Sarge. She shook her head at her own foolishness. The thing rang again before she had her hands wiped and her nerves settled enough to answer it. Hello? She said tentatively. May I speak with Christine Kennedy, please? The woman's voice was unfamiliar, but pleasant-sounding. This is she. Cece clicked the remote and paused The Witches of Eastwick. Miss Kennedy, this is Jess Brown from Woodland Hills Resort in Branson, Missouri. I'm calling to tell you that your parents, Eleanor and Herb, have given you a weekend in Branson at our beautiful resort for your 22nd birthday. Happy birthday, Miss Kennedy. Cece could almost see Jess Brown beaming in delight all the way from Branson, wherever that was. 25th, was all she could make her mouth say. Pardon? It's my 25th birthday, not my 22nd. No. Through the phone came the sound of papers being frantically rustled. No, it says right here, Christine Kennedy, 22nd birthday. But I'm not. Not Christine Kennedy? Jess sounded worried. Not 22. Cece eyed the newly opened second bottle of champagne. Maybe she was drunk and hallucinating. But you are Christine Kennedy? Yes. And your parents are Eleanor and Herb Kennedy? Yes. Well, as long as you're really you, I suppose the rest doesn't matter. Jess was obviously relieved. I guess not. Cece shrugged helplessly. She decided she might as well join the madness. Good. Jess's perkiness was back in place. Now, just a few little details you should know. You can plan your weekend any time in the next year, but you will need to call to reserve your cabin. Cabin? Cece's mind whirred. What had they done? At least 1 month ahead of time, or we cannot guarantee availability. And, of course, this gift is just for personal use, but if you would like to bring a friend, the resort would be willing to allow him or her to join you for a nominal fee. Or for totally free if he or she would be willing to attend a short informational meeting about our timeshare facility. Cece closed her eyes and rubbed her right temple where the echo of a headache was just beginning. And along with your wonderful woodland weekend, Jess Brown alliterated, your parents have generously reserved a ticket for you to the Andy Williams Moon River Theater, one of the most popular and long-running shows in Branson. Cece couldn't stop the bleak groan that escaped her lips. Oh, I can well understand your excitement, Jess gushed. We'll be sending you the official information packet in the mail. Just let me double-check your address. Cece heard herself woodenly confirming her address. Okay, I think that's all the information we need. You have a lovely evening, Miss Kennedy, and a very happy 22nd birthday. Jess Brown cheerfully clicked off the line. But where is Branson? Cece asked the dial tone. Chapter 2. That's right, Cece shouted at the TV, sloshing champagne onto the carpet as she raised her glass dramatically. Click him off, girlfriends. Jack Nicholson wasn't cute anyway. It was the three of you who really had the magic the whole time. Cece hardly noticed her unsteadiness as she got to her feet to dance the woman's magic victory dance, while the movie credits rolled. Mr. Phone. She took a break from her victory dance to catch her breath. Fleetingly, she wondered just who had eaten all that KFC. Mr. Phone seemed to be smiling at her from his place on the couch. Do you know that women have all the magic? He didn't answer. Of course you don't. You're a phone, Cece giggled. You didn't even know I was 25 instead of 22. She laughed until she snorted. But you do now. And after watching that most excellent movie, you should know that women have magic, too. Mr. Phone seemed skeptical. It's true. Didn't Cher and Michelle and Susan just prove it? Cece wobbled, but only a little. Oh, I see what you mean. You think they have magic, but you don't really believe that an ordinary woman like me could have magic. Cece couldn't be entirely sure, but he appeared to be willing to listen. Okay, you might be right. But what if you're not? What if women really do have something within them, and we just have to find it? Like they did. Cece felt the spark of an idea, and her brow wrinkled in an attempt at concentration. They didn't believe it at first either, but that didn't stop it from working. Maybe it doesn't matter if you're ordinary looking, or if you're new somewhere and you don't have any friends yet. Or, Cece's mind added, if your birthday has been forgotten. Maybe all it takes is a leap of faith. And a milky light flashed in the corner of her left eye, breaking her concentration. What the? A little shiver of trepidation fingered its way down the nape of her neck. The light was coming from behind the closed drapes that shrouded the patio doors leading to her balcony. Cece checked the VCR clock. The digital numbers read 10:05 p.m. Must be the streetlights. she told Mr. Phone, but her eyes remained riveted on the captivating glimpse of brightness. The sliver of light she could see had an odd quality, totally unlike the sterile brightness of streetlights. Could be headlights from a parked car. But as she said it, she knew it couldn't be true. Not in her top-floor apartment. Car headlights didn't shine up. They also didn't have a quality of warmth that made her want to bathe herself in them. Cece's feet took her to the drapes before she consciously told them to move. "You asked for some magic," she whispered, slowly, like she was moving through the sweet twilight between awake and asleep. She reached up and parted the curtains. "Oh," the word came out on a breath. "It is magic." The full moon hung perfect and luminous above her, as if the goddess Diana herself had placed it there as a birthday offering. It bathed the riot of potted plants that crowded the balcony in a warm, opal-like glow. She quickly unlatched the glass doors and stepped out into the gentle warmth of a late October night. Cece's balcony was large, and it looked out on a greenbelt that divided the apartment complex and an upscale neighborhood. The amazing balcony was the reason she had decided to stretch her budget and afford the rent for the pricey apartment. She loved to sit there and let the comforting sounds of the greenery melt away the tension that relentlessly clung to her from work, and could even stubbornly stay with her through her kickboxing class and the warm bubble bath soak she so often took after class. She had spent many evenings there, as was evident by the comfortable wicker rocking chair and the matching whatnot table that was just the right size to hold a book and a glass of something cold. Nestled in the middle of the lush plants was her favorite piece of balcony furniture, a mini version of a chimenea. Tonight, the creamy color of the chimenea caught the moon's caress and reflected its light like moonlight off the sands of an exotic beach. Suddenly, she lifted her head back and spread her arms as if she could embrace the night. The full moon filled her vision, and she felt her body flush, like she was being saturated in the light of another world. And her head snapped up. "It is true," she said to the listening night. "It must be true." And an idea was born, conceived of champagne and moonlight. Cece grinned and whirled back through the open glass doors. Practically skipping, she rushed to her bedroom, already unbuttoning her Air Force uniform. The dark blue skirt and light blue blouse pooled with her pantyhose and bra. Step 1. Naked, Cece pulled open her pajama drawer and pawed through it until she found the long silk nightgown that lay at the bottom, ignored for her more practical cotton nightshirts. A uniform is good for work, but not for magic, she told herself, and pulled the pale gown over her head, loving the erotic feel of it as it slid down her naked body. "I will wear this more often," she promised aloud. Step 2. She moved resolutely to her spare room, which she had recently begun to set up as an office. So far, she had only had the time and money to buy a computer desk and chair for her 5-year-old computer. Her books were stacked neatly on the floor, waiting for the bookshelves that she had promised them. She flicked on the overhead light and started searching through the piles of old textbooks, accumulated over the past 7 years, while she haphazardly took college classes, never sure which field she wanted to major in. Cece combed through texts that ranged from anatomy and physiology lab guides to basic business accounting 101. "Here you are!" She pulled out the medium-sized text that had been hidden under an enormous humanities tome. It was entitled, "The Matriarchal Era, Myth and Legend." Cece fondly remembered her semester of women's studies and the witty Professor Teresa Miller, who had made that class one of her all-time favorites. She could still hear Ms. Miller's expressive voice reading aloud words that had been authored in an ancient time when women had been revered and even worshipped. "Where is it?" she mumbled to herself as she scanned the index, her finger lightly going down each row of names, finally stopping near the beginning of the G's. "Gia!" She sat back on her heels, turned to page 86, and read aloud. Gia, or Gaia, was an earth goddess, the Great Mother, known as the oldest of the divinities. She ruled magic, prophecy, and motherhood. Although Zeus and other male gods took over her shrines during the emergence of the patriarchal insurgents, the gods swore all their oaths in her name, thus ultimately remaining subjected to her law. Cece nodded her head. This was exactly what she had been looking for. Gia was the mother of magic. Flipping back to the index, she turned pages till she found the R's. Rituals! Earth Ritual, page 152. She shuffled through the slick white pages and made a victorious exclamation when she found it. Ha! I knew it! Silently, she read the ancient invocation, tugging on her bottom lip in concentration. When she had finished reading, she took the book to her desk and sat quietly for a moment. Then, with a satisfied smile, she wrote a single sentence in blue ink on a piece of plain white Xerox paper and folded it once. Bending the page to mark her place in the text, she headed back to the living room, book and paper in hand. This time, when she stepped onto the balcony, she brought with her the book, the piece of paper, a clean champagne flute filled with cold water, a box of long-handled matches, and a determination that showed clearly in the square set of her shoulders. The chimenea was just big enough to hold one block of fragrant pinyon wood. Deftly, she fed its small mouth and lit the dry pinyon. Then she moved to a long, thin planter that was hooked to the wrought iron balcony railing. She caressed the velvety leaves and bent to inhale the tangy fragrance of mint. "It's a lucky thing that I have such a green thumb," she smiled. Choosing carefully, she snapped off the tops of several of the larger plants. The spicy scent of burning pinyon rose from the chimenea like mist. The smoke hovered around the balcony. Clearly visible in the moonlight, it twisted and lifted in the warm breeze, like ocean waves. Cece's breath caught in excitement as she hurried to position herself in front of the chimenea. She placed the cut mint on the little table next to the glass of water and the piece of paper. Then she opened the book to the turned-down page. With a growing sense of excitement, she cleared her throat and began to read. Great Mother, Gia, ripe creatress of all that exists, I call upon you to be here with me now. As she fell into the rhythm of the ancient ritual, the tentative quality left her voice, and she felt an unexpected rush of feeling pass over the hair on her bare arms, almost like a spark of static electricity. I need your guidance as I strive for spiritual knowledge and growth. Help me also with... Cece paused. Here in the text, there were the parenthesized words, Priestess states her purpose. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, concentrating with all her heart and soul. Then she repeated, Help me also with creating magic in my life. Reopening her eyes, she continued to read, I wish with all my heart to accomplish my desires in a positive way. Reveal to me the direction to take. I await your guidance and aid. A breath of air touched the pages of the open book, and for a moment it quivered and felt alive in her hands. Cece shivered in response. The night was hushed, like a lover waiting for her beloved's next words. I give my desires and dreams into your keeping. With one hand, she held open the book. She used her other hand to to fan her fingers slowly through the drifting pinion smoke. By air, I create the seed. The smoke swirled in lazy, dancing circles. With the same hand, she reached for the piece of folded paper on which was written a single sentence in Cece's compact cursive hand. I want magic in my life. The wish filled her mind. Oh, please, she prayed. By fire, I warm it. The paper went into the fire and caught instantly ablaze with a fierce green flame. Through her mind brushed the thought that it shouldn't have done that. It was just a simple piece of copy paper. Nothing about it could have made a wild green flame. Cece's heartbeat increased erratically, but she forced her hand to be steady as she took the crystal glass filled with cold, clear water, and with delicate flicks of her fingers, she scattered it in a small circle around the chimenea. By water, I nourish it. Cece stepped within the newly made circle. It glistened in the moonlight, like lacework made of mercury. She bent back to the table and gathered the sprigs of mint in her hand. By earth, I cause it to grow. She tossed the delicate plants into the fire, where they sizzled and glowed. She watched as they began to dissolve. For an instant, Cece thought they looked like some kind of exotic seaweed, and she could actually smell the salty tang of the ocean. From spirit, I draw the power to make all things possible as I join in the power of the goddess. With a burst of emotion, Cece dropped the text to the table and completed the words of the ritual as if they were written upon her heart. Thank you, Gia, great mother goddess. As if in response to her invocation, the breeze shifted and cooled. The pinion smoke spiraled up, diaphanous and glowing with the light of aquamarines. Transfixed, Cece watched it disappear into the moon-drenched sky. The breeze continued to increase, and Cece impulsively raised her hands over her head, fingers outstretched as if she could capture the moon within them. Slowly she began to sway, letting the wind move her in time to the symphony of the night. Her bare feet found their own dance as they followed the circumference of the damp circle. The wind licked her body, drawing the silk of her nightgown against the warmth of her skin. Cece looked down at her body and felt her eyes widen in surprise. Usually, she thought of herself as too petite to be considered sexy. But tonight, the moonlight mingled with silk, casting a spell on her body. Through the thin fabric, her breasts were clearly visible, and her small, perfect nipples felt sensitive and tight as they puckered against its softness. She swung her leg forward in a graceful dance step that had lain dormant within her since grade school ballet lessons. The nightgown molded itself to her thighs, making herself feel like she had just stepped from the canvas of a voluptuous Maxfield Parrish painting. The moonlight caught the ripples and folds of silk, giving life to the pale color and turning it into frothing sea foam. She laughed aloud at her unexpected beauty and twirled on feet that had wings. I have magic, she proclaimed to the night. Shadows flitted across the balcony, and she looked up to see wisps of clouds, like half-formed thoughts, beginning to obscure the face of the attendant moon. The wind increased, and Cece's dance kept time with it, mirroring the tempo of the swaying trees. The deafening crack of thunder should have frightened her, but instead, Cece felt like the coming storm had originated within her body. When the blue-white shard of lightning pierced the sky, it only fueled her appetite for the night, and she whooped, adding her own voice to the tempest. Like a ripened fruit, the sky burst apart, sending a rush of whimsical rain to join in her celebration. Cece spun and twirled and laughed aloud. She reveled in every instant. She noticed how her plants seemed to move their leaves with her, and how the falling rain glistened amidst them like faceted jewels. Her eyes were drawn to the mundane stretch of blacktop parking lot below her, and she was amazed at how the rain had transformed it into the glass-like surface of a mysterious, shadow-covered ocean. Cece lifted her arms and pirouetted as the rain swathed her in damp majesty. She laughed aloud and believed she clearly heard the sound of another woman's musical laughter, and for a magically suspended moment, their voices merged, filling the balcony with joy and love. Then the sky exploded with another flash of light, and the rain roped down in a torrent. Cece realized that her drapes were billowing wildly within her apartment, and rain was drenching her living room carpet. Still laughing, she scrambled wetly through the open patio doors and pulled them securely closed behind her. Shivering a little in a puddle of soft carpet, she should have felt melted. Instead, she felt invigorated. Cece held her arms away from her body and watched as drops of water, sparkling like diamonds, slid down the soaked cloth of her nightgown. "I have never been this alive." She was compelled to speak the words aloud. She shook her head, letting the water float around her, and ran her fingers through her short curls. "I will let it grow," she promised, and she realized her hair wasn't all she was ready to change. She was going to break her own mold. Walking lightly, she made her way back to her bathroom and pulled a thick towel from the linen shelf. On the short dresser next to her bed, she lit a candle that she had bought from a quaint little boutique, aptly named The Secret Garden. She breathed deeply, filling herself with the candle's delicious vanilla rum fragrance. The sweet scent drifted around her as she flicked the thin, damp straps of the gown from her shoulders and let the fabric slither from her body. Standing in the candlelit room, she began to towel dry, rubbing her already sensitized skin with light, circular strokes. Her hair was almost dry when she slid naked between the coolness of the clean sheets. With fingertips that were on fire, she caressed herself. Closing her eyes, she moaned and arched into her hand, delighted and surprised by the exquisitely electric sensations that cascaded through her body. As velvet sleep swept her away, Cece was sure she heard a woman's laughter, the same magical laughter she had heard while she danced in the rain on her balcony. Cece's lips curved into a smile, and she slept. And while she slept, Cece dreamed that a man's voice called to her in deep, seductive tones. Her dreaming body responded to that call and strained forward, but she felt unusually sluggish. In her dream, she opened her eyes. She was surrounded by a veil of liquid blue. "I'm underwater," her sleeping mind acknowledged. "Come to me, my love." The rich voice sounded within her mind, and Cece's pulse jumped. "Yes!" She tried to yell her answer, but in her dream she was mute. A light shimmered over her head, and she peered up, squinting into the brightness. Just above the surface of the water, a shape appeared. Cece floated up, and the shape took on form and became a man. He was dark and exotic. His hair fell around his wide, bronzed shoulders in a black wave, and his eyes laughed down at her. Through the ripples of the crystal waves, she could see his easy smile as his outstretched hand beckoned to her. She tried to reach up and take his hand, but her arm felt leaden. It would not obey her desire to respond. The man's handsome face saddened. He looked lost, and the voice inside her head was filled with longing. "Please come to me." Chapter 3. A different kind of light played crimson shadows across her closed eyelids. What an odd dream, Cece thought, as she stretched luxuriously. The smooth feel of fresh sheets against her naked body mixed with the poignant, unfulfilled seduction of the dream. She still felt super-sensitized, and her naked body tingled. Naked? She never slept in the nude. Why the heck was she naked? She flung her eyes open and cringed at the brightness of her bedroom, then quickly closed them again. It couldn't be later than 0730, could it? Hadn't she set her alarm? Was she late for work? Her heart pounded. Memories of the night came flooding back. The 2 bottles of champagne, the movie, the sudden brainstorm that led to the idea, that led to the ritual. Here she cringed and tried to burrow down into her sheets, but her memory was relentless. You'd think I'd had enough champagne that I would have blacked it all out, she groaned. She peeked over the side of the bed. The vanilla rum candle had burned out. Well, at least she could be thankful she hadn't set her apartment on fire. She glanced down. Her nightgown made a rumpled, pale spot on her cream-colored carpet. She shook her head and sighed. 2 bottles of champagne. What had she been thinking? I forgot, she muttered. The process of rational thought stops after bottle number 1. No wonder she'd had the weird dream. She'd been in a drunken stupor. She glanced back at the nightstand and squinted at her bedside alarm clock, which read 11:42 a.m. Cece's eyes widened. Panic banished the dream, and she sat bolt upright. It's almost noon, she yelped, scrambling to her closet to frantically pull out a fresh uniform before she remembered that she didn't have to report for duty that day. She was flying out tomorrow, which meant that today would be dedicated to packing and tying up the loose ends, being gone for 3 months created. She took a shaky breath and ran her hand through her hair. Actually, the only reason she had to go on base at all that day was to stop by the orderly room and pick up her new set of dog tags. She was still chagrined that she'd lost her old set during the move from Colorado. Besides that, she just needed to buy some last-minute toiletries for the trip, come back to the apartment, and move her plants from the balcony to her living room so that her neighbor, Mrs. Runyon, could water them and finish her packing. And of course, she had to remember to drop her key off with Mrs. Runyon before she left for the airport the next morning. Cece took a deep breath. What was wrong with her? She was usually so organized and logical about a deployment. She had planned to get up early that morning and finish her business on base, and then get her plants taken care of and her packing completed early so that she could spend the rest of the day relaxing. The trip to Saudi would be long and exhausting, and Cece definitely was not looking forward to it. And that's not even considering how much she hated flying. She shook her head. Instead, she'd chosen to send herself off with an enormous hangover. Cece marched into the bathroom and flipped on the shower. As the warm, soothing mist began to rise, she started searching through the cabinet for some aspirin for her tremendous headache. But before she found it, she stopped herself. Headache? No, now that her heart wasn't yammering a mile a minute, and she wasn't afraid she'd been AWOL for half a day, she realized her head didn't actually hurt. At all. Actually, she felt fine. She closed the cabinet door and studied herself in the mirror. Instead of the sallow, hollow-eyed look of a morning-after hangover, Cece's chestnut-colored eyes were clear and bright. Her gaze traveled down her naked body. Her skin was healthy and vibrant. She glowed with a lovely pinkish flush. It was almost like she had spent the night being pampered in an exclusive spa instead of drinking 2 bottles of champagne, eating a ton of KFC, and getting caught in a thunderstorm while she danced in the moonlight. Maybe, she whispered to her reflection, A thrill of delight traveled the length of her nakedness as she remembered the moonlight and the electric passion it had fueled within her body. She could almost feel the night against her skin again. The warm mist from the shower crept around her in thick, lazy waves. "Like the pinion smoke," she gasped, and her heart leapt. "Remember?" she told her reflection. "You promised to break your mold." Tentatively, she raised her arms, trying to mimic her movements of the previous night, and turned slowly in a sleepy pirouette. The fog swirled around her, licking her naked skin with a liquid warmth that reminded her of her sensuous, bittersweet dream. Thinking about the handsome stranger her sleeping mind had conjured, Cece continued to spin, catching quick glimpses of herself in the mist-veiled mirror. Her petite body looked lithe and mysterious, as if she had trapped some of the moonlit magic within herself. "You believed last night. Believe today, too." As she spoke, something deep within her seemed to move, like smooth water over river pebbles. "Magic," Cece whispered. Maybe the night and the dream had been signs of things to come, things that would change in her life. Maybe she just had to be open to change and answer when it called. "Magic," Cece repeated. She danced and laughed her way into the shower, loving the warm fingers of water that rippled down her body. She didn't stop smiling the entire time she dressed and applied just a touch of makeup. The feeling wouldn't go away. It was like someone had taken a key and opened up something inside her. And now that it was open, it refused to be locked away again. She stepped into her favorite pair of button-up 501 jeans. After listening to the decidedly cooler weather forecast, she pulled on her thick gray sweatshirt with Air Force written in block lettering across her chest. Her feet felt light as she grabbed a V8 splash from the fridge and hurried out of her apartment. The stairs that spiraled gracefully from her top-floor apartment were still damp from last night's storm, which made Cece's smile widen. Everything looked preternaturally clear and beautiful. Her car was parked almost directly below her balcony, and as she unlocked it, she glanced up. Her lips rounded in a wordless "oh" of delight. The light of the midday sun formed a halo over the rich green foliage that still sparkled with beads of rain, making her balcony appear more like something submerged in an ocean than something on land. Magic is happening. The thought sprang unbidden into her mind, and instead of questioning it, Cece took a deep breath and let the enticing idea settle. The gate guard at Tinker's north entrance was checking military IDs, and when her turn came, Cece rolled down her window and beamed a cheery, "Good morning," to the serious-looking young airman. The granite set of his face softened, and he returned her grin with an endearingly lopsided smile. "It's afternoon, ma'am," he corrected gently. "Oops," she grinned. "Well, everything's so bright and clear that it still seems like morning." "Hadn't thought about it till now, but I guess you're right. It is real pretty today." He looked honestly surprised at the discovery. "You have a good day, ma'am." He waved her through the gate, but his eyes stayed fixed on her car, and the lopsided smile was still painted on his face long after she'd disappeared. The Communications Squadron's orderly room was located in the Personnel Building. It was a typical military structure, large and square and made of nondescript red brick. Cece was pleased to see that a front-row parking space was open. Usually the parking lot was ridiculously crowded, and she had to park far away down the street. The lawn surrounding the building and the hedges that bordered the entrance were meticulously manicured. The sense of obsessive neatness carried through to the interior of the building as well. Cece pulled open the door and was greeted by the familiar smell of military clean. "Yes, ma'am. You could eat off the floors, walls, ceilings, and desks. Literally. Directly in front of her, a full-length mirror showed Cece her reflection. She automatically read the words printed across the top of the mirror. Does your appearance reflect your professionalism? Cece started to grin sheepishly at her jeans and sweatshirt. Then she did a fast double-take. Had her eyes ever looked so big? Entranced, she stepped closer to the mirror's slick surface. Her mother had always described her eyes as cute or doe-like. Cece usually didn't give them much thought beyond being glad that she had 20/20 vision. But today, they seemed to fill her face. Their ordinary hazel color sparkled with, "May I help you, ma'am?" The rough voice caused Cece to jump guiltily. Her cheeks felt warm as she turned around to face a weathered-looking Chief Master Sergeant. Yeah. Can you tell me where I'd go to pick up my dog tags?" "Sure can." As soon as she'd started speaking, his gruff appearance softened, and he smiled warmly at her. "The office for tags and military IDs is on the 3rd floor. You can take the elevator that's down this hall." He gestured to the right. "Thank you, Chief," Cece said, and bolted to the elevator, face blazing. The old chief stood for a moment, looking after her. "Now there's a pretty girl," he pronounced to the empty air. The ID office wasn't hard to find. It was the busiest office in the building. Cece sighed as she took a number and found a seat along the wall. Orderly rooms were always ultra-busy during the lunch hour. She should have known better. Trying to find an interesting article in an old Air Force Times newspaper, she wished she had remembered to bring a book with her. The room was almost empty, and the black hands of the government-issue clock told her 45 minutes had passed when her number was finally called, and she retrieved her new set of dog tags. Finally! Cece felt like she'd been set free. She punched the down button on the elevator, and as the door glided open, she ticked off her to-do list on her fingers. 1. Go to the base exchange and get a few toiletries. 2. Pick up some plant food. Her stomach growled. And 3. Some people food. She'd eaten most of the KFC last night, and anyway, she couldn't handle KFC 2 nights in a row. Or at least she shouldn't. She had just begun to step forward into the elevator when a woman's commanding voice spoke a single word. "Wait!" Cece hesitated and turned. The woman standing behind her was breathtakingly lovely. "What?" Cece asked stupidly, stunned by the woman's beauty. She was tall. She seemed to tower over Cece's petite, 5'1" frame, and her hair was amazing. Cece had never seen anything so beautiful. It was the color of rich earth, and it cascaded to the curve of her waist. Her face was regal, and her cheekbones were high and well-formed. But it was her eyes that captured Cece in their liquid blue depths. "Wait, daughter," the woman smiled, and Cece felt the warmth of that smile envelop her. She wanted to ask why she should wait, and why the incredibly gorgeous woman would call her daughter. But her mouth didn't seem to want to work. All she could do was to stand there and grin inanely back at the woman, like a nervous kindergarten child meeting her teacher. "Wait, ma'am!" The shout came from the far end of the hall, and she turned her head just in time to see a man dressed in a firefighter's uniform launching himself at her. The tackle carried them several feet from the elevator's open doors. As soon as they slid to a halt, the firefighter jumped up. "Are you okay, ma'am?" He was trying to help her to her feet while he brushed non-existent dirt off her jeans. Cece couldn't believe it. The wind had been knocked out of her, so all she could do was gasp for air and glare at the man. "Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to be so rough, but I had to stop you from getting in that elevator," he said. "What?" Cece sucked air and wiped her tearing eyes. "Are you talking about?"
"Well, the elevator, ma'am."
He pointed at the still open doors. "The doors must be stuck," Cece concluded. "You knocked me over because the doors were sticking?" Thankfully, she was regaining her ability to breathe and speak at the same time.
"No, ma'am. Not 'cause the doors are stuck."
As if on cue, the doors closed.
"Because the elevator is stuck."
He paused, letting Cece absorb his words.
"On the first floor."
"That can't be," Cece spoke woodenly. "I just wrote it up here." The firefighter made a scoffing sound.
"Sure, and an hour ago it was working. It just stuck about 5 minutes ago. We were running an exercise next door for some new recruits when the first shirt asked us to give him a hand in posting the warning tape and being sure that everyone on this floor knew about the problem."
For the first time, Cece noticed that clutched in one hand he had a roll of yellow warning ribbon, much like the tape civilian police used to secure crime scenes. "I don't believe it," she said.
"Take a look for yourself. Just be careful."
He stepped out of her way. Cece approached the elevator and pressed the down button, like she had only minutes before. The doors swung smoothly open, and Cece peered down into a dark shaft of nothingness. She felt dizzy.
"Good thing I saw you. I'd hate to think what would have happened if I'd been a second later."
The firefighter shook his head and pursed his lips. "But it wasn't you," Cece said shakily. "I was getting ready to step into the elevator." Cece looked wildly around the hall, ashamed it had taken her so long to acknowledge the woman. It was the woman standing behind me. She warned me. That's why I hadn't already walked into the elevator. Cece felt a wave of nausea. She hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings. She'd been too busy tallying errands.
Ma'am?"
The firefighter said gently.
"Are you sure you're feeling okay?"
"Of course. I'm fine." Cece was still looking down the hallway, trying to catch a glimpse of the beautiful woman.
"Maybe you should sit down for a while."
"What are you talking about?" Cece snapped. First, the guy tackled her, then he was trying to analyze her. She checked the stripes on his arm. Yep, she even outranked him. "I just want to find the woman who warned me so that I can thank her."
"That's what I mean, ma'am. There was no one else in the hall with you."
A chill shivered through Cece's body. She shook her head in disbelief. "Yes, there was. She was standing right behind me. I was talking to her when you knocked me over."
"Ma'am."
He took her arm and eased her down the hall away from the open shaft.
"You weren't talking to anyone. You were just standing there getting ready to step into the elevator."
"She was right behind me," Cece repeated.
"No one was there. No one is here now."
His gesture took in the rest of the hall.
"There's only one way out besides the elevator, and that's the stairwell right there."
He pointed at the doorway from which he had emerged.
"She would have had to walk past me to get there, and she didn't."
"You didn't see her?" Cece asked numbly.
"No, ma'am," he said quietly, "and people don't just appear and disappear like magic."
Magic. The word echoed in Cece's head, and she had to struggle to pay attention to the rest of what he was saying.
"Maybe you hit your head. You know, you could have blacked out for a second. I knocked you down pretty hard. Our guys can take you to sick call at the clinic and have you checked out."
"No," Cece swallowed, regaining her wits. "See, I'm fine." She ran her fingers through her close-cropped curls and around her head, pushing and prodding without cringing to show there was no tenderness. The door to the stairwell opened, and another fireman appeared and yelled down the hall.
"Hey, Steve, got that tape run yet?"
"I'm working on it," Cece's fireman answered.
"Well, hurry it up. We don't have all day to play with pretty girls."
He smiled and tipped his helmet to Cece. Steve's face colored, and Cece took the opportunity to make her retreat. "I'll let you get back to work." She headed quickly for the door, which the second fireman held wide open for her. "And I do appreciate you saving me from a nasty fall." She ducked into the stairwell, and Steve's "Don't mention it, ma'am," drifted after her. But Cece hardly heard him. She was too busy repeating a single sentence that she could see clearly in her memory. It was written in her concise cursive, in blue ink, against plain white paper. "I want magic in my life." Chapter 4. Cece drove quickly to the base exchange, glad it was situated between the personal building and the base's north exit. She could run in, grab what she needed, and get right out, and then she could hurry back to her apartment. She needed to be alone to sit and think about what had just happened. She hadn't imagined the woman. She was certain of that. But that was all she was certain of. She pulled into the crowded base exchange parking lot, and as she drove by the main entrance, she noticed an empty parking spot. The closest spot to the front doors that wasn't reserved for high-ranking officers. Cece parked with a growing sense of wonder. "I am having some seriously good parking luck today," she murmured. The base exchange, known by military personnel as the BX, reminded Cece of a weird cross between an upscale department store and a flea market. Tinker's BX was no exception. Just inside the front doors, but before she entered the body of the exchange itself, was scattered booth after booth of salespeople hawking everything from deli sandwiches to designer handbags and jewelry. Cece hurried past the colorful area and impatiently let the BX worker check her ID. She almost sprinted to the section of the store that sold toiletries and haphazardly chose the necessary travel items. Then she had to stop herself from screaming with impatience as the cashier seemed to take forever to ring up her purchases. Rushing back out the door, the scent of food and the insistent growling in her stomach made her pause. Why not get something for dinner right there? That meant she wouldn't have to stop again on the way home. She followed her nose down the row of kiosks until she located the deli sandwich stand and ordered a hot Italian sub. While she was waiting for her order to be filled, the back of her neck began to itch, like someone was staring a hole into it. Brow wrinkled in irritation, Cece turned to find the woman at the jewelry stand directly across from the sandwich booth, smiling graciously at her. She was wearing a flowing dress made of sapphire velvet. She raised a well-manicured, bejeweled hand and gestured for Cece to join her. "Come," she said. Cece opened her mouth to decline the odd invitation, but the woman spoke again. "No, do not think. Just come." Her thick accent rolled the words. "That'll be $5, the sandwich man said. Cece paid him, and then she did something unusual, something outside her mold. Without thinking, she let her feet carry her across the aisle to the jewelry stand. "Ah," the woman said, taking Cece's right hand in both of hers and turning it over so she could study her palm. "I knew it. She has touched you." "She?" Cece asked. "The Great Mother." The woman didn't look up from Cece's palm, but kept speaking matter-of-factly in her richly accented voice. "Yes, I saw it in your aura, and I see it clearly here. You are beloved by her." "How?" Cece started to ask, but the woman wasn't finished. "But your journey will be long and arduous." She squinted at Cece's palm, like she saw something disturbing there. "Well, I am leaving for a 90-day TDY to Saudi Arabia tomorrow," Cece said. The woman's gaze lifted from Cece's palm. "No, little daughter, I do not mean a journey of distance. I mean a journey of spirit." Cece was struck by a sense of familiarity as their eyes met. Then the woman abruptly dropped her hand and turned. "Where is it?" the woman muttered to herself as she searched through a nest of hanging necklaces. "Ah, here you are." Triumphantly, she held the necklace out to Cece. It was lovely. The silver chain was long and delicate, and suspended from it by a lattice-work of silver ivy was a glistening cinnamon-colored stone. It was about the size of Cece's thumb and shaped like a perfect teardrop. "Amber," the woman said. "It was formed by resin fossilized in the bosom of the earth." "I've never had any amber," Cece said, "but I've always thought it beautiful." "This piece is the same color as your eyes," the woman smiled. Cece thought she was doing one heck of a sales job. "How much is it?" Cece asked, returning the exotic woman's smile. "This necklace is not for sale." Cece frowned. Was the woman trying to get her to look at a more expensive piece? "This necklace is a gift." In one motion, the woman placed it over Cece's head. "But I can't accept this," Cece sputtered. "You must. It is meant to be yours," she said simply. "And I sense that there has been a recent event for which a gift is appropriate." "No? Well, it was my birthday yesterday." "Ah, a Samhain child. How appropriate. So you see, it is already yours. Take it with you on your journey. Wear it always. Amber is an earth stone. Know that it has the power to absorb negative energy and turn it to positive." The woman's eyes were dark and serious. "You may have need of it, little daughter." Then her eyes lightened, and she hugged Cece. "Now go home and prepare." She cocked her head like she was listening to something and added, "Your plants are calling you." "Thank you," Cece said. Blinking in surprise, she let the woman turn her and give her a gentle push toward the front doors. The amber drop nestled heavy and warm between her breasts. Cece touched the stone, and her face broke into an amazed grin. Chapter 5. Dear Mrs. Runyon, thank you for taking care of my plants while I'm gone. I put the plant food next to the watering can in the kitchen. Please remember to feed them every 2 weeks. And it would be really nice if you'd talk to them a little, too. I know it sounds silly, but I think they like it. Enclosed, you'll find my key and a gift certificate to Luby's Cafeteria. I hope you and your girlfriends have fun. I'll be home in 90 days. If anything goes wrong, you have the number of my first sergeant on Tinker. Again, thank you so much. Cece. P.S. Yes, you can borrow any of my videos. Enjoy. Cece slipped the letter into the envelope with her key and the Luby's gift certificate. Then she slid it under Mrs. Runyon's apartment door. Mrs. Runyon was sweet and about 1,000 years old, and she flat refused to take any money for watering Cece's plants and keeping an eye on her apartment while she was gone. But Cece knew that she and her girlfriends loved to go to Luby's after church on Sundays, so she'd splurged on a $100 gift certificate for her. Cece wished she didn't have to leave so early, and she could be there to see the expression on Mrs. Runyon's kind face when she found the gift certificate. The thought made her smile in the pre-dawn light while she struggled to carry her duffel bag, suitcase, and carry-on bag down the 3 flights of winding steps and stuff them in the trunk of her car. It was so early that the traffic to Tinker was unusually light, and Cece's thoughts drifted back to the events of the past 24 hours. After she'd left the base and gone home, the rest of her day had been spent moving her hoard of plants and finishing her packing. There certainly hadn't been any magical happenings in any of that. That night, she had even stood on the balcony, trying to recapture the moonlit magic of the night before, but clouds had rolled in, and there was no moonlight, nor any magic. Could she have imagined the lady by the elevator yesterday? She didn't think so. The weight of the amber tear between her breasts told her the lady at the BX hadn't been a figment of her imagination either. And why should she question and try to poke holes into what had happened? She wanted it to be true. She wanted magic in her life. One hand crept up to rub the amber drop with restless fingers, and Cece nervously checked the car clock. It was 0530, and she was almost to the base. The shuttle that would take her from Tinker to Will Rogers Airport left the base at 0615. Her flight departed Will Rogers for Baltimore at 0825. At Baltimore, she would board a military charter that would take her to the U.S. Air Base in Italy. From there, she would travel via an Air Force C-130 cargo plane to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The whole trip would total just over 24 hours, with about 20 of those hours spent in the air. And she really didn't like to fly. Right now, the sour feeling in her stomach was a silent testament to how much she was not looking forward to the long trip. If her mom had been here, she would berate her, for the 1000th time, for joining the Air Force. "Well, honey," she would say, "why in the blue blazes would you join the flying branch of our armed forces when you're afraid to fly?" Cece's answer was always the same. "I researched it, Mom. The Air Force was the branch of the service that had the best overall package. And there are a lot of jobs in the Air Force that have nothing to do with flying. Mine, for one example." Her mother would make a scoffing sound and shake her head. Cece had to wonder if her parents really understood that her military job was much like a civilian position in a big multimedia corporation. She was in charge of quality assessment for the Base Communications Center. Did they think she was covertly flying fighter planes? She usually had only 1 or 2 temporary duty assignments each year, and yes, she had to fly to them, but that would be no different than what her schedule would be like if she had worked her way up in a civilian company. Many jobs required their employees to travel periodically. Well, Cece smiled to herself. Civilian jobs didn't typically require their employees to travel periodically into war zones. Her smile tightened. She was good at her job, and she was well trained, and she believed in what she was doing. She didn't think of it as being a hero or particularly patriotic. She had simply chosen a career that gave her the opportunity to serve her country in a very visible way. And she admitted to herself she liked the adventure of the Air Force. There were always new people to meet and new places to go. Cece thrived on change. She'd had enough stagnation in the first 18 years of her small-town life to last for the next 58. She breathed deeply, trying to quiet her nerves. Actually, she realized that she was feeling more than the normal amount of pre-flight jitters. Right now, she'd rather face several members of the Taliban than a long airplane flight. Weird, she told herself, noting again the sick feeling in her stomach. Maybe she was having some kind of premonition of danger? Could she be ultra-nervous because her sixth sense was trying to tell her something? Her stomach growled, startling her, then making her smile. No, it was more likely that her upset stomach had been caused by the fact that she had been in too much of a hurry to eat breakfast. She'd have to try and get something to eat on the plane. She laughed out loud. Now there was something really terrifying. Airline food. Cece reminded herself of that while her stomach continued to roll nervously as she made her way across America. The layover in Baltimore was brief, and she had to scramble to catch her shuttle to the military charter, which was actually a huge commercial 747 stuffed with military personnel of varying ranks. Cece stuck her face in a book and tried desperately to ignore the fact that they were hurling forward at an obscene rate of speed, entirely too far above the earth. The captain of the flight announced via the intercom that they would be landing at the airbase in Italy in 20 minutes. He informed them proudly that the weather was a beautiful 75 degrees, with clear skies and a local time of almost 10 a.m., even though Cece's internal clock insisted it was almost 2 a.m. instead. She ran her fingers through her tousled hair and rubbed her sand-filled eyes, wishing desperately that she could have relaxed enough to sleep during the long flight. Just one more leg of this trip, she told herself. Cece took the file that held her orders and her itinerary out of her carry-on. Yes, she'd remembered correctly. She had a little over an hour-and-a-half layover in Italy. Unfortunately, it was not enough time to see any of the country, but it would give her time to grab something to eat and to change from the civilian clothes she had been traveling in to the desert camo fatigues that were the accepted uniform for the last leg of her trip on the C-130. The thought of the military cargo plane made her shudder and almost forget that the plane she was on was landing, the second most dangerous time in a flight, takeoff being the most dangerous time. Cece had flown in a C-130 twice before. Both times had been extremely uncomfortable. C-130s were huge cargo transport vehicles with bigger-than-human-sized propellers, no real passenger seats, and rough, loud rides. That's why they were called C-130s. The C stood for cargo, which is what they were built to carry, not passengers. Cece thought that it would probably be a futile quest to try and find a nice bottle of chilled champagne at 10 a.m. anywhere on the airbase within walking distance of the flight line, but she decided that as soon as she changed clothes, she would make the attempt. Food could wait. Champagne should be a travel necessity.
"Sarge, wake up! We're boarding now!"
A rotund master sergeant shook her shoulder. Cece looked blearily around and tried to remember where she was.
"Let's go! Everyone else is already on board, and we're closing up the tail," the master sergeant continued. "Should be airborne in no time."
Reality caught up with Cece, and she scrambled to follow the master sergeant out of the passenger waiting area and onto the flight line proper. She rubbed her fingers through her hair and struggled to wake up. She couldn't believe she'd fallen into such a deep sleep. Her mouth tasted stale, and her mind was fuzzy. But she quickly pieced together the past hour and a half. She had changed out of her jeans and sweater into her desert fatigues. Then she'd gone in search of libations. No, she hadn't found any champagne, just a semi-hot roast beef sandwich and a semi-cold beer. She guessed she should have never had that beer. It certainly hadn't agreed with her like champagne did. And then all thoughts of food and drink scattered out of her head as she approached the C-130. The enormous plane crouched on the runway like a mutated insect. It was painted the typical military green, which did nothing to dispel its bug-like appearance. Its opened tail end was facing her, and she could glimpse enough of the inside of the thing to see that it was crammed full of huge plastic-draped pallets of cargo. Cece mentally shook her head in disgust. It looked like some horrible bug that was getting ready to poop. The metallic sound of hydraulics being engaged clicked on, and Cece watched the tail section begin to close. The master sergeant motioned at her to catch up with him.
"Don't worry about the butt end being closed. You can board through the door in the front."
He pointed to a tall, narrow open area in the front of and below the left wing. Stairs were pulled down from somewhere within the plane, and it was just a few short steps up into the aircraft. Cece walked in a wide circle around the silent, evil-looking set of propellers that were on that side of the plane, all the while sending them nervous glances. The master sergeant noticed her discomfort and laughed.
"Hell, they can't hurt you when they're not turned on."
"But they are getting ready to be turned on, aren't they?" she responded.
"Right you are, Sarge. So you better get aboard."
He took her elbow to steady her on the steps.
"Watch your head," he added. Ouch! Too late, Cece thought, grabbing her forehead where she had smacked it into a ledge of low-hanging equipment that protruded from the ceiling just inside the entrance. Rubbing her head, she turned to the right and stepped up into the cargo passenger area of the plane. Her eyes were watering with pain, and she could already feel a knot swelling under her fingers. She sincerely wished she was better at cussing. This was certainly the proper time to let loose with several choice words. Well, that's a darn stupid place to put a... Cece stopped and blushed furiously. 6 male faces were turned in her direction. They belonged to men clad in traditional sand-colored desert-issue flight suits. Each man wore the same distinctive patches and wings that clearly identified him as an F-16 Viper pilot. "Hey, Sleeping Beauty!" called out one of the pilots, a young lieutenant with a face that looked like it should have been on the cover of an Air Force recruiting poster. "Nice of you to wake up and join us." Cece felt her blush deepen. She was exhausted. Her face was greasy. She had sleephead hair, and she was wearing desert camos that on the best of days made her look about 12 years old. Needless to say, that moment was far from the best of days. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her breath had to smell like the bottom of a birdcage. And she had just walked into a whole group of handsome fighter pilots after smacking herself on the head like an idiot right in front of them. Not to mention she was inside of a plane that was getting ready to take off. She was probably in hell. "Ignore him, Sergeant," said a colonel with just enough gray in his thick hair to make him look dignified. He hesitated as he read her name tag. "Sergeant Kennedy. He's just pissed because he doesn't look as cute as you do when he sleeps." "Yeah," a lanky-looking captain added. "He drools." That got a laugh from the group, and Cece hurried into the cargo bay, settling into the first seat that was available. She stowed her carry-on under her feet and busied herself with securely fastening her seatbelt, which was the same red color as her fold-down seat and the meshed webbing that served as a backrest. Cece wondered, as she did each time she flew in a C-130, why the seats and webbing were all bright red, when everything else around the plane was either military green or metallic gray. It made her feel vaguely uncomfortable, as did the open view of aircraft equipment and pipes and wires and such. At least civilian airplanes had all the stuff covered by smooth white walls. Here, the guts of the plane were showing. Lashed to the floor at intervals about 6 feet were the pallets of cargo Cece had caught sight of from outside the plane. They filled the body of the cargo bay. Hesitantly, Cece let her eyes travel to the other occupied seats, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that she could only see 3 of the 6 pilots. The cargo blocked her view of the others. Cece sighed. As usual, the plane was outfitted with little thought to human comfort. Hers appeared to be the last available seat. The rest were either folded up or already occupied. A young captain was seated a little way to her right. He was listening to a CD through headphones, and he had his head propped comfortably back on a pillow, but nodded a brief hello to her. Across from her, and about 3 folded seats to the left, she could see the colonel, who was obviously the pilot's ranking officer. He was deep in a discussion with someone sitting to his right, but Cece couldn't see him because a stack of plastic-covered equipment blocked her view. The only other pilot she had a clear view of was sitting across the aisle from her and to her right. She glanced at him and caught him staring at her, and then was astounded to see a bright crimson blush rise into his well-defined cheeks. Good Lord, she thought, why is he blushing? The man looked like a gorgeous statue come to life. She quickly looked away, but the sound of his voice made her eyes snap back to his. Hello,"
he said. His voice was deep, but he didn't boom it at her like so many military men seemed to think they needed to. His eyes traveled up to the knot on her forehead. Great. No wonder he was blushing. He had obviously seen her bonk her head like a moron, and he was probably embarrassed for her. I did the same thing on the way in, he said, and pointed to his own head, where a faint pink splotch painted a raised bump in the middle of his forehead. Cece couldn't have been more surprised if he had sprouted wings and laid an egg. And I don't even have the excuse that I'd just woken up and was still groggy. Mine, Sergeant Kennedy, was the result of plain clumsiness. Cece felt a genuine giggle bubble from her lips. The handsome pilot echoed her laugh. Please, she said, call me Cece. Okay, Cece. I'm Sean. Cece's grin sobered. Don't you think I better call you Captain something? It was fine for an officer to call an enlisted person by his or her first name, but the other way around was considered too familiar, and the Air Force sincerely frowned on too much familiarity between officers and sergeants, even if the officers looked like living statues, Cece thought regretfully. But Sean's grin didn't fade. Actually, no. Like the rest of these guys, I'm stationed at the Air National Guard unit in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He leaned forward and glanced around like they were sharing a secret. We do things a little differently in the Guard, so just plain Sean is okay with me. Cece didn't know what to say. Of course she knew there was an Air Guard fighter unit in Tulsa. Her comm center had sent and received messages from them several times during the past 3 months. But she'd never met any of the pilots. Actually, the only fighter pilots she'd ever met had been stationed at her last duty assignment, Peterson AFB, Colorado. They had been arrogant and conceited, and had not impressed Cece or her girlfriends at all. She couldn't imagine any of them insisting she call them by their first names. At least not in daylight. Thankfully, she was saved from answering Sean by the appearance of the master sergeant who had herded her onto the plane.
Okay, gentlemen, he said, glancing at Cece and adding, and ladies, we're fixing to get underway. I shouldn't have to tell such a distinguished group to buckle up and stow your carry-ons, but I thought I'd better remind you since you're not used to riding in the back seats. He chuckled at his lame joke as he made his way slowly through the cargo bay, checking the security of the pallets and the pilots. The pilots paid him about as much attention as did the pallets. Cece sighed as the numbing noise of the giant rotating propellers started to vibrate through the plane. The sound made her realize that she left her earplugs in her carry-on. Cece unsnapped her seatbelt and crouched down to pull her carry-on out from underneath the seat, and as she was feeling around in the side pocket, her eyes traveled to the wall behind her seat. Her brow furrowed in confusion. That was odd. She hadn't noticed before that framing her seat were 2 thick red stripes painted on the inside wall of the plane. Between these stripes were stenciled in bright red the words, Danger, and Propeller, over and over. Sarge, you need to stow that and take your seat.
The master sergeant had made his way over to her. Cece grabbed her earplugs, shoved the bag back, and regained her seat. But when the master sergeant tried to walk on down the bay, she called him back. Sergeant? She almost had to yell to be heard over the propeller noise. What do those red lines and words mean? She pointed over her shoulder.
That's the marking where the propeller would come through the aircraft, if we was to throw one.
He grinned, showing her a wealth of yellow teeth.
But that don't happen very often.
He laughed and moved on. Cece wasn't sure if she should cry or scream, but her body had suddenly frozen solid, so she found she was only able to sit there, ramrod straight and perfectly still. Across the aisle, Sean had overheard the whole exchange. He grimaced to himself as he watched the little sergeant's face turn a ghostly shade of white, which only made her big amber eyes look more fawn-like and appealing. She was such a small, young thing. She'd already looked a little scared when she'd bumped her head and stumbled into the plane, and now she looked practically terrified. Something inside of him lurched insistently. "Cece," he called to her. She didn't respond. "Cece," he repeated, noting the glazed look in her eyes when they finally met his. "Would you trade seats with me? I hate flying on this side of the plane." He thought for a second, then added, "It's one of those weird pilot superstitions." He shrugged helplessly, like he was ashamed to admit it. "Trade seats with you?" she asked, as if she hadn't heard him correctly. "Yep, I'd sure appreciate it." He beamed his best nice guy smile at her. "I suppose so," she said slowly. "If you really want to." "I really want to," he said. "Okay then." He unbuckled his seatbelt and grabbed his flight bag from under the seat. Before she could get her own carry-on, he crossed the 10 feet or so that separated them. "I'll get that for you," he said, taking the bag from her. Cece looked up at him. This close, he was even more gorgeous. And just how tall was he? His muscular body seemed to stretch on forever. His short, military-cut hair was a medium shade of blonde, shot with glistening streaks that looked like they had been dipped in the sun. Actually, his whole body, or at least what could be seen peeking out of his flight suit, looked like he had been blessed by the god of the sun. Unlike so many blondes, he wasn't washed out looking. Instead, he was an irresistible shade of golden tan. His face was made of strong, square lines, and his lips. Cece felt herself staring, and she jerked her gaze from those amazing lips to his soft brown eyes, which were smiling down at her. "Thank you," she managed to stammer. "Not a problem. Actually, you're doing me a favor." He took her elbow and guided her to his seat. "Always the gentleman, ain't ya, Apollo?" The master sergeant scoffed as he passed back by the two of them. "Just get her in that seat, then get yourself into yours. We're ready to get the hell out of here." Cece hurried to sit down, then she sent a questioning glance up at Sean. "Apollo?" she asked. "That's my call sign." He made a dismissive gesture with his hand. "Believe me, it wasn't my idea." "Oh," was all Cece could make her mouth say. It might not have been his idea, but it was certainly appropriate. The man oozed Greek god. "Don't forget to fasten your seatbelt," he said before turning to cross to his new seat. Cece's eyes had a will of their own, and they definitely enjoyed Apollo's rear view. He was one spectacularly handsome man. Of course, when he turned around and took his seat, she made sure she was very busy checking her seatbelt, trying to find a comfortable place in the webbing, doing anything but gawking at him. And anyway, why was she getting all moon-eyed over him? Men who looked like that, especially fighter pilot men who looked like that, weren't interested in little, ordinary-looking staff sergeants. Unless maybe they had some kind of kid-sister complex. That was probably it, she told herself. He probably had a younger sister at home, and that was why he was paying attention to her. The propeller noise grew to a deafening level, and Cece put in her earplugs. Then the C-130 lurched forward. It moved slowly at first, but soon picked up speed as it made its way down the flight line to their designated runway. Cece felt her palms begin to moisten and her stomach knot. She closed her eyes and repeated over and over to herself, "Military flights rarely crash. Military flights rarely crash. Military flights rarely crash. Too soon they were poised at the end of the runway, propellers gyrating at a crazed speed, plane quivering with the need to take off. Or, Cece thought desperately, with the need to smack itself into the ground and engulf them in a ball of flame right after takeoff. She felt the brakes release, and the C-130 began its acceleration down the runway. Cece's eyes popped open. She didn't want to die with her eyes closed. A movement caught her panicked gaze and drew her eyes across the aisle to Sean. His long body was sprawled comfortably in its new location. He was giving her a thumbs-up sign, and he looked relaxed and calm. Sean grinned boyishly at her and mouthed the words, "Not a problem." Then he gave her a flirty wink. Wow. Cece felt a rush of pleasure. She certainly didn't think he'd give a little sister a wink like that. And the way he continued to smile and stare at her, it just didn't look like the way a man looked at a woman he was only interested in because she reminded him of a little sister. Stunned, Cece realized the butterflies in her stomach had nothing to do with her fear of flying. When the plane lifted off a few seconds later, Cece thought that she might have just experienced the most graceful, effortless takeoff in the history of the United States Air Force. Actually, once the plane became airborne, Cece's nervous stomach had completely disappeared. It was like the whole flight seemed to be charmed. They climbed to their cruising altitude so smoothly that Cece found herself totally relaxing against the soft webbing, and she was surprised to feel her eyelids growing heavy. Struggling to stay awake, she glanced at Sean. He was reading a book, but the moment her eyes touched him, he looked up. He studied her for a second. Then, an astounding thing happened. Cece could hardly believe it when he mouthed the words, "Sleep. I'll keep watch." Then he gave her that flirtatious wink again. Cece felt a little thrill travel down her spine. He was going to stay awake and keep watch over her, and that wink said he wasn't thinking of her as a kid sister. Cece's eyelids fluttered shut as her sleepy mind whispered that Sean's presence was certainly going to make the deployment more interesting. Sean watched her as she fell asleep, a contented smile curving her sexy lips. He rubbed a hand over his brow and smiled quizzically at himself. What was it about that girl? Ever since he'd caught sight of her curled up in the waiting area sound asleep, he couldn't stop looking at her or thinking about her. It was totally unlike him. Women usually threw themselves at him because of how he looked, and while he didn't complain about that, he certainly didn't have to seek them out, or change seats with them because they looked scared, or reassure them because they were afraid of all things, flying. He rubbed his brow again and tried to force his attention to the novel in his hands, but instead of black words on white paper, he kept seeing amber eyes framed by thick, sandy-colored lashes. Cece dreamed that she was swaying gently in a hammock that hung between two giant palm trees on the shore of a crystalline ocean. Warm tropical breezes tickled her skin and kept the hammock moving hypnotically back and forth. Then, the wind shifted, and icy gusts started blowing toward land over the white-capped waves. They reached her hammock, and it started to shake and pitch and... Cece's eyes flew open. She was instantly awake. It was no dream. The C-130 was shaking violently, like it was in the jaws of a giant animal. She swallowed a scream, and her eyes immediately found Sean. His face was flat and expressionless, but Cece could sense the tension that he was trying to mask. She began fumbling with the safety latch of her seatbelt, her only thought that she needed to be next to him.
No,
he shook his head. She tore the earplugs from her ears.
Don't get up. It's too dangerous,
he shouted against the horribly sick sound of the engines. What's happening? She yelled. Before he could answer, the shaking increased dramatically. Cece couldn't believe the plane was still in one piece. It felt like it had to be shaking itself apart. Then everything happened very quickly. Over the noise of the engines came the shriek of a metallic scream. While Cece watched in horror, a deadly blur sliced through the skin of the plane just a few feet to her right and arrowed its way directly across the aisle. Like an invisible missile, the broken propeller blades splintered and struck Sean before tearing through the skin on his side of the plane. Time suspended as the left side of Sean's head exploded in a spray of crimson, and he slumped silently forward. Cece's scream was swallowed by the deafening sound of the plane decompressing, and she grasped onto the webbing, desperately trying to find an anchor in a world gone mad. Everything that wasn't strapped down went flying through the plane in a maelstrom of noise. Cece couldn't get a clear sight of Sean. There was too much debris in the air between them, but she could see the widening trail of blood and fluids that blanketed the area around his seat. His seat? It should have been her seat. Cece felt a sob catch in the back of her throat. Gradually, the debris settled, but the shaking was still violent, and the roar of the air rushing through the gaping holes in the sides of the airplane was deafening. With an amazing effort, the young captain who was sitting to Sean's right unbuckled his seatbelt and crawled to his friend's still body. The captain had a square white piece of cloth in his hand, and as he wrapped it around Sean's head, Cece realized that it must be the pillowcase of his pillow. With precise motions, he unlatched the folded seat next to Sean. He loosened Sean's seatbelt enough so that he could swivel his legs around and lay his torso horizontally along the seats. Then he managed to secure another belt around Sean's chest. Cece couldn't take her eyes from the pillowcase and the grotesque scarlet stain that was soaking methodically through it to pool against the matching red of the seat. Suddenly, above the din, Cece could hear short bursts of a clanging bell. She counted 6 times. The next thing she knew, the colonel had his seatbelt unbuckled, and he lurched his way to her side, where he quickly pulled down a seat and resecured himself.
"They're ditching the plane,"
he yelled into her ear. Her eyes widened. She didn't have to be a pilot to know that meant they were crashing into the ocean.
"It's okay. We're going to make it."
He gave her a smile meant to reassure her.
"The water's warm. Good thing we're in the Mediterranean and not the Atlantic."
Cece wanted desperately to believe that. "What do I do?" she shouted. Before he answered her, he twisted around and pulled 2 life vests free of their holding place behind the webbing. Cece noticed the captain across the aisle had done the same thing and was struggling to strap one on Sean's unresponsive body.
"Put this on. You'll need to brace yourself and hold on. Everything will be thrown forward when we hit. Be ready to get out of here. Don't know how long this thing will stay afloat."
"Sean?" she asked. The colonel's face was grim as he shook his head. Cece's eyes filled with tears.
"He's beyond our help. Worry about yourself now,"
he said gruffly. The plane dipped sickeningly forward. The colonel pointed toward the rear of the cargo bay.
"Remember where the tail opens up?"
Cece nodded.
"There are 2 escape doors on either side of the plane. That's where we'll exit. Life rafts are in slots up there."
He pointed to an area above the wings. Cece hoped that he wasn't explaining those things to her because he planned on being dead. Just then, the master sergeant burst from the crew door at the front of the plane.
"We're going down!"
he yelled as he strapped himself into a seat to the right of Cece and the colonel.
Be ready to get your feet wet."
Cece couldn't believe it, but he almost sounded gleeful. The nose of the plane sank again, and the colonel squeezed her shoulder.
"Ready?"
he yelled. Over the past 7 years, Cece had researched and prepared herself for an airplane emergency. She had watched PBS specials on airline safety. She always dressed sensibly when she flew, jeans and sneakers, never heels and bare legs. She counted the seatbacks to her nearest exit, and she paid attention to the flight attendants when they gave their safety spiels. But she knew she wasn't ready. She was numb with terror. Cece nodded at the colonel and tried to give him a brave smile. Through the ragged tears in the C-130's skin, Cece could see the bright blue of a clear morning. She closed her eyes and tried to pray, but her mind was a whirlwind of fear. All she could think of was how much she didn't want to die. Then, from between her breasts, she felt a sudden warmth. Her first thought was that something must have struck her, and she was bleeding. She opened her eyes and frantically felt down the front of her uniform top. No rips, and definitely no blood. Just a hard lump. Oh, she realized the lump she was feeling was made by the amber teardrop that dangled from around her neck, just below her dog tags. On an impulse, she had decided to keep wearing it, even after she had changed into her uniform. But of course, wearing dangly jewelry wasn't within military regulations, and she had to keep it hidden under her top. Now, it felt warm, and that warmth was spreading throughout her chest. If ever there was a perfect time for magic, she thought, it was now.
"Brace yourself," the colonel yelled.
Cece just had time to wrap her hands into the netting and brace her feet firmly against the floor when the world exploded. The plane slammed into the ocean with an obscene metallic scream, as if it knew its life were coming to an end. The white froth of ocean spray could be seen through the holes in the sides of the plane, but the C-130 didn't stay down. Cece could feel it lift, a temporary respite, before they met the ocean again with an even worse grating jar. They skipped several times over the surface of the water, like a broken, bloated stone. Each time the plane met the ocean, passengers and cargo were flung forward. Cece saw a major get hurled against the front bulkhead when his seatbelt snapped loose. She watched as one of the huge cargo pallets pulled free at the same time and came crashing against him, pinning him to the metal wall. Cece glanced over at Sean and then looked quickly away. Ragdoll-like, his body was still strapped against the seats. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his limbs flailed in limp response to the jarring of the plane. Something sharp hit her left shoulder. She didn't feel any pain, but when she looked down, she saw that her flesh gaped open and a line of blood had started to spill down her arm. Then there was a final wrenching, and the plane settled and did not rise again. Cece could see the bright blue of ocean water through the holes in the plane. The colonel was first to react, but Cece could see that all of the pilots except Sean and the major were struggling to their feet.
Out! Let's go!"
he barked, making his way quickly to the area over the wings. Then he started shouting orders.
"Ace, T-Man, Kaz, get those rear doors open!"
The 2 captains and 1 lieutenant scrambled around the loose cargo, hurrying to the rear of the plane.
"Sarge!" the colonel yelled at her. "Out! Now!"
With shaking hands, Cece unbuckled her own seatbelt, amazed that she was able to stand. She noticed that already the plane was tilting down at the head.
"The major is dead!"
the master sergeant yelled from the front of the bay. He was kneeling by the bloody body of the major, still trapped against the bulkhead.
"Leave him," the colonel said as he lifted a slot and pulled out a neatly folded bright orange thing that Cece guessed must be a life raft. "The door to the cockpit is blocked." The master sergeant had moved from the major's body to the area that should open to the frontmost area of the plane, but another cargo pallet was wedged within the opening, effectively blocking the door. "There's an exit they can use in the cockpit," said the colonel. He motioned for the master sergeant to get to the back of the plane. Then he caught sight of Cece still standing there. "Move, Sergeant!" He turned and headed to the rear of the plane, expecting Cece to follow him. Cece meant to go to the rear of the plane and toward safety, but instead, she found herself climbing over equipment and cargo until she was standing next to Sean's body. Cece swallowed, trying hard not to be sick. There was blood everywhere. The 2 seatbelts had kept his body from being hurled forward by the impact, and the pillowcase, now totally soaked with blood, was still wrapped securely around his head. His face was turned away from her, and all she could see was a strong line of his chin and neck. His skin was no longer golden brown. It had turned the chalky color of ash. Cece forced herself to place 2 fingers against the spot where his jugular vein was. No pulse. His skin was already cool beneath her fingertips. The plane heaved even farther down at the head. Now Cece could see that the ocean was lapping around the gaps in the side of the plane. "Sergeant!" The colonel's voice bellowed from the rear of the plane. "Where the hell are you?" "Here, Colonel," she answered, crawling on top of a mound of cargo so she could be seen. The rear of the plane appeared to be raised up, and Cece could see that the officers had one of the doors open. While she watched, one of the captains attached a tether to the deflated life raft, pulled a cord on it, and threw it out of the door. With a whooshing noise, the raft inflated. "Get over here now! This thing is sinking fast!" She looked back at Sean's body. It should have been her. Because of his kindness, he had taken her place, and now he was going to be entombed in a lonely, watery grave. The thought was unbearable. "We have to take Sean with us," she called back to the men. "No time. The boy's dead. There's nothing to be done for him," said the colonel. At a signal from him, the master sergeant jumped out of the plane. "I'm not going without him," Cece said, surprised at the calm sound of her voice. Her heart was pounding, and she felt her hands trembling, but knew with a certainty that defied logic that she had made the right decision. "Get up here, Sergeant! That's an order!" "No, sir. I'm not leaving him here." Suddenly there was a sound of metal ripping, and Cece felt sun on her face. She looked up to see a clean tear slicing a gap in the ceiling almost directly above her. The nose dipped farther forward, and Cece had to struggle to stay on her feet. "God damn it! Damn it all to hell!" Cece could hear the colonel approaching before she saw him. He was cursing like crazy and yelling orders. "Unbelt the boy and get ready to get the fuck out of here!" Cece rushed to get Sean's seatbelts undone and had just finished when the colonel climbed around the last of the debris. Without looking at her, he grabbed Sean's body and hauled it across one shoulder in the traditional fireman's carry. "Keep up with me," he yelled at her. Cece was only too happy to comply with that particular order. They were almost to the door when the entire front section of the plane tore free and sank with amazing speed. The tail area had been high above the water, but now that the rear of the plane was freed of the dragging weight of the flooded point, it flopped heavily down to sea level. To Cece, it felt like she was standing in an elevator that had just dropped several stories. She and the colonel fell hard to the floor. Water started rushing in through the open door. The colonel regained his feet quickly. He grabbed Cece by the scruff of her uniform
and Sean by his leg and pulled them to the door. Cece had no time to think. The colonel tossed her roughly out of the door. She hit the water and went under, but almost immediately, her life vest brought her bobbing to the surface like a human cork. She sputtered and blinked, momentarily blinded by salt water and sunlight. She heard 2 quick splashes next to her, and in another instant, the colonel's head broke the surface not far from her, along with Sean's lifeless body.
There,
he pointed, and Cece could see the fluorescent orange of the life raft about 40 feet in front of them.
Swim. We have to get away from the plane.
He set off, side-stroking and kicking hard as he dragged Sean's body with him. Wishing desperately that she was a better swimmer, Cece kicked and began stroking awkwardly after him. A horrendous explosion burst behind her, and she spun around in the water in time to see a flash of light and flame. The plane was an enormous, gaping monster that seemed to be thrashing and fighting against its death, and she was too close to it. Adrenaline rushed through her body, and Cece began swimming with everything within her. She didn't look behind her again. She just swam. Then she felt it. A piece of wreckage wrapped around her ankle like a mechanical tentacle. Terrified, she kicked and kicked, but it wouldn't come free. She tried to reach down to get it off, but she was pulled under the surface with such force that she thought her leg would wrench from its socket. Water surrounded her, and the pressure on her leg was unrelenting. She tried to fight against it, but it was impossible. Her ankle had been securely captured, and she was being pulled to the floor of the ocean by the weight of the sinking plane. She was going to die. Panic rippled through her, and she reached both hands up towards the fading light of the surface, struggling to kick against the enormous weight dragging her to her death. She didn't want to die. Not like this. Not so young. In that moment, Cece didn't see glimpses of her life passing before her eyes. She just felt the despair of knowing that she was dying too soon, before she had ever really lived. She would never know the love of a husband. She would never watch her children grow and marry. Her chest was burning, and she knew it was only seconds before she would be forced to breathe in the deadly water. Cece closed her eyes. "Please help me," she prayed fervently. "Someone, please help me." Miraculously, the weight that had been dragging her under evaporated, and she was filled with an indescribable peace. She opened her eyes to find herself floating in a bubble of soft blue light. And she wasn't alone in that bubble. Suspended in the water directly in front of her, so close Cece only had to lift a hand to touch her, was an incredibly beautiful young woman. Her long hair floated around her like a shimmering veil. Cece thought it would be the exact color of her mother's buttercups. If flowers could shine and sparkle, the woman's face was a study in perfection. She had sculpted cheekbones and lovely aquamarine eyes that looked somehow familiar to Cece. Her skin had the flawless complexion of a china doll. Cece's eyes traveled down the body of the woman, who was quite obviously naked from the waist up. Cece could clearly see her large, well-formed breasts. But what was she wearing on the bottom half of her body? Whatever it was, glistened like it had been beaded with glass and colored in iridescent shades of blue and turquoise and amethyst. It fit her shapely body snugly and tapered down to... Cece felt her own body jerk in surprise. A large set of fins. She was no woman. She was a mermaid. Cece stared at the incredible creature, knowing that what she was seeing, what she was feeling, couldn't possibly be real. Her lungs didn't burn anymore, But it wasn't that she was breathing, because she was still definitely underwater. It was more like she had been infused with oxygen. She decided she definitely must be dead, or so near death that she was experiencing some kind of amazing hallucination. The mermaid smiled tentatively at her. Cece smiled back. "Do you desire to continue to live, no matter the cost?" The words were spoken clearly into Cece's mind. She knew they had to have come from the mermaid, but the sensuous lips had not moved. "Well, of course I do," Cece thought automatically, and nodded her head vigorously. The mermaid's timid smile was gone, replaced by a dazzling look of relief and joy. Without hesitation, the creature reached out and wrapped her smooth arms around Cece in an intimate embrace. Cece didn't feel any desire to pull away. Instead of being frightened or repulsed, she was mesmerized. The mermaid pulled Cece gently against her body, and Cece could feel the creature's naked breasts press softly against her fatigue shirt. The mermaid's curtain of gossamer hair surrounded them, and her tail wrapped around Cece's legs. Cece had always been firmly heterosexual, so she surprised herself when she felt her body respond and her own arms wrap around the mermaid's bare shoulders. Suddenly, Cece understood that what was happening to her wasn't anything as simple as a sexual experience. It was a magical infusion of the senses. Just as the moonlight had energized her on the night of her birthday, so now was this creature bringing her back to life. Every inch of Cece's body felt flooded with electricity. She wanted to throw back her head and shout at the surge of fabulous sensations. Then the mermaid began to lower her face to Cece's. Cece closed her eyes as their lips met in a deep, intimate kiss. A wave of vertigo crashed through Cece, and when she finally reopened her eyes, she was looking directly into her own face. Disoriented, Cece blinked and shook her head, but the image of the petite, waterlogged sergeant didn't shift. It simply smiled back at her. Back at her? How could that be? Cece turned her head to look for the edges of a hidden mirror and noticed the wealth of blonde hair that was floating around her. She reached up to stroke its slick mass. "We must part now." The voice was back inside her head, and Cece's fragmented attention refocused on her mirror image. Cece watched as hands that should have been her own reached into the neck of her uniform top to pull the silver chain over her head. Then the Cece look-alike draped it over her head. "Keep this. It is your talisman, a part of your magic," the internal voice said. The woman that looked like Cece raised her arms and tilted her head back so that she appeared to be reaching for the surface. "I wish you well. Blessed be, little sister." The soft light that they had been floating within refracted into a fireworks of rebellious blue. The body that Cece should have been inside of was bathed in an eerie aqua-white glow, and with an intense explosion of light, it was propelled violently up to the waiting surface. Caught in a tremendous wave of backlash, Cece felt herself hurl end over end away from the site of the plane wreck. Everything became confused and dreamlike. Cece had no control over where she was being pulled. It felt like she had been caught in an underwater tornado. The whirlpool was pulling her farther and farther down into the depths of the ocean, and even though she was having no problem breathing, she was still terrified of the black nothingness beneath her. So she struggled, swimming around and through different levels of turbulent currents. Finally, she broke through the wall of swirling current and found herself in a tunnel of calm water. Exhausted, She allowed herself to float for a moment, trying to sift through her scattered thoughts. What had happened to her? Was she dead? What should she do next? The water in her little tunnel of calm was comfortable, denim blue, but outside of it, the dark and tumultuous currents through which she had struggled still surrounded her. Cece could see them seething and frothing dangerously. She peered behind her and saw nothing but darkness. Ahead, farther down the tunnel, there was a faint, flickering light. That way, she thought blearily, and kicked hard to propel herself forward. Even as tired as she was, Cece noted with surprise that she had never swam so strongly and effortlessly before. It was like she had been shot from a liquid cannon. The dark sides of her watery tunnel blurred as she streaked past. Then the spot of light was just ahead of her, and she burst up, breaking the surface to find herself in a luminous grotto. Her vision was blurred with fatigue, but she could just make out a ledge around which calm water lapped softly. She forced her leadened limbs to move, and with an effort that left her quivering and gasping, she hauled her body out of the water. Curling into a fetal position, Cece finally gave into unconsciousness and slept. Part 2. Chapter 6. The rhythmic sound of water lapping against rock woke her. Cece opened her eyes slowly and was greeted by the sight of sparkling blue crystals. She shifted her body and stared around her, amazed at the beauty of the rocks. If laughter was a color, she thought, it would be this exact shade of blue. She reached out to touch the side of the cave with her perfectly shaped cream-colored hand and stopped. That wasn't her hand. Her gaze moved from her hand to her arm. It was long and graceful and looked like it had been carved from living marble. In shock, she sat up. A mass of luxurious blonde hair was swept over one of her shoulders so that it cascaded down the front of her body, covering her torso like a silken shawl. She could just make out the mauve tips of her well-endowed breasts peeking through the blonde curtain. With shaking hands, she pulled the gorgeous mane back out of her way and looked at the rest of her body. The flawless skin tapered down to a voluptuously curved waist. Just where her hips started to swell, skin gave way to closely woven scales. Where legs and feet should have been, instead, there was a tail that ended in an enormous feathered fin. Holy fucking shit! I'm a fish! Unaccustomed to using such harsh language, Cece's first impulse was to cover her mouth and look around frantically to make sure her mother hadn't heard her, but the jerky movement of her upper body caused her tail to flip in response. It felt kind of like she had just twitched her legs to keep her balance, and they had responded. Together, my language would be the least of the things I would have to explain if my mother was here, Cece blurted. The sound of her voice wasn't even her own. Instead, it was perfect, complete with a sensuous accent and a soft, breathy tone. And to think I've always wanted to be gorgeous like Marilyn Monroe. Cece shook her head at the irony. Now that I am, I'm a... Semi-hysterical giggles broke from her mouth. Swallowing back her hysteria, she closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. Breathe deeply, she told herself. It wouldn't help her for her to lose it now. Another deep breath, then she reopened her eyes and looked at her body again. And she couldn't wrench her eyes from her tail. Cece told her legs to kick, and the feathery fin lifted gracefully in response. The blue light of the grotto was reflected in the scales, and her tail glinted with a myriad of brilliant sequins. Cece had to acknowledge that it really was very beautiful. With a shaking, hesitant hand, she reached out and touched the shining surface of fish-like flesh and was instantly surprised by the soft warmth under her fingers. Now that she was touching it, she could tell that the tail wasn't actually made of fish scales at all. It was more like the skin of a dolphin, just colored with amazing shadings of blues and purples. She stroked herself, enjoying the slick smoothness of her new skin. It was like being wrapped in liquid silver, she thought, only instead of one color, it was countless fantastic colors. And she felt incredibly powerful. She could actually feel the energy that simmered within her body. She cocked her head, as if listening to that newly found strength, and she realized that the water seemed to call to her. Cece could almost hear its voice, asking her to come frolic within its depths. Maybe she was dreaming, or even dead, but the thought didn't hold any horror for her. Whatever had happened to her, she still had her own mind, and she most certainly was getting a bigger dose of magic than she could ever have imagined possible in her old life. Cece dipped the finned end of her tail down so that it broke the surface of the enticing water, and then with a ripple of muscle she flipped it up again. Warm seawater rained in a glistening arc around her. Wherever it touched her body, she felt it as a lover's caress. Leaning forward, she gazed into the calm water of the grotto at her remarkably changed reflection. The only familiar thing she saw was the amber teardrop that dangled between her bare breasts. "I'm her." The beautiful creature's lips moved as Cece spoke. "Somehow, I'm the mermaid now." She remembered watching her own body lift toward the faraway surface. "And she's me." A tremor ran through her, and she raised a hand to touch the curve of one perfect cheek. Totally engrossed in studying her reflection, Cece didn't look up at the sound of a disturbance in the water. "Undine, need I remind you of the lesson the gods taught Narcissus?" A deep, mocking voice made Cece gasp and jerk back in surprise. Not far from her ledge, a huge man floated in the water. His torso was bare, and he was powerfully built. His hair was so blonde it was almost white, and it fell in a thick wave past his shoulders. He would have been handsome had it not been for his sneering expression. "But of course I must admit that you are truly spectacular." He dropped his voice to a seductive purr. Then, noting her expression, he added, "Are you surprised to see me, sister dear?" He floated a little nearer Cece's ledge. His storm-gray eyes were intense. "How could you doubt that I would pursue you?" What? Cece's lips felt numb, and she shrank back. "Please let us not play your tiresome games. Our father demands you return, and you know how angry Lear can get when his demands are not obeyed." Slowly he floated even closer to her. Cece was confused and frightened. What did this man want? And who was Lear? "When Lear noticed that you were missing again, I graciously volunteered to find you and bring you home." He wasn't looking in her eyes. Instead, his gaze kept shifting from her breasts to the jointure in her tail, at the place where her thighs would meet, if she had thighs. His hot stare made her feel intensely uncomfortable and completely naked. She scrambled back until she could go no farther and was pressed firmly against the side of the cave. He reached Cece's ledge and placed his hands on the edge of it. With a quick flex of his powerful arms, he raised himself partially out of the water, and Cece gasped again. His muscular torso tapered down to meet the glistening skin of a mer creature. Cece's eyes grew round with shock. "Merman," she amended, as she watched the hard pulsing flesh surge from a slit in his tail where a human man's groin would be. This creature was quite obviously male. "Now," his voice was low and ominous, "I am finished with chasing you. I have tried wooing you. I have tried reasoning with you. I have even tried begging you. Nothing works. You continue to spurn me. Your stubborn tricks have left me no choice. You force me to take what I desire." His malevolent presence filled the cave. Cece could feel her heart beating erratically. Her reaction was intense and immediate. He repulsed her. "Stay away from me!" Cece was surprised by the power in her new voice. "No, my darling. Not anymore. I am finished with waiting." He reached forward and stroked a thick strand of hair that had fallen over her breast. "So lovely." His breathing deepened. Cece flinched from his touch, which enraged him. "You will be mine!" he screamed in her face. Then, with an effort, he regained control of himself, shifting his tone to a more reasonable one. "Why do you pretend you do not understand? Our father is busy elsewhere, and he has grown weary of your little escapes. He is not listening for your cries." The merman grimaced. "And your landlocked goddess mother cannot hear you within my wonderful little cave. I made quite certain of that. Do you like the gift I created for you?" One powerful arm gestured to take in the grotto. "Be reasonable, and this will be pleasant for us both. You must realize that Father will actually be pleased when we have mated. I believe he even plans on granting us a realm of our own." Cece's mind whirred. No wonder the beautiful mermaid had been so eager to exchange places with her. Cece would much rather be a plain, ordinary human girl than a magical mermaid raped by her perverted brother. The creature pulled himself all the way up on the ledge. His body was almost twice the size of Cece's mermaid body. His chest and shoulders bulged, and his powerful tail was banded with thick stripes of crimson and dark green. "Do you appreciate that I attempted to duplicate the color of your eyes in these crystals?" Again his voice was ingratiating and deceptively gentle. He leaned closer to her. "But nothing could match the beauty of your eyes." He brushed the fall of hair off her chest, leaving her completely exposed. Then he reached forward and cupped her breasts in his huge hands, worrying her nipples painfully between his thumb and forefingers. Before Cece could even attempt to push his hands away, his attention wavered. "What is that thing?" he spat. "It reeks of human design." The merman freed her breasts to grasp the amber teardrop, which glowed softly where it dangled between them. The instant his skin met amber, he shrieked in pain and dropped the pendant. Stunned, Cece watched him curl over his hand, his entire body shaking violently. He was moaning, and she could see spittle frothing around his lips. The jewelry lady's words echoed through her mind. "Know that it has the power to absorb negative energy and turn it to positive. You may have need of it." She had to do something. The cave was a prison. She had to escape. Cece heaved herself forward, squeezing around the merman's convulsed body, and hurled herself headfirst into the water. As soon as she was immersed, she felt her panic subside. With an instinct of its own, her body took control, and she dove swiftly down and away from the crystal prison. Expecting to be caught in the swirling current of black water, she was surprised to see that tranquil blue surrounded her. There was no sign of the tunnel through which she had traveled. Still swimming with incredible swiftness, she glanced up and saw the lighter blue of daylight against the surface not far above her head. Cece angled her body up, and with one powerful stroke of her tail, propelled herself to the surface and broke through the liquid barrier. She looked frantically around. On the horizon behind her, she could see the dark outline of the grotto. She was amazed at how far she had traveled so quickly. In front of her, the ocean appeared to come to a halt. Confused, she rubbed her eyes clear and let herself drift forward. No, it wasn't that the ocean stopped. It was a huge coral shelf. On her side of it, the water was the deep sapphire of the bottomless ocean. White-capped waves crashed against the barrier. Cece flipped her tail and raised herself up farther out of the water. On the other side of the barrier, she could see calm turquoise water, which led to— her heart beat faster— a sandy shoreline. That mer creature had said that he was hiding from her landlocked goddess mother. If he had felt the need to hide, then that must mean he was afraid. Could the mermaid's mother help her? If so, since she was landlocked, perhaps she could be found near the shore. A prickly feeling along her spine interrupted her thoughts. Her skin twitched somewhere on the back of her neck, where it seemed eyes touched her. She turned quickly, searching the ocean for signs of her pursuer. Nothing. As far as she could see, the surface was disturbed by nothing except waves. Almost as if it was as natural a movement as stepping backwards, she waved her finned tail and submerged herself under the water. The blue depths were clear, and visibility was good, but Cece could see nothing more villainous than a drifting jellyfish. She resurfaced. Maybe she had escaped and was safe for that moment. But one thing Cece knew for sure: she couldn't just float there and wait for that creature to recapture her. Doing anything was better than that. With a powerful flick of her tail, she leapt up and over the thick coral reef, splashing headfirst into the clear waters of the cove and straight into a school of huge, brightly colored fish. Cece's first reaction was fear. They were really big fish, and she made shooing motions at them, but they refused to shoo. Instead, they quivered and milled around her, a little like puppies. Curious, Cece reached a hesitant hand out to touch one fluorescent-scaled side. The ecstatic fish went into very dog-like spasms of glee. Cece laughed, which caused the entire school to explode into joyous leaps of playful abandon. She was just thinking that she didn't know how the day could get much weirder when she came face to face with a full-grown dolphin. Ah! She jerked back, bubbles of surprise bursting from her mouth. The dolphin didn't look at all shocked by the appearance of a mermaid who was surrounded by a school of jubilant, silly-acting fish. "They have so little dignity." The thought was placed gently within her mind. She stared at the dolphin. She had never seen a real one this close. Well, she had visited SeaWorld at San Antonio once, and there had been dolphins there that people could pay to swim with, but the price had been beyond her budget, and this creature was no tamed hothouse flower. It was stunning. Its sleek skin glowed with vitality, and its expressive eyes telegraphed intelligence. "I ask you to forgive me, Princess Undine. I did not mean to startle you." I just didn't expect you," Cece thought automatically. The dolphin dipped its head in graceful acknowledgement. "May I offer you my assistance, Princess?" She could send her thoughts to this wonderful creature? What an incredible gift! "I need to find my mother." Cece quickly decided it was worth a try to enlist all the help she could get. And the creatures seemed to know her. Maybe they would know how to help her, too. "Of course, Princess Undine." Cece was almost sure the dolphin grinned at her. "Gia comes to these shores often, as you well know. It would be my honor." The dolphin glanced at the school of waiting fish, with what Cece thought was an endearingly long-suffering look before adding, "And the honor of these small ones to escort you to shore." Gia. The goddess Gia was the mermaid's mother. What a bizarre coincidence. Cece thought about the elevator and the jewelry lady. Perhaps coincidence was the wrong word. She smiled her gratitude to the beautiful creature. "Yes, please take me to my mother." Together they swam through the clear, warm water. The ocean floor was not far below them, and Cece could easily see hulks of coral clustered like mysterious rock castles against the white sand of the bottom. Brightly colored fish darted in and around delicate underwater fronds, like autumn leaves in a windstorm. Cece looked in wide-eyed wonder at the underwater world. She had never imagined such loveliness existed. Honestly, she had always been a little afraid of the water. She hadn't even ever snorkeled. "Look at what I've been missing," she thought over and over to herself. Just a few feet from the shoreline, the dolphin surfaced beside a half-hollowed rock. Its flattened top jutted just above the waterline. As if she had done it so many times before, Cece slid onto its smooth surface and studied the lush shore. Diamond waters lapped gently against the velvet sand of the beach, so that land and ocean melted together harmoniously, like lovers embracing. Huge trees decorated with flowering vines surrounded the cove. A slight breeze brought to Cece the sweet scent of flowers mixed with the tang of salt air. There was a definite aura of peacefulness about the cove. Cece breathed deeply, enjoying the unexpected serenity. She felt like she could stay there forever, basking in the warm sun and the honey-scented air. "Princess?" The dolphin was looking expectantly at her, returning her thoughts to her present situation, and the terror of the merman's pursuit rushed back into her mind. Quickly she looked over her shoulder, but she could see nothing except the serenity of the ocean. But she didn't even know if he could be seen approaching. Except for the leap over the coral shelf, she'd traveled underwater to get there. She probably wouldn't know if he was streaking after her at that moment. She had been stupid to relax like she was on some kind of Caribbean vacation. What was she supposed to do now? She studied the land, this time not allowing herself to be distracted by its beauty. She certainly didn't see a goddess waiting anywhere. Cece fiddled nervously with the amber pendant. This wasn't exactly like picking up the phone and calling her mom, but maybe moms everywhere had at least one common characteristic. They were accustomed to answering the cries of their children. Cece squared her shoulders and cleared her throat. "Mother!" she shouted, enchanted by the way her melodic voice carried over the water. "Goddess Gia, it's me, your daughter, Undine." She looked nervously at the dolphin, who was floating quietly, still looking toward the shore. "I need your help." "Please answer me," she prayed silently. From the thickest nest of verdant ivy and hanging flowers, a movement drew her gaze. Cece's eyes widened in surprise. A beautiful woman was tucked gracefully amidst the vines. She was sitting on a makeshift swing made of living plant. "Good morning, daughter." The woman's voice rang over the water. Cece felt a shock of recognition. "You're the lady who saved me from the elevator." A familiar smile curved Gia's lips. "Yes, I heard your unique call which you offered under the full moon. It pleased me, and I like to care for those who remember me." She paused and her smile widened. "Even if they are living in a far-off world." She pointed at the amber teardrop that dangled between Cece's breasts. "I am pleased that you value my gift." Cece swallowed hard past the lump that had lodged in her throat, and her fingers wound themselves around the warm stone. She was speaking with a real goddess.
Or she was dead. Either way, it was nerve-wracking.
Yes, thank you. It's beautiful and magical.
She cleared her throat.
Then you know that I'm not really Undine.
The goddess's eyes filled with unshed tears, but her expression remained kind.
Of course I know it, young one. Undine is a daughter of my flesh. You, Christine Kennedy, Staff Sergeant in the United States Air Force, who prefers to be called Cece, are a daughter of my spirit.
How? Cece felt overwhelmed. Gia made a slight motion with one hand, and the vine swing dipped low enough to let her step down to the ground. Gracefully, she walked toward the waterline. Cece couldn't take her eyes from the goddess. She realized that the glimpse she'd had of Gia outside of the elevator had been just a shadow of the goddess's true visage. Today, she was magnificent. Her hair was the deep brown of fertile earth, and it curled thickly around her waist. Woven within it were flowers and glistening jewels. Cece thought her face looked like it could have served as a model for countless classic sculptures, which, she thought, it probably had. Cece couldn't remember getting a clear view of what the goddess had been wearing when she had seen her that day at Tinker, but today her generous curves were draped in transparent green linen, which was the exact color of the ivy growing in profusion all around her.
"You're so beautiful,"
Cece embarrassed herself by blurting. Gia's laughter glittered between them.
"Come, child,"
she said as she reached the water and sank to the sand, letting her bare feet play in the crystal surf.
"Come closer to me."
The dolphin chattered joyfully, leaping around the cove as Cece slid off the rock and swam to the goddess. Gia was gazing steadily at her, and Cece realized that the reason Undine's startling blue eyes had seemed familiar to her was that they were the exact image of the goddess's eyes. Awkwardly, she pulled herself up on the sandy shore until she rested within touching distance of the beautiful immortal. Cece ducked her head apologetically.
"I'm sure Undine was much better than I am at navigating with this."
She pointed at her tail.
"Do you dislike this body?"
The goddess didn't sound judgmental or angry, only genuinely curious.
"Oh no, I think it's amazing. It's just a lot different from having legs and feet," she said, "and she's so gorgeous, much more so than I am. Or was. Or—"
Cece trailed off, confused by the tenses as well as the situation.
"I think you underestimate yourself, little one, but I am glad you are pleased with this form."
The goddess's expression became distant.
"And I am sure that my daughter, Undine, is pleased with her new form as well."
"So, she is me now?" Cece asked, amazed at how easy it was to talk with Gia.
"Yes, she has taken your place in that world."
"Am I dead?" Gia's laughter caused the tree boughs to sway in delighted response.
"Oh no, you are very much alive."
"Then I don't understand," Cece said, feeling more lost than ever. The goddess reached out and touched Cece's cheek in a motherly caress.
"This must be very difficult for you, poor child. I will try to explain. Undine is the child of my body, but she is also very much her father's daughter."
"Lear," Cece said. Gia looked surprised at her knowledge, but nodded.
"Yes."
Who exactly is Lear?" she asked.
The goddess smiled. "Lear is the great god of the seas. You might recognize him by one of his other titles. He has been known as Tethys, Pontos, Neptune, Baranthus, Enki, Poseidon, And many others. Cece's eyes widened in surprise. Poseidon is Undine's father? Gia's eyes held a faraway expression as she gazed out at the waters. We knew that the land and the sea were not meant to mate. But one day I was bathing here, in this very cove, and the Lord of the Sea cast his eyes upon me. Her face softened with remembrance. For one brief night, I allowed him to envelop me, and from that union, Undine was conceived. Cece listened intently to the tale the goddess spun. Undine was born a mermaid, so it was destined that she live in her father's realm. But she was not content there. She longed for the land and for her mother. Gia's face was shadowed by sadness, and Cece felt her own eyes fill with tears in response. I tried to coax Lear to allow me to gift our daughter with a human form, so that she could live with me on land. But he adored the child, and refused to be parted from her. Gia took Cece's hand and squeezed it. Do not think him cruel. Lear loved his daughter, and she wasn't always unhappy. She adored her father and the creatures of his realm, and she came here many times, sitting where you are now, telling me fantastic stories of the underwater crystal castle in which she lived, and the wonders of the seas. It was only recently that she changed. The goddess's expression was haunted. Sometimes I would find her weeping, there on that rock. Ceaselessly she begged me to gift her with a human form. Cece shivered. She thought she knew why Undine had become so desperate. Did she tell you what was wrong? Gia shook her head sadly. No, I asked her, but she said only that she longed to be with me always. Tears spilled from the goddess's eyes, yet Gia didn't seem to notice. I was afraid she would do harm to herself. I am a goddess, but her father is also an immortal, and I could not cause her form to shift without his consent, as he could not have taken her from me if she had been born in human form. Her eyes glinted with determination. But I am also a mother, and I could not allow my child to suffer. I wove a spell for her, giving Undine the ability to attain a human body, but only if she could find a human being who would be willing to exchange lives with her. Gia stared into Cece's eyes. And I knew you would have need of her aid, as she has need of yours, little daughter. I don't understand, Cece said. Your Samhain ritual was heartfelt, and I still heed the call of my children in other worlds, even in a world in which I have been forgotten. You pleased me that night, and I touched you. Cece blushed, remembering the passionate feel of the moonlight on her skin. The goddess put one perfect finger under Cece's chin and lifted her face. Do not ever be ashamed of a gift from a goddess. Before Cece could respond, she continued, I asked the fates to show me your future, and I saw your life's thread end too soon in a watery grave. She sighed sadly. There was little I could do to aid you, as there was little I could do to aid the daughter of my flesh. But together, you could help one another. Thus, you are here, and she is there. Where is here? Was the first of many questions that leapt to Cece's mind. Here is a world where gods and goddesses still live. Cece's expression was puzzled. Gia tried to explain. This cove is of my making, so it is like nothing that would be familiar to you. But beyond here you would find a land your world would call medieval Cymru. Her arms swept in a gesture meant to include all of the land behind them. Cece felt her face pale. You're not talking about somewhere in Southern California? Are you?
Gia smiled at her. Actually, I believe your books would tell you it is the land of the Britons. Or more specifically, ancient Wales.
You mean I'm smack in the middle of medieval Europe?
Gia patted her hand reassuringly. There is much that historians left out of your world's texts. The goddess winked one large blue eye at Cece. Like magic, my daughter.
And how do I...
The angry chattering of the dolphin interrupted Cece's question. She looked over her shoulder, and her body went numb. The merman had surfaced in the middle of the cove. "Silence, you meddling beast!" he snarled at the dolphin. Automatically, Cece scooted closer to Gia. "Goddess Gia, what an unexpected privilege it is to see you." His voice had shifted to silk. "And why would it be unexpected, Sarpedon?" Gia smiled graciously at him. "This is my cove. It is well known that I come here often." "Your cove?" The merman's instant sarcasm shocked Cece. "I thought the water realm belonged to Lear." "That would be true, young Sarpedon, had your father not gifted me with all the waters within this cove." Gia's eyes narrowed. "You would do well to remember that water must flow over land, and where you find land, there you will always find my realm." "I beg your pardon, Goddess Gia. I did not mean to offend," he said, suddenly contrite. "I come to your cove on an errand for Lear himself." When Gia didn't respond, Sarpedon hurried on, taking the opportunity to drift closer to the two of them. "My father asks that I escort my sister back to him. Undine has been absent so frequently of late that she has been greatly missed," he said, and his intense gaze shifted briefly to Cece.
"No."
The word slipped from Cece's lips as a whisper. She glanced up at the goddess, who was studying her carefully. Bolstered by Gia's presence, Cece cleared her throat and repeated the word in a loud, firm voice.
"No."
"You must obey our father," Sarpedon said, between clenched teeth. "Must she?" The goddess broke into the exchange. Gia's eyes were wise as she looked from the mermaid to the merman. "Yes!" Sarpedon struggled to control the anger in his voice. "Goddess, you know that Lear misses his daughter. I know that Lear loves his daughter and would not see her harried," Gia snapped. "I want only to do our father's bidding." Sarpedon raised his hands, palms open in a gesture of helplessness. Cece could clearly see the angry red welts that dotted one palm where his skin had touched her amulet. Cece's head was whirling. She knew that Undine must have been trying to escape from this creature, but she also knew that the mermaid had not confided in her mother about her problem. Well, maybe Undine had spent her life being bullied and hounded by her half-brother, but Cece had spent the past 7 years in the male-dominated United States Air Force. Even before the goddess touched her, she knew how to stand up for herself. If this was going to be her world, she might as well get the rules straight right away, and she sure wasn't going to play by Sarpedon's rules. She raised her chin and looked straight in his almond-shaped gray eyes. "You are a liar," she said. "You have been too long away from your home." He had moved to with only a few feet of Cece. His face darkened dangerously. "You have forgotten yourself."
"Really?"
Cece said sardonically.
"I think I could be gone a lifetime and still know rape when I see it."
With an abrupt movement, Gia stood. She spoke with deadly softness. "You dare to touch my child against her will?"
"He tried, but your amulet protected me,"
she said before Sarpedon could respond.
For the goddess's ears alone, she whispered, "I think he's what Undine was so afraid of."
"Leave my presence, Sarpedon!" The goddess's voice was amplified until it filled the small cove. "And I warn you to keep far from my daughter."
But instead of being admonished, the merman rose out of the water, balancing on his powerful tail until he towered over Cece. Automatically, she shrank back.
"I will have her!"
Spittle flew from his lips, and his eyes flashed wildly.
"My father is Lord of the Seas. You hold no power over me, land goddess."
He spat the title like it was an oath.
"Foolish creature. Even the Lord of the Seas knows not to evoke the wrath of a goddess."
Gia pointed one slim finger at the sandy earth under her feet and made a small circular motion. The sand stirred. With a flick of her wrist, she gestured to the merman. The sand whirlpooled from its damp bed and flung itself into Sarpedon's face, causing him to choke and rub frantically at his eyes. He fell back into deeper water, sputtering and cursing. Then she stretched out her arms, as if she would embrace the cove. When she spoke, her voice was seductive and rich with authority.
"Winds that play over my body, which is the living earth herself, come to me now and blow this usurper from my presence."
The goddess pursed her full lips and blew a light burst of air at Sarpedon. Then something amazing happened to that light, almost playful bit of air. It seemed that all the winds in the cove suddenly rushed to join it. The gust struck Sarpedon like a fist, lifting him from the water and hurling him to the coral reef barrier.
"Trespass upon my realm again, and I will destroy you."
The power in Gia's voice lifted the hairs on the back of Cece's neck.
"So I have spoken. So shall it be."
The air around the goddess shimmered, making her promise a tangible thing. Awestruck, Cece could only stare at Gia. Her mind could hardly grasp what she was witnessing. The goddess loomed huge and powerful, and Cece was overwhelmed by her majesty. But Sarpedon seemed oblivious to Gia's power.
"Do not forget that Undine is a creature of the seas. She must exist in my realm, land goddess!"
He shrieked at her before leaping over the coral reef and disappearing into the blue depths. Cece stared after him, shivering with an ominous foreboding. Chapter 7.
"You were very brave."
Gia's voice had returned to that of a mother praising her child.
"I don't feel very brave right now," she said hesitantly, still awed by Gia's power.
The goddess bent and stroked Cece's soft hair.
"I am proud of you. There is a strength in you that was lacking in Undine."
Cece felt a rush of pleasure at her words. The dolphin surfaced, blowing water on the two women and chattering like an upset nursemaid. Laughing, Gia wiped the drops of seawater from her gown.
"You had better comfort her. She will not leave us in peace until she is assured of your safety."
Feeling a little shaky at first, Cece slid from the shore. Again, she felt that prickle at the nape of her neck that made her think she was being watched. No, she told herself firmly, Sarpedon is gone. He cannot come within Gia's grove. She was just being paranoid, and who could blame her? Thankfully, as soon as she was immersed in the water, her fears began to subside. She glided up to the distraught dolphin and stroked the creature's smooth sides.
"Hey, I'm fine," she said aloud. "Gia got rid of him. He can't hurt me here."
"We feared for you, princess."
The dolphin nuzzled Cece, then turned and bowed its head reverently at Gia.
"Thank you, great goddess, for protecting our princess."
Solemnly, Gia inclined her head and acknowledged the dolphin's adoration. Cece could see the shapes of the smaller fish timidly hiding around the clumps of bright coral. "You can come out now," she coaxed, and was delighted to see them respond by wiggling up to her. With one arm draped over the back of the dolphin, she petted and soothed the frightened fish. "Sarpedon was correct about one thing," Gia said. "What?" Cece's attention had been focused on the delightful fish, but the goddess's words sent a chill through her body. "I cannot protect you there." The goddess pointed to the seemingly limitless expanse of ocean. "And you cannot live forever in this cove." "But what am I going to do?" Cece knew the goddess was right. How could she live her life in this small cove? It was the equivalent of being trapped forever in an apartment. No matter how luxurious or wonderful, she would still be trapped. "We will do what we must to keep you safe," Gia said. "Which means what?" Gia studied the girl who inhabited her daughter's body. She had strength, yes, and she was outspoken and brave. But did she also have wisdom? Perhaps the child had a kind of wisdom that was foreign to this world, but perhaps that was the kind of wisdom that would be needed for her to survive the tests that were sure to be ahead of her. The goddess made her decision. "There is only one answer. I must take you from the sea." Cece's eyes widened in surprise. "But I thought that was the problem. You couldn't take Undine from the sea without Lear's permission." Then an idea came to Cece. "So why can't we get Lear's permission now? You said he loves Undine. Doesn't that mean that he wouldn't want her own brother to rape her?" "Sarpedon is Lear's child too." Gia's expression was grim. "Perhaps Lear has given his permission for your mating." "Ugh, that's disgusting. Brother and sister mating?" Just the thought made Cece feel sick. "Gods and goddesses do not view things the way humans do," Gia said simply. "You think it's okay that he wants me?" Cece was shocked. "Never," Gia said firmly, "but only because you have rejected him. Thus, he has no right to you. Understand that relationships are different between the gods." "I'll take your word for it," Cece muttered. "So we can't go to Lear. How do I get away from Sarpedon?" "There is a way, but it may prove difficult." "Is it worse than being raped by Sarpedon?" Cece asked. "Only you can answer that question, little one." The goddess began pacing back and forth along the shore as she explained to Cece. "I can gift you with a human form, but it will not be permanent. You will still be tied to the seas." She gave Cece an apologetic look. "Your body will long to return to the water. It may even be painful for you. And you must return to the waters in your mermaid form once each third night, or else you will sicken and die." "Well, I suppose that's better than being trapped in this cove forever," Cece said doubtfully. The goddess stopped pacing and spoke earnestly to her. "But there is a way to make your human form permanent. You must find a man to love you and to accept with a full heart that you are a daughter of the sea, as well as that of the land. Then even Lear cannot break the bond of true love, and you will be gifted with your human form permanently." "Oh, Gia," Cece groaned. "I'm not very experienced with men. Actually, they treat me like I'm a little sister." Then she added quickly, "And where I come from, that didn't mean they wanted anything romantic to do with me." "The handsome young pilot on your transport desired you." Gia's words cut into Cece. Her eyes filled with tears as she remembered Sean's sweetness. Yeah, and look what happened to him. He was living his destiny, child. Gia's tone was soothing. It was not your fault. He was fated to die on that journey. He did so heroically. You should honor his memory. He was going to die anyway? Cece asked. Yes, you did not cause his death. His life's thread had run out. At Gia's words, Cece felt a weight of guilt lift from her. She closed her eyes and said a silent prayer of thanksgiving for Sean's bravery. When she opened her eyes, she met the goddess's gaze with a clear conscience. Tell me what I need to do. I will cast the spell. You must simply find the man who can accept and love you. Wait, shouldn't that be easy in this world? You said gods and goddesses live here. Aren't people used to magical things? Cece asked. At one time, perhaps. Gia hesitated, as if weighing her words. You have priests in your world. Gia hadn't made it sound like a question, but Cece nodded anyway. They are here too, and many of them are good men who serve their god with love and devotion. She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice sounded disgusted. But not all of them are honorable. There has begun a new sect of priests that has infected parts of their religion. They preach that all magic is evil, and that there is only one way to believe. Their way. They believe beauty, especially that of the female body, is sinful and evil. Gia's laugh was dry and humorless. They are fools, afraid of their own desires. But of course they want people shut away from beauty. It is easier to control people who lack hope. She shook her head sadly. Unfortunately, too many listen to their poison. I wouldn't want to be with a man who believed that anyway, Cece said. Do not judge too harshly. Even good men can be misled. Be wise in your choice, and all will be well in the end. Ha! My choice? I haven't even had a date in 6 months. Cece felt her cheeks color at that admission. My daughter, the goddess smiled indulgently. I promise you that men will desire you. Cece glanced down at her sexy curves. Oh, I get to keep her body? Gia's laughter rang throughout the cove. What was hers is yours, Undine. Oh. Cece's mouth rounded in wonder. She was going to be beautiful, incredibly, amazingly, as gorgeous as Marilyn Monroe beautiful. You must appear to be a princess who has survived a shipwreck. Gia's words were coming quickly now that the decision was made. But Gia held up her hand, cutting off Cece's question. I am afraid I must create a storm. She looked narrowly at Cece. You can swim? Yes, but not very. Again, the goddess cut her off. Good. Gia paced while she spoke to Cece in a matter-of-fact, instructional tone. Feign loss of memory. You should even appear desperate to find your family. Cece wanted to ask how she was supposed to find true love based on lies and amnesia, but there was no interrupting the goddess. That desperation is why you must insist on staying near the ocean, so that messages can be more easily sent and received, and I will be certain that you come to shore in a place surrounded by water. Gia's gaze was piercing. But do not forget that in truth, you must stay near the water, or you will perish. The goddess softened. But you will already know that, child. You will ache for the water. Just be wise when you change your form. Do not let yourself be seen, and always stay close to the shore where you will be under my protection. If Sarpedion traps you away from my shores, I cannot aid you."
"But you will be with me when I'm on the land."
Cece's voice sounded panicky. "I will be watching you." The goddess smiled softly. "Remember to wear your amulet. I will always be there when you truly have need of me, but you must choose your own path, Undine. Be sure to choose wisely." Before doubts could overwhelm her, Cece said,
"I'll try my best."
"Are you ready, Undine?" the goddess asked. Cece fought back the nervousness that threatened to overwhelm her. She almost changed her mind and begged the goddess to let her stay in the protected cove where she knew she would be safe and loved. But she wasn't a fish in a bowl, and she'd already left one life that had been too small to contain her when she joined the Air Force. Was this really so different?
"I'm ready, Mother,"
she said resolutely. "Then know my blessing as well as my love goes with you." The goddess stepped away from the water and walked back to the greenery that lined the sandy shore. Once surrounded in living plants, she turned and faced the ocean. Lifting her arms over her head, she began to speak, and Cece shivered as the power of the goddess's words filled the cove. "I call upon the elements I command. Air that blows over and through me, ever present and ever blessed. Fire that is fed and brought to life by me, a true partner and respected friend. And earth, my body and soul, it is through you that my child was born, and to you she shall someday return." As the air around Gia started to glow, Cece could feel the lower half of her body begin to tingle. "With this earth spell, I protect my own. I command that only true love will complete it, and only death can break it. So have I spoken. So shall it be." The glow that had been surrounding Gia exploded, hurling its brightness outward and directly at Cece. She closed her eyes and threw her hands over her face just before she was enveloped in a blinding flash of color and sensation. She could tell she was being pulled into the air, and her body felt as if it was on fire. Cece could see nothing, and she was deafened by a cacophony of shrieking wind. Time had no meaning. She tried to scream Gia's name, but the words were ripped from her mouth, lost in an unnatural gale of noise and light. And then she was plunged back into the water. Only her body didn't obey her with the awesome power of a mermaid. This time, she could feel her human legs kicking feebly against the angry current as she struggled for the surface. She couldn't breathe, and her lungs screamed. Finally, she broke through the surface and gulped air. The sky was black and bruised-looking. Waves crashed over her head, making her sputter and choke. The peaceful cove was nowhere in sight, nor was her dolphin friend or the goddess. She could see an unfamiliar shoreline a daunting distance away from her. Trying to keep a growing sense of panic at bay, she started swimming for land. The skies opened and rain began to pelt her. A white-capped wave hit her, and Cece was slammed under the water. She clawed for the surface and realized that in the liquid blackness, she couldn't tell which direction was up. All rational thought fled her mind, and panic surged through her as she flailed helplessly in the drowning darkness. Strong hands gripped her by the waist and lifted her, holding her above the seething water so that she could suck air into her burning lungs. She coughed and gagged, vomiting the seawater she had been unable to keep herself from swallowing. Her body shook uncontrollably. She could feel hands holding her waist securely. Her naked back was pressed firmly against the hard muscles of a man's chest. She could feel his deep, even breathing. She thought that he had to be standing on firm ground to be able to support her so well. With shaking hands, she rubbed her eyes clear of salt water expecting to see the shore close before her. Instead, it was still a too distant line of darkness. Confused, Cece twisted around to find that she was being held in the arms of an oddly familiar stranger. His wild black hair hung in runnels around his shoulders. He didn't speak, but his sable-colored eyes were fixed intently on her. Questions surged through Cece's mind. How could he look familiar to her? Hadn't Gia sent her to a medieval world? Had the goddess made a mistake? And then realization hit her with a rush of dizzy wonder. He looked familiar because he reminded her of the man from her dream, the one who had called to her so desperately the night she had summoned the goddess and danced in the rain. Fascinated, Cece stared at him. His broad chest was bare and smooth and felt hard and warm against her naked breasts. The corded muscles of his arms flexed with the effort of holding her above the surface. But instead of being able to feel the muscles of a man's legs against her own bare legs, the lower half of her body was pressed firmly against a single expanse of slick, warm flesh that flexed and beat steadily against the current. She glanced down. Even through the swirling water, she could see the orange and gold brilliance of his thick, banded tail. Chapter 8. Cece gasped with shock. The thought that flooded her mind was that she had to escape, and she pushed violently against his chest, kicking her way free of his arms. Instantly, another wave battered her, pulling her under the water again. When she felt his hands on her, she forced herself to be calm and to quell the overwhelming urge to fight. She allowed him to lift her back to the surface. This time, instead of holding her securely against his chest, he grasped her waist and held his arms straight out from his body, keeping her as far from him as he could. Cece could see his thick tail beating hard against the water below, keeping them afloat. "If you do not allow me to help you, you will drown." His deep voice sounded surprisingly gentle. "Your new body cannot breathe under the water." "Who are you?" she asked breathlessly, pulling her water-soaked hair forward to cover her naked breasts. "I am called Dylan." "I won't go back to Sarpedon." The merman's brows came together, and he shook his head. "I am no friend to the son of Lear." "He didn't send you here?" She couldn't stop shivering. "No." The word was clipped. "Did Gia?" He shook his head. "How?" she started to ask, but he broke in urgently. "Undine, I must get you to land." He paused and looked deeply into her eyes. "It would be best if you would put your arms around my shoulders. He hesitated again, trying to catch his breath. Then he continued with an apologetic shrug. "I do not have the strength to carry you to shore as I am holding you now." And he obviously didn't. His breath was coming in gasps, and the muscles in his arms were tight and quivering. Cece could see the effort it was costing him to keep them afloat in the choppy waters. She looked at him more carefully. If he had been human, he would have been a tall man. The merman's torso was well defined. His arms were powerful, and his flat abdomen rippled with strength. But he didn't have the bulky cords of muscles that had packed Sarpedon's frame. Nor did he have the other merman's overwhelming size. Obviously, mer creatures came in different shapes and strengths, just like people. "I give you my oath that I will not harm you, Undine." Dylan spoke the words slowly and clearly, enunciating carefully around his ragged breathing. "Look." He shifted one hand from her waist, causing her to slip a little way down in the water. He grasped her arm, still keeping her head and shoulders above the water, and with his other hand, he reached toward her breasts. "Stop!" Cece jerked back. "You misunderstand," he assured her quickly. "I wish only to touch the amulet of the goddess.
If it does not burn me, you will see that I have no desire to harm you."
Cece held very still as the merman's hand moved slowly between her breasts. He cupped the amber teardrop in his palm. Nothing happened. Dylan let the amulet fall from his hand and held his palm open for her inspection. It was unmarked.
"Do you believe me now, Princess Undine?" he asked.
She nodded. "What do you want me to do?"
"Hold on to my shoulders and rest your body against my back. Then I can swim under the water while you remain above the surface."
"Okay,"
she said, fighting back her fear. "Come then."
Still holding her securely by the arm, he pulled her toward him and turned so that she was facing his broad back. His skin was tan and flawless. His hair fell thick and heavy past his shoulders. It was wet, and it glistened like a raven's wing. He slipped down in the water so that she could easily reach his shoulders. She hesitated, afraid to touch him. "He's just trying to help me," she told herself, and forced her hands to grasp the rounded tops of his shoulders.
"You must hold tightly."
He turned his head and spoke over his shoulder. "I'm trying," Cece said. Her hands felt numb, and they didn't seem to want to obey her. Her lips were cold, and the skin on her arms looked unnaturally pale. Dylan reached around and with his forearm held her firmly against him. The length of Cece's naked body was pressing to the back of the merman. She could feel his muscles tensing against her. His breathing was rough, and his skin felt incredibly warm against her chilled flesh. He turned his head again, and their eyes met. Hers were wide with shock. His were dark with unspoken emotion.
"You have nothing to fear. I will not let you fall," he said simply.
A strong thrust of his tail sent the merman forward. He ducked his head under the water and began swimming just below the surface. Cece clung to his back, struggling to breathe as waves slapped her face. Against her body, she could feel the rhythmic beat of the merman's tail as it propelled them toward the shoreline. As they neared the shore, the rain stopped. The sky began to clear and the waves quieted. Within minutes, it was as if there had never been a raging storm. Dylan swam around jutting clumps of coral and rocks until Cece could see that the shoreline was just a few yards from them. With a graceful flick of his tail, he lifted his torso out of the water. Cece still clung, gasping to his back. Hesitantly, as if he didn't want to stop touching her, he unwrapped his arm from around Cece. Her feet found the sandy bottom, and she let go of his shoulders. The instant her feet met land, she felt an electric tingling throughout her body, and there was a burst of incredible light. Threads of brightness obscured her vision, like she had been trapped in a glowing spider's web. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the light show ended. Cece was standing in water that came just below her breasts, and her body felt somehow different. She looked down at herself and gasped. She was clothed in layers upon layers of cloth that created a beautiful dress, which sparkled and shimmered with the exact colors that had been in her mermaid's tail. The fabric was heavy and wet, but Cece could still see the intricate needlework that covered almost every inch of it. Her fingers and wrists were covered with rings and bracelets. She shook her head in wonder and felt dangling earrings brush against her neck. Her hair, too, felt unnaturally heavy, and Cece raised a hand to touch strands of jewels that had been magically woven within it and draped around her slender neck.
"The goddess Gia cares for her own,"
Dylan said. The merman's tail was curled under him so that it appeared that he was standing beside her. He had drifted a step away from her, as if to give the magic room to work, but he didn't seem surprised by the sudden manifestation of Cece's new wardrobe. "Thank you, Gia," Cece said aloud. She studied the thickly leafed trees lining the beach, but she didn't see any sign of the goddess. Then her gaze returned to the merman. "And thank you," she said. "I think I owe you my life." The sun had come out, and its rays were already warming her. She was exhausted, and her body felt like it was made of lead, but her uncontrollable shivering had stopped, and now that she was dressed, she didn't feel nearly as helpless. He shook off her thanks. "No, Undine. There is no debt between us. I only offered aid when it was needed." "Well, thank you anyway." Automatically, she offered her hand to him, and with only a slight hesitation he took it. But instead of shaking it, he lifted it slowly to his mouth and pressed it to his lips. Cece stopped breathing. Dylan's lips were warm, and that warmth traveled through her body, making the fine hairs on her arm rise in response. His eyes met hers, and Cece realized how darkly handsome he was. She found herself wanting to whisper, "I think I dreamed about you." But his gaze mesmerized her into silent breathlessness. He continued holding her hand in his, and she felt him stroke it gently with his thumb. Her skin tingled under his caress, and her breath came back in a rush. The smile on his full lips was reflected in his dark, expressive eyes. When he spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. "Undine, you are most well." A shout from the shore startled them. In one blink, Dylan dropped her hand and plunged head first, disappearing instantly beneath the waves. Cece turned to the shore in time to see, surging from the line of trees, a man riding a huge black horse. She took a step forward, and her feet became tangled in the thick skirts of her dress. She fell face first into the water, where she struggled and floundered impotently against the weight of her clothes. Before she could regain her feet, she was pulled roughly to the surface, swept up into the man's arms, and carried to the beach like a child. She coughed and wiped water from her eyes, thinking how extraordinarily tired she was of swallowing seawater. "You are safe now, my lady," the man said earnestly, placing her gently on the sand. He kneeled beside her. Thank you," Cece coughed. She looked up at him and couldn't help staring. He was dressed like she imagined an ancient knight would have been dressed. He wore a pointed helmet made of silver metal that left most of his face open, except for a studded nosepiece. A long tunic of gray chainmail covered him from torso to knees, leaving his thickly muscled legs bare. He had a huge sword strapped to his waist, and the scarlet cape that was tossed over his shoulders was held in place by a large pewter brooch in the shape of a roaring lion. Blonde hair escaped from under the helmet and curled around his shoulders. He looked like a young war god. But he wasn't looking at her. His attention was focused on the water. "My lady, were there no other survivors from your vessel?" "No," she said quickly. Then she remembered Gia's words and pressed her hand to her forehead, leaning heavily back as if she was on the edge of fainting. I don't know. I can't remember." She felt her body quiver with shock, and the sob that escaped her lips was suddenly very real. "I can't remember anything." He turned his attention back to her, and his eyes widened as his senses registered the beauty he held within his arms. "Forgive me, lady," he said hastily, patting her shoulder awkwardly. "You have been through a horrible ordeal. It is just that for a moment I thought I saw someone in the water with you." Two men on horseback burst through the tree line. The warrior shouted orders to them. "Martin, Gilbert, search the shore and the waters for other survivors. This lady is injured. I must get her to shelter." The two men saluted him and instantly obeyed his orders, but Cece couldn't help noticing the way their eyes kept snaking back to her. The way they looked at her made her feel like she was still naked. The man kneeling beside her seemed to notice their looks too, because he shifted his body to block her from their view.
"Can you ride?" he asked gently. Cece glanced at the gigantic black beast and gulped. Slung over its odd-looking curved pommel was a large silver shield that looked a little like a monstrous kite. The creature pawed dangerously. The only horse she'd ever ridden had been attached to a carousel, and that had been many years ago. "Not without help." She definitely wasn't pretending when her voice shook. In one motion, he scooped her from the sand and strode to the waiting horse, who snorted and shied at the waterlogged body in his master's arms. Without any warning, he tossed Cece into the saddle, then grabbed a handful of the stallion's thick, dark mane and vaulted up behind her. Leaning forward, he gathered the reins, kicked his heels into the horse's sides, and the stallion leapt forward. "Wait!" Cece felt a stab of panic as they headed into the forest and away from the ocean. Something inside of her wrenched, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. "Where are you taking me?" "Do not fear, my lady. There is a monastery not far from here. The good monks will give you aid." "But I can't leave the ocean," she said frantically. "My family." She broke off with a frightened sob. His arms tightened around her protectively as he thought of her lovely helplessness. He was unaccustomed to having a woman touch his emotions, but it felt as though this young woman's beauty had already cast a spell upon him. She most assuredly shook him. When he spoke, his voice was gruff, making his words sound harsh. "We are not leaving the ocean. Coldy Monastery is but a short distance up this coast." He forced himself to add a smile to his voice, trying to reassure her. "And it would be impossible for us to ride away from the ocean. Coldy Monastery is built on the island of Coldy. We are surrounded by the ocean." The man's words didn't seem to register to her battered brain. She couldn't stop her body from shaking. What had she gotten herself into? Where was Gia? They broke through the trees onto a dirt-packed road, and the warrior pointed his horse to the right. Clearing his throat and forcing himself to speak in a more soothing tone, he said, "My name is Sir Andras ap Carleon, eldest son of the great Lord Carleon. I am pleased to be of service to you, and I pledge that I will not allow any harm to befall you." His warm breath touched the side of her face. "May I be honored with your name?" Cece forced her eyes from the snatches of blue that she glimpsed through the trees. Her mind was in turmoil. She wanted nothing more than to shake free from the cage of the knight's arms and to hurl herself back into the ocean. "You will ache for the waters." Gia's words drifted through her memory as she struggled against the primitive urge that engulfed her. "Your name, lady?" the knight prompted. Cece breathed deeply, forcing herself to relax in his arms. The sun glinted through the trees that lined the dirt road, and as the stallion galloped forward, the play of light and shadow danced alluringly over the knight's silver helmet and golden hair. Cece felt another wave of overwhelming emotion. She had been rescued first by a creature from her dreams, and then by an authentic knight in shining armor. And through it all, her body ached and cried for the sea. "I am the Princess Undine, and I cannot leave the water," she whispered, closing her eyes and allowing her head to rest against the strength of his shoulder. A safe distance from shore, Dylan watched as a human man carried Undine away. His hands balled into fists, and he clenched his jaw until it ached. It didn't matter that he knew this was what she had always wanted. It didn't even matter that he knew the soul inside her body wasn't that of his childhood playmate, Undine. He still felt drawn to her. He remembered the look in her eyes when he had kissed her hand, and the hope that had filled him at her unexpected response to his touch. Watching her ride away, he felt like a piece of his body had been hacked from him. Through the trees, he could see that the horse had turned and was traveling parallel to the ocean. Ignoring his despair, he glided through the water, careful to keep her always within his sight. She may still have need of him. He had failed her at the grotto.
he would not fail her again. Chapter 9.
"This princess has been shipwrecked," the warrior shouted at the robed man standing nervously behind the barred doors. "I am Andras, son of Carleon. I demand entrance and sanctuary for this lady."
"I must get the abbot."
The little man scuttled quickly out of sight. Andras made a derisive sound through his nose, and the black stallion pawed restlessly. Cece closed her eyes on a wave of nausea. She could no longer see the ocean. The monastery had been built on the top of a cliff that dropped steeply to a rugged shoreline. Although out of sight, she could hear the waves crashing against the rocks below, and if she focused hard enough on the sound, it soothed her frayed nerves.
"Not much longer, Princess," Andras said. "Abbot William and my family are well acquainted. We will be admitted."
Cece wanted to say that she thought monks were supposed to help people, whether they knew their families or not, but she couldn't summon the energy to speak. She wanted to get her drenched clothes off and sleep for days, and not necessarily in that order. But most of all, she wanted the sea to quit calling to her.
"Andras, is that you, my son?"
A soft voice with an accent that sounded vaguely British called from within the walls of the monastery.
"Yes, Father. I am in need of your aid."
Of course," the voice said hastily. "Brother, unlock this gate and allow our friend entrance." Rusty hinges complained as the gate swung open. Cece tried to sit straighter, ashamed of her bedraggled appearance. But before she could even smooth her hair, Andras slid from the horse's back and pulled her down beside him. Cece was horrified to realize that she couldn't stand on her own. Her vision was blurred, and everything went cloudy and gray as her knees buckled. Instantly, the warrior lifted her into his arms.
"The princess needs rest and care. I found her washed ashore not far from here."
"Brother Peter, have the guest quarters readied for this lady, and have one of the sculleries attend to her." Cece could hear the scuffle of robes as the man hurried to do the abbot's bidding.
"Are there other survivors to follow, my son?"
Cece could feel the warrior shaking his head.
"Poor child."
The priest spoke quietly, but he made no attempt to mask the obvious curiosity in his voice.
"And you say she is a princess?" "She remembered her name, but I'm afraid she has not been able to say much else," Andras said.
"What is her name?"
"She is the Princess Undine."
Silence greeted the knight's words, and Cece wanted desperately to open her eyes and see the abbot's expression. But common sense warned her that it was best to keep up the pretense that she had fainted and was still unconscious.
"Undine?"
The man enunciated the name carefully.
"Are you quite certain she said Undine?"
"I believe so," Andras answered.
"Yes, I am certain she told me her name was the Princess Undine. Do you recognize that name, Father?"
"I only know that in some tongues an Undine is a spirit from the sea."
"How very odd."
"Abbot William,"
the first monk hurried back to them.
"The guest room is ready for the lady, and the scullery awaits."
"Let us get her safely within," Andras said. "There will be time to question names and such when she has recovered."
Cece could feel the warrior's eyes on her, and when he spoke, his lips were close to her ear.
"Look at her, Abbot. It is most certain that she is a princess."
Andras's arms tightened possessively around her.
"Let us not be deceived by beauty, my son."
The abbot's voice was condescending.
"But you are correct. She must rest before we can expect her to speak. Follow me to the guest quarters."
Cece rested her head against Andras's shoulder, slitting her eyes to try and catch a glimpse of her surroundings. She saw the green of the grass as they crossed some kind of courtyard, and she was surprised to note the fading light. It was obviously dusk, but it had seemed like only minutes had passed since she had been pulled ashore by the merman. Her hand twitched in remembrance. Surely that wasn't his kiss that she still felt warming her skin. When they entered the monastery, the heels of Andros's shoes rang against the stone of the floor, and all Cece could see through her half-closed eyes was the gray of the stone walls in a dark, narrow corridor. "Through that door, my son," the priest instructed. "Leave her on the bed. The maid will care for her." Andros put her gently on a hard, cot-like bed and reluctantly released his hold on her. Cece curled onto her side, careful to keep her eyes closed.
"Isabel!"
Abbot William's voice was hard and cold when he addressed the maid.
"Get her some water with which to wash, and one of the good brother's robes to wear, until her own clothing can be cleaned and dried. If she can take sustenance, offer her some broth and watered wine. Then come report her progress to me."
"Yes, Abbot."
Cece could hear the rustle of the servant's skirts as she curtsied and rushed out of the room.
"Let us have our own dinner, my son. There will be ample time to speak with the child tomorrow."
The priest's voice lost its hard edge when he spoke to the knight.
"Your princess is in excellent hands, and as you said, she must rest."
The door closed securely behind them. Cece breathed a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. The room was small and barren. The walls were made of thick gray stone. Cece hugged herself, feeling a chill that the newly lit fire did little to dispel. The room held only a small hard bed that was covered with a scratchy brown blanket and a narrow dresser on which was placed a large plain bowl made of brown pottery. Over the head of the bed hung the only decoration in the room, a wooden crucifix, which was bare except for pointed splinters of wood, resembling nails, that had been driven into it where Christ's hands and feet would have hung. She squinted and stepped closer to the crucifix. During her years in the Air Force, she had attended church services on several bases for many different denominations, everything from Baptist to Methodist, Protestant to Catholic. But she had never seen anything like that nail-decorated cross. Something about the barren crucifix made her feel very alone. A breath of fresh air blew into the small room and ruffled her hair. Cece breathed deeply, savoring a scent that was at once magical and familiar. She took another deep breath. The air was filled with salt and water and life. Desire flooded her. As if she followed the sound of an imaginary Pied Piper, her face turned to the wall farthest from the door. High up on that wall was cut a narrow window slit, probably less than 3 feet wide. Cece's body went still as she breathed in the odors of the sea. She could hear the rush of the waves against the shore. She could almost feel the warm fingers of water against her body. An image came to her of Dylan pressing her hand to his lips. She touched the back of that hand, remembering the jolt of feeling his caress had caused. The door opened, and Cece jumped guiltily. A small, stooped woman wearing a dress made of rough, nondescript brown wool limped into the room. Her face was so heavily wrinkled that it almost looked deformed. Cece thought that she had to be the ugliest woman she had ever seen. In one skeletal hand, she balanced a tray which held a pitcher, a goblet, and a bowl. In the other, she clutched a folded piece of material. Her body jerked in surprise when she saw that Cece was awake and instantly dropped into a nervous, lopsided curtsy, sloshing some of the red liquid out of the goblet.
"Oh, I am so sorry, Princess."
She lurched over to the dresser, pushing the tray onto the top of it. In her haste, she almost knocked over the bowl that was already sitting there.
"I am afraid you startled me. I thought you would be asleep."
Her voice was low and whispery and creaked with age. "It's me who should be sorry," Cece said quickly, covering her shock at the woman's appearance. "I didn't mean to frighten you." The old woman ducked her head and wouldn't meet her eyes. She curtsied awkwardly again, then stood nervously plucking at her skirt with her free hand. Cece waited for her to say something, but she just stood, looking like she couldn't decide if she wanted to faint or run. Cece cleared her throat and gestured at the goblet that was still on the tray. In a gentle voice, she said, "I really am very thirsty."
"Yes, of course, my lady."
In a shaky motion, the woman yanked the goblet from the tray and held it out to Cece, who took it with a grateful smile and drank deeply. It was wine watered with cool water, and it was sweet and delicious.
"If the princess will allow me to help her disrobe, I will take her garments to be cleaned and dried."
She shook out the material with her gnarled hands, and it became a towel-sized cloth and a long robe.
"I will help you wash the salt water from your body. Then you can wear this robe until your clothes have dried."
Cece looked down at her dress, which was really several dresses, each layered over the top of the other. Even wet, the skirts hung gracefully, and the long, full sleeves ended in embroidered points that almost dragged the floor. The outfit was certainly beautiful, but she didn't see one zipper or one hook. She had no idea how she would get out of it without the woman's help, and she was honestly too tired to care. "Please," Cece said gratefully, "I would appreciate your help." Cece's legs felt shaky as she stood. The old woman moved quickly behind her. Cece could feel her tugging and pulling at laces and ties as she stripped several layers of damp clothing from her body. When Cece was left with only a white shift made of almost translucent linen, the woman averted her eyes hastily.
"I give you my word that I will not look upon my lady's body. I will just hold and rinse the washing cloth for you, if my lady would like to clean under her chemise."
Cece was baffled. Clean under her chemise? But the thing was wet, salty, and just plain disgusting. Cece's tired brain felt foggy. How was she supposed to clean herself with her clothes on? "I need to take this wet thing off. Then I can clean myself and put the robe on," Cece said, feeling stupid for having to say the obvious aloud. The woman sounded shocked.
"You would wear the robe with no underclothing?"
Cece ran her hand down the front of the shift, where it was beginning to dry and crinkle with sea brine. "What is your name?" Cece asked. The old woman gave her an owlish look, and her eyes almost disappeared in the wrinkled folds.
"Isabel."
"Isabel?" Cece said calmly. "This shift needs to be cleaned. I need to be cleaned. Both things can't happen together. Now, we're both women, so it's fine with me if you see me naked." Cece gave her a weary smile. "I really do appreciate your help, and I don't mean to offend you, but I'm afraid if I don't get this wet thing off and sit down pretty soon, I'm going to fall down." Isabel's eyes widened even farther, and with jerky movements, she turned around, poured the water from the pitcher into the bowl, dunked the cloth in the water, and then, without looking at Cece, she handed her the dripping cloth. "Thank you," Cece said. What a ridiculous attitude, Cece thought as she washed herself. The woman had literally looked horrified at the thought of seeing another woman's naked body. Cece remembered the silky green gown the goddess had been wearing. It had done little to hide Gia's erotic, voluptuous curves, and Undine's mermaid form had only been clothed in skin. What was it the goddess had said? Something about priests being afraid of beauty? Cece pulled over her head the robe of rough, undyed wool, the color of parchment, and grimaced as it scraped against her bare breasts. She looked down at her own lush body, now engulfed and almost completely sexless within the enshrouding robe. A sliver of unease pierced her. Didn't she remember reading in one of her college humanities texts something about medieval people believing that the naked body, especially the naked female body, was sinful and inherently evil?
"Are you covered, my lady?"
Isabel asked. "Yes, completely," Cece said, trying to keep the worry out of her voice. Isabel turned around and studied her.
Shall I dress your hair back, princess? It is most unseemly that it is left all."
Here she paused and gestured helplessly with wizened hands to her own hair that was pulled severely back and covered with a plain white headdress.
"Free."
Automatically, Cece reached up, letting her hand skim through the thick length of the heavy tresses that reached to her waist. She could feel the jewels Gia had magically entwined throughout her hair. The thought of hiding that wondrous hair and the generous gifts from her goddess mother made Cece's stomach tighten. "No," she said. "I think I'll leave it as it is tonight." Isabel gave her a dark look and opened her mouth to argue. Before she could speak, Cece smiled sweetly at the old woman. "It is the way of my people for maidens to wear their hair free." Now where had that come from? Cece thought, but she was glad she had said it, even if the effort it had taken to stand up to Isabel had sapped all of her remaining strength. Her knees felt wobbly, and all of a sudden, she found herself sitting down hard on the bed while the room spun around her.
"My lady,"
Isabel's voice was back to being kind and subservient.
"you are exhausted. Here, this broth will help you to regain your strength."
Isabel put the bowl in her hands, and Cece sipped the warm liquid, surprised at how wonderful it tasted. When the bowl was empty, Isabel took it from her and gathered Cece's damp clothing.
"Sleep now, my lady. You will feel better in the morning."
Without another word, the maid shuffled out. Cece thought she heard a bolt being drawn on the door, but she was too tired to care. She fell asleep listening to the soothing sound of waves lapping against the distant shore. Chapter 10. The clean scent of the sea teased her awake. Without opening her eyes, she breathed deeply. The room was very quiet. Somewhere in the distance, Cece could hear the bleating of sheep, punctuated with the call of gulls and the crash of waves on rock. She felt her body tremble with need. That's where she should be. That's where she wanted to be. The ache was lodged deep within her, like an unbearable secret. She opened her eyes, and her gaze was instantly drawn to the window. She rose unsteadily, as if her legs weren't exactly sure how they should work, and tottered to stand under the high open window. Even with the height of her new body stretched as tall as it could, she couldn't quite see out. Cece looked around the barren room. There was a large chamber pot that had been placed next to the bed. Thankfully, it was empty. She dragged it over to the window and turned it upside down. Grasping the window ledge for balance, she stepped up. The wall of her room made it part of the outside wall of the monastery, and it faced directly out to the ocean. The view was breathtaking. Under her window there was only a few feet of open ground. Then it looked like the earth fell away, and a steep cliff dropped to give way to the majesty of the ocean. Cece could see the rocky shoreline below, and the frothy caps of the playful waves. Her knuckles whitened as she clung to the window ledge, forcing herself to ignore her body's insistent longing. 2 quick knocks against the door forced her attention away from the window, and she hurried clumsily to put the chamber pot back in its place. "Yes?" she called as she sat on the bed.
"It is Isabel, my lady."
The door opened slowly, and the woman limped into the room, giving Cece a tentative smile.
"I see you look well rested."
"I feel much better." Cece was happy to see that Isabel carried a bundle of her newly cleaned and dried clothing.
"Abbot William asks that you join him for the evening meal, if you are recovered enough."
Cece's stomach growled, and she realized suddenly that she was starving. "Do I have to wait for evening to eat?" Isabel looked surprised.
"It is evening now."
Cece felt a rush of foreboding. "How long have I been asleep?"
"You have slept for 2 nights and into the evening of the 2nd day,"
Isabel answered,
If you allow me to help you dress, you can join the abbot immediately."
Almost as if she was detached from her body, Cece let Isabel help her into the gown. No wonder her body ached so badly. This was the third night. She had to find a way to get to the water tonight so she could change back into her mermaid form. Just the thought of that transformation made her heart hammer against her chest.
"There, my lady,"
Isabel said as she tied the last of the laces.
"Please follow me."
They left the room and turned down the long, dark corridor that Cece had glimpsed between half-closed eyes 2 days before. She was relieved that the more she walked, the stronger her legs felt, because even though Isabel moved with remarkable agility for an old, lame woman, Cece had to struggle to keep up with her. They stepped out of the hall and headed across a grassy courtyard, at the far side of which was the closed gate through which Cece had arrived. Directly in the middle of the courtyard was a large, round well, made of the same ponderous gray stone as was the rest of the monastery. As they walked by it, Cece felt a rush of cold air, and she was overcome with dizziness.
"Princess Undine!"
Isabel called in alarm when she noticed her charge was no longer beside her. Cece rubbed a hand over her eyes.
"I feel strange."
Isabel's arm went around Cece's waist.
"You are still weak from your ordeal. Let me help you."
The two women stumbled forward together. After a few steps, the dizziness passed, and Cece was able to walk on her own again. She thought she must be so hungry her glucose levels were messing with her equilibrium, and she sniffed the air hopefully, trying to catch a whiff of something cooking. They left the courtyard through a low, arched doorway and entered a room that was filled with long wooden picnic tables. Seated at the tables were monks, all dressed in the same drab, cream-colored woolen robes, belted with huge wooden rosary beads. Cece quickly estimated that there were probably 20 or 30 monks in the room, but it was unnaturally silent for a room filled with that many people. The only sound of conversation came from the head table, at which sat a slightly built man whose robes were brilliant crimson instead of cream, 2 monks in the more typical lightly colored robes, and the knight, Sir Andras. The instant the knight saw her, he leapt to his feet and hurried to her side. Cece was struck anew by his strong, masculine features and his easy charm. "Princess Undine," he said, taking her hand and kissing it gallantly. "I am pleased to see you looking so well." He linked her hand through his arm and led her to his table. "Princess, I am honored to present you to an old family friend, Abbot William. Caldy is his monastery." Instead of greeting Cece, the abbot ignored her and smiled warmly at Andras. "Sir Andras, truly Caldy belongs to you as well as to me. It was your great father who gifted it to our holy order. I would be pleased if you thought of Caldy as your home while you visit us." Finally his gaze shifted to Cece, and all traces of warmth instantly died. Something about the coolness of the man's expression told Cece not to offer him her hand. Instead, she decided it would be best to drop into a quick, impromptu curtsy. "I'm pleased to meet you, Abbot William. Thank you so much for your hospitality." The abbot was a short, slender man with well-defined features and a severely receding hairline. His hands were very white, small and soft-looking, and Cece noticed that he liked to use them to punctuate his gestures when he spoke. He wore a large square ring on the middle finger of his right hand, which he tended to hold solicitously straight, like he was afraid it might slip off. The square, rust-colored stone that was set in the middle of the ring caught the dim light in the dining room and winked with a fierce brilliance. But the priest's most striking feature was his eyes, which were an unusual shade of brilliant blue. Cece thought that he would have been considered a nice-looking man had his expression not been so pinched and hard-looking. "The pleasure is mine." The priest's smile was tight.
please join us?" He gestured at an empty place setting across from him. "You must be hungry." Andras returned to his seat next to Abbot William. The other two monks sitting at the table nodded briefly at her, and then returned to their meal. An old woman hurried up and ladled a generous portion of aromatic stew onto Cece's plate. When she smiled her thanks at her, the woman shot her a surprised look before she rushed away. "There have been no other survivors found, Princess." Abbot William's voice was soft and seemed gentle, but when Cece met his eyes, his expression was flat and guarded. She forced herself to take a bite of the stew and chewed carefully, buying time as she tried to choose how best to respond to this intimidating-looking stranger. She had never been a very good liar, and her 7 years in the Air Force had only reinforced her dislike for lies. Dishonesty led to problems, usually career-ending problems. She had decided early on that it was better to tell the truth and deal with the consequences than to be a dishonorable person. Unfortunately, she thought, that lesson was not much help in her current situation. She glanced at Abbot William. She had a feeling that telling him the truth would probably get her burned at the stake. The next best choice was to stick as close to the truth as she could. Swallowing, she said, "I am sorry to hear that, Abbot. I was hoping another survivor could help me remember more about my past." "Then you still have not regained your memory?" Sir Andras asked. Leaning forward, he reached across the table and took her hand. At Andras's gesture, Cece saw a dark flicker in the priest's eyes. Now there was definitely a man who had issues with women. Major issues. Cece didn't want to antagonize the priest, but Gia had made it clear to her that she had to find a man to love her. Right now, Andras was her best, if not only, chance at that. And, she admitted to herself, the knight was certainly handsome and obviously interested in her. In the back of her mind, the memory of the merman's kiss lingered enticingly, but she pushed it away. Gia had said man, not merman. And beside that, Dylan was long gone somewhere out at sea and could be of no help to her. Trying her best to ignore Abbot William's hateful look, she smiled warmly at the warrior and squeezed his hand before releasing it. Cece squinted, like she was trying hard to think. "No, I remember my name, but I can't remember much else." She bit her bottom lip. "I don't even know what year it is." She blinked innocently at them while her heart raced. "It is the year of our Lord, 1014. You are on the island of Cordy, near the mainland of Cumbria." The abbot's voice was as hard as his eyes. Cece gulped, trying not to show her shock at hearing it confirmed that she was, indeed, smack in the middle of the European Dark Age. She flashed the abbot a grateful smile. "Thank you. The more I know, the more I might be able to remember." She paused. "I do also remember a terrible storm and a giant wind." She let her eyes widen. "It picked me up and dropped me into the ocean. I remember I was drowning," Cece said truthfully, and reached for a goblet of wine with shaking hands. "After such a horrible ordeal, it is understandable that your memory has fled," Andras said quickly. "Can you remember nothing more about your journey, Princess Undine?" Abbot William enunciated her name carefully. "Or perhaps why you were so near our island?" Cece could feel his eyes studying her, and she forced herself to meet them while she shook her head sadly. "No, I wish I could." "And you can remember nothing about your family, nor your home country?" Cece couldn't tell which irritated her more, his fluttery hand gestures or the cruel edge to his condescending tone. The modern woman in her wanted to snap at him to stop being such a jerk, but she quickly squelched that impulse. She wasn't in the modern world.
She was in ancient Wales, and this man was providing her sanctuary. And wasn't it perfectly natural for him to be wary of her? She had literally washed up at his doorstep. He really knew nothing about her. She met his cold blue eyes with a sweet, apologetic smile. "I remember my name, and that my parents love me very much. I truly wish I could remember more." Then she added, "I am sure that my family will be looking for me, and that they will reward anyone who has helped me." The priest pressed his lips together, their edges turned up in a parody of a smile. "Those of us who have chosen the priesthood seek a reward that cannot be found in this world." "Of course not, Abbot," Cece agreed quickly, stung again at the man's cold, disdainful tone. "I didn't mean to imply anything except that I'm sure my family will be very grateful to you for helping me." "I will send inquiries to the nearby ports on the mainland. Perhaps there will be word of your family there," the knight said. "You won't leave, will you?" Cece asked. She definitely didn't want to be left alone with the abbot. Sir Andras took her hand again and smiled. "I have pledged to be your protector. If you would have me stay, I will send my men in my stead." Not looking at the priest, Cece nodded. "I would like that." "Yes." Abbot William's tone was ingratiating. "I would welcome your visit. I get so little news from inland, and you haven't told me what brought you to our island." Andra shrugged nonchalantly. "My father was holding tournament, and as a boon to a friend, I agreed to complete a quest to the sea." Then he smiled warmly at the abbot. "When my quest took me near Caldy, I knew I could not continue until I had ferried here and greeted my old teacher." Then he turned his gaze to Cece. "And how was I to know that my sea quest would yield such a treasure?" "Ah, the Carleon tournament." Abbot William's eyes sparkled, and he pointedly ignored Andras's last comment. "How well I remember those fine games. You must tell me of all who attended." While the priest monopolized Andras's conversation, Cece concentrated on eating, glad that for the moment she didn't have to fabricate any more answers. As often as she could, without seeming ridiculously obvious, she sneaked looks at the warrior. He was definitely a gorgeous man. Today he wasn't wearing the chainmail or the silver helmet. Instead, a plain brown tunic made of fine linen draped over his strong body and belted at his waist. Cece had a hard time stopping herself from staring. She just wasn't used to seeing such a blatant display of male muscles and strength. Yes, there were handsome, well-built men in the military, but they didn't just sit around partially bare and bulging, unless they were working out at the base gym. And this certainly wasn't a gym. She also wasn't used to the way Andras kept looking at her. If she had been having a hard time remembering that the body in which her soul resided was a beautiful stranger's, this handsome knight's blatantly appreciative glances were all the reminder she needed. Their eyes met, and Cece felt color heat her cheeks as she realized he had been speaking to her, and she didn't have any idea what he was saying. "I'm sorry, Sir Andras. My mind was elsewhere. What did you say?" "I asked if you would consent to take a short walk with me before retiring to your chamber." "Do you think that is wise?" Abbot William asked, in a voice that Cece thought was just a little too tinged with sarcasm to be considered concerned for her welfare. "The princess has yet to recover from her ordeal." Cece wiped her mouth on her napkin and stood. "Thank you for your concern, Abbot, but I think a walk would do me good. I believe in exercise." "Does that mean that you are remembering more about your life, princess?" the priest shot back. "No," Cece said, smiling energetically into his frozen eyes. "It means I'm healthy." Placing her hand on the arm Andras held out to her, She inclined her head graciously to the priest. "Thank you for the lovely meal." In a swirl of skirts, Cece allowed the warrior to lead her from the dining room. "Shall we walk around the courtyard, Princess?" Andras asked. Cece looked across the green expanse to the closed iron gate. The perfect lawn was broken only by the large stone well, which sat in the middle of the courtyard. A breeze stirred the air around them, and Cece breathed in the alluring scent of salt water. "Actually, Sir Andras, I would like to see the view." She looked determinedly toward the gate. "Oh." He sounded surprised, but recovered quickly. "Certainly, Princess." "I would like it if you called me Undine," Cece said as they started across the courtyard. "I would be honored. Undine." He looked intimately into her eyes as he repeated her name. "And it would please me if you did not address me formally, but simply called me by my Christian name, Andras." "Then I will." They smiled at one another. They were walking by the well when a sharp chill passed through Cece. It was so intense that it was painful, and she felt the blood drain from her face. Her knees felt weak, and she tripped. If it hadn't been for Andras's strong arm, she would have fallen. "Undine, what is it?" "I just need fresh air," she managed to whisper, and the knight helped her over to the gate. After walking a few feet, the chill left her, and she could feel the color coming back into her face. What was wrong with her? Was this part of her body longing for its true form? Cece didn't think so. This feeling was different from the ache that seemed planted permanently within her. "Perhaps Abbot William was right. You are not recovered enough for our walk." Andras's eyes were bright with worry. "No, I'm better now. I was just feeling a little dizzy. I want to walk. The exercise will be good for me. And if I keep a hold of you, I'm sure I'll be fine." She smiled and squeezed his arm. He placed a warm hand over hers. "Then I will simply have to be certain you do not release your hold on me." Trying to shake off the creepy feeling that seemed to have rooted itself in her spine, she walked forward. Andras unbolted and opened the gate for her. The road that led to the front gate was lined with tall, exotic-looking pines, and it looked vaguely familiar, like Cece had visited it in a dream. But it wasn't the road or the trees that interested her. Like a homing pigeon, her feet found a little path that hugged the side of the monastery's outer wall. She pulled Andras with her. "Undine, this path can be dangerous. It leads to the face of the cliff. The drop to the ocean is treacherous." "I'll be careful," she promised breathlessly. She had to force herself to walk slowly when everything within her wanted to rush around the bend in the path and drink in the sight of the ocean. Finally, they turned the corner, and Cece felt a thrill of pleasure. The endless ocean was swallowing a huge, shimmering sun, which painted the waters with gold and amber. Like giant teeth, rocks peppered the rugged shoreline, and even in the fading light, Cece could see the foamy caps of the crashing waves. She wanted to climb down the steep side of the cliff and let the water carry her body away. Then the never-ending aching inside of her would stop. She would be where she belonged. "It is so beautiful," Cece said, unable to hide the longing in her voice. "Yes, I have never seen anything as beautiful." Andras's voice had deepened, and she pulled her eyes from the ocean to see that he was staring intently at her. Something moved within his eyes, and his gaze flared with a heat that took Cece completely by surprise. With a choked moan, he grasped the hand that she had wrapped through his arm and lifted it to his lips. Closing his eyes, he kissed her hand as if he was dying of thirst, and her skin was water. His lips were warm and soft, and Cece appreciated the passion he was demonstrating. She studied the strong lines of his handsome face and enjoyed the way his chest flexed as his breathing deepened. But that was it. His touch awakened nothing inside of her except a detached appreciation for his masculine beauty. Andras raised his face from her hand, and his eyes captured hers. Lust flared so blatantly there that for a moment they glowed with an unnatural light. It even seemed his features shifted and darkened. His breath came in ragged gasps. Cece felt a tremor of foreboding. This man wasn't the chivalrous knight who had rescued her and pledged his protection. He was a powerful stranger whose expression was filled with barely controlled lust. Cece gasped at the change in him. Instantly, a shadow lifted from the knight's eyes. He dropped Cece's hand and took a step away from her, blinking in confusion. "Forgive me, princess," he said, mopping a hand across his brow like he had been sweating profusely. "I did not mean to take advantage of you."
"You didn't take advantage of me. You just kissed my hand,"
Cece said nervously, trying to keep her tone light.
"If I frightened you," he started to say, but Cece interrupted him.
"No, you just surprised me."
She was relieved that he appeared to be himself again, but she continued to watch him carefully. He looked dazed, like he had just awakened from a bad dream. Again, Cece felt a tremor of warning shiver through her stomach.
"You are not angry with me?" the knight asked.
"No, I am not angry."
"Then you will forgive me? I assure you that my behavior is not usually so dishonorable."
"There is nothing to forgive. You only kissed my hand."
But even as she said it, a part of her mind whispered that there had been more to the knight's actions than an impulsive kiss.
"Thank you, my lady,"
Andras said, inclining his head in a small bow.
"Would you care to continue our walk?"
he asked hesitantly. Cece glanced down the path and then back at the knight. She really did need to continue their walk. It was the third night. She had to study the land around the monastery and figure out how she was going to get to the ocean. The knight appeared to be his normal, gallant self again. His eyes had quit flashing, and his breathing was back to normal. Maybe she had overreacted. After all, she hadn't had very many men react so passionately to her. Okay, she admitted, she had never had a man react so passionately to her. And wasn't she supposed to be finding true love? How the heck was she going to do that if she ran from a man's desire? Get a grip on yourself, Sarge. Cece took a deep, steadying breath.
"Yes, I would very much like to continue our walk."
Almost reluctantly, he offered her his arm and they continued walking down the path, which curved gently until they came to an area where the cliffside dropped away, almost directly under their feet. Cece halted there, staring out at the beckoning sea. Andras didn't speak, and Cece pretended to watch the sunset, the knight's presence almost forgotten as her mind raced with possibilities. Behind them, the monastery sat dark and silent. The view from where she was standing was familiar enough that Cece was sure that one of the windows on the nearby wall must be the window to her room. Rocks and fallen logs rested against the side of the monastery. Climbing in and out of her window would not be impossible. She studied the face of the rocky cliff. From her room, it had looked too sheer and imposing to scale, but now that she was closer, she could see that it was riddled with little trails that crisscrossed down to the ocean. In the distance, she could hear the ever-present sound of bleating sheep and silently thank them for liking to climb rocky cliffs. If she was careful, she could use the trails to get down to the water. As if echoing her thoughts, in a last burst of light, the sun sank into the ocean.
"We should return, Undine,"
Andras said. Cece nodded reluctantly and let him lead her back the way they had come. She was so busy considering all that she would need to do that night that she was surprised when she and Andras had stepped in front of the door to her room.
Thank you for the honor of your company this evening, Undine." His motions were formal as he bowed to her. He turned to leave so quickly that she had to reach out and grab his arm to stop him. At her touch, he stiffened, but he turned back to her.
"I haven't thanked you for saving me."
She stretched up on her toes so that she could kiss his cheek softly.
"Thank you."
His frozen look thawed a little, and he smiled at her.
"I am only glad my actions have brought you into my life."
Cece knew that then would be the right time to say something encouraging to the knight, but the memory of the change that had come over him earlier still seemed to hang in the air between them. When she spoke, all that she could make herself say was,
"Good night, Andras. Could you please send Isabel to me? I am very tired."
"Of course. You must rest and regain your strength. I will see you tomorrow." This time his bow was accompanied by a warm smile. "Rest well, Undine."
"Thank you, Andras. You are very kind," she said before entering her room. She closed the door and leaned against it. What was wrong with her? Andras was handsome, sweet, and obviously interested in her. Yes, for a moment he had been a little scary, but couldn't it have been her own inexperience that frightened her? "But I didn't feel anything when he kissed me," she whispered. "At least, nothing good." His kiss had been a little like visiting a museum and admiring a lovely statue. It had been nice enough to look at, but she certainly didn't want to get in bed with it. Well, Gia didn't say anything about me having to love the man back. Maybe this spell will work if he just falls in love with me, Cece said to the silent room, but she was afraid that it was a futile wish. Gia had said Lear wouldn't break the bond of true love, and Cece didn't think true love and one-sided infatuated lust were anywhere near synonyms. "I'll try harder to care about him," she promised herself. "Next time he kisses me, I'll make sure it's on my lips and not my hand, and I won't let his passion scare me." She shook her head at herself. She wasn't a skittish teenager. She was a sergeant in the United States Air Force, and she certainly wasn't afraid of men. Unbidden, the memory of the merman's kiss burned through her mind. Just the memory caused her body to tingle in response. Chapter 11. This time, Isabel didn't argue with her about her hair. She seemed mollified that Cece was willing to wear her shift under the coarse nightrobe, and Cece solved the bathing problem by saying she was too tired to wash that night. She would do it in the morning. Isabel had even appeared concerned at Cece's obvious exhaustion and nagged her good-naturedly about doing too much too soon. Cece agreed readily with her and asked only that Isabel make sure she wasn't disturbed so that she could get a good night's rest. Isabel limped out, humming happily as her charge pretended to fall asleep before the scullery had finished folding her clothes and banking the fire. As soon as the door was closed, Cece leapt out of bed, pulled the scratchy robe off, and put on her shoes. The clink of her many bracelets sounded like alarm bells ringing in the quiet room, and she quickly took off all her jewelry, except, of course, Gia's amulet, leaving the bangles and rings in a sparkling puddle in the center of her cot. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently. She could hear nothing, not even the sound of the monks' swishing robes. "They're probably all in church or something," Cece muttered to herself. She went to the narrow dresser and set the pitcher and bowl carefully on the floor. Then, very slowly, so that she didn't make any noise, she dragged the heavy piece of furniture over to the window. Using the bottom drawers as ladder rungs, she climbed to its smooth top. Cece breathed a sigh of relief. It was the perfect height. All she had to do was sit in the narrow window frame and let her legs dangle down until she found a toehold. And she'd noticed on her walk that there was a lot of debris outside against the wall. She shouldn't have any trouble piling enough up
so that she could easily climb back through the window. She peered into the night. The moon had just risen. It was almost full, and it glistened off the waiting ocean like a beacon. When she looked at the water, the ache in her body twisted unbearably. Nothing moved outside her window. She slid onto the windowsill. With her soft moccasin-like slippers, it was easy for her to find a toehold, balance, and then drop quietly to the grassy ground. Her feet felt light as she picked her way carefully down the side of the cliff. Following the well-worn sheep path, she could hear her own heartbeat echo the sound of the waves. Then her feet sank into sand, and she was standing on the shore, quivering with need. "What am I supposed to do?" Cece's mind screamed. She was panting, and she felt disoriented. "Simply call your true body to you, daughter." Smiling graciously at her, Gia was sitting near the beach, leaning comfortably against the trunk of an ancient tree. "I don't know how," Cece gasped. "Your body does. Listen to it," the goddess reassured her. Cece tried to listen, but all she could hear was the call of the water. "Then follow that call," Gia said, as if she could read her mind. Cece started to walk forward, but paused when the goddess called, "Take off your chemise. You do not want them to have any evidence of where you have been." Without any hesitation, Cece pulled off her shift. Naked except for the goddess's sparkling amulet, she walked into the ocean's embrace. Stretching her arms over her head, she dove into the surf. "I want my true body back," she thought desperately. The tingling began at her waist and spread quickly down her body, exploding in a burst of energy out through the feathered fins that replaced her feet. Her powerful tail sliced through the water, propelling her forward. Then, with a simple flick, she changed directions and shot up through the surface with a joyous shout. Cece shook the water from her head and looked for the goddess. But she had disappeared. She was about to call a thank you or a goodbye or something after the absent goddess, when she felt the skin on the back of her neck twitch, just like it felt at the cove, she thought. Someone had to be watching her. A familiar chattering behind Cece made her jump, but she turned with a happy cry of welcome. "It is you! I'm so glad to see you!" Cece swam over to the dolphin and stroked her slick side. "I have missed you, princess." The dolphin nuzzled her. "I've missed you, too," Cece said. "Swim with me. I want to be surrounded by the water." "Of course, princess." The dolphin butted Cece playfully, then dove under the waves. Laughing, Cece followed. Surprisingly, it wasn't dark under the moonlit surface. The crystal waters seemed to capture the light of the moon, and the underwater world was illuminated with a silver glow. Cece was thrilled by how easily she caught the dolphin, and she reveled in the power of her body as the two of them played tag, swimming around the rocks that dotted the shallows, then over and through colorful masses of coral that grew in deeper water. Cece wanted to swim on forever. The deeper within the water she swam, the more she wanted to immerse herself in the silken depths and never leave. A strong hand grabbed her arm and jerked her to a stop. Cece whirled, at once frightened and angry. Dylan floated in front of her, worry creasing his brow. "The goddess told you that you must stay near the shore." The words bored into her mind. A shudder passed through Cece. How could she have forgotten about Sarpedon? She looked frantically around. "Sarpedon is not here tonight, but he does search the waters for you, so you must have care where you go." "How do you know all of this?" Cece thought to him. "Come near the shore, and I will explain." The dolphin swam back between them, clicking and whistling restlessly. Cece watched the merman's face soften as he gently touched the creature's blue-gray side. "I will care for the princess now, faithful one." The dolphin ducked her head, nuzzled briefly against Cece's side, and then disappeared into the depths. Dylan gestured towards the shore, and Cece nodded. She followed the merman, noticing how in the moonlit water the orange and gold of his tail glistened, like it glowed magically from within. They surfaced next to one of the huge rocks that lined the shallows. Cece faced the merman. Tonight, his thick, dark hair was tied back. He floated next to her, with his shoulders and most of his chest exposed above the water. The moonlight touched his bare chest and clearly illuminated muscular ridges and hollows. Cece still felt a little uneasy at her own body's nakedness, and she was glad that her mass of hair covered her breasts. "Okay, now tell me how you know so much," Cece demanded, covering her nervousness with a no-nonsense military tone of voice. "I followed you." "After you just happened to be there to rescue me and bring me to shore?" Cece shook her head. "That doesn't explain enough. You were there when I was drowning, and now you're here again tonight. Seems too coincidental for me." "I followed you from the grotto," he admitted, looking away from her with a pained expression. "I did not know Sarpedon had you trapped in the cave. I knew something was very wrong when I could not find you for the length of an entire day. It was only after you escaped from him that I found you again. I followed you to the goddess's cove, and I watched your transformation. That is how I knew to help you when you were drowning." "So you know that I'm not really Undine?" "I know that the soul of another lives in Undine's body," he answered simply. "You say that so easily, like it's a normal thing. You obviously knew Undine before. Doesn't this surprise you? Or upset you? Or make you angry? Why are you willing to help me when you know that I'm not her?" "Undine and I were childhood playmates. We spent many years together," he explained, choosing his words carefully. "But she was not happy here. She longed for the land, even before Sarpedon desired her." "Did you love her?" Cece asked, suddenly understanding the strained expression on the merman's face. Dylan's jaw tightened, but he nodded his head. "Yes, but she would not allow herself to love a creature of the seas." "But she was a mermaid, and that is definitely a creature of the sea." "When you are on the land, your body is human, is it not?" Dylan asked. "Yes, of course." "But do you not long continually for the water?" Cece's memory of that horrible empty ache was sharp. "Yes, constantly." Dylan's smile was sad. "That is how Undine felt. I am glad for her. She has finally been granted her wish, and her longing has ended." "Then you're helping me out of love for her." Cece was ashamed of the twinge of jealousy she felt. "I could not very well let you drown." Dylan's sudden grin was boyishly endearing. He reached out to pluck a long piece of seaweed from Cece's hair. "And you know nothing of how to be a creature of the sea." Cece surprised herself by batting playfully at his hand. "And you're going to teach me?" He raised one eyebrow at her rakishly. "That I will, my princess." Cece's heart did a little skip beat at his expression. Did his words have a double meaning? Or was she being too sensitive? Cece told herself firmly not to be ridiculous. He was being kind to her because he was in love with Undine. Well, she could certainly allow herself the pleasure of his company, and she truly had a lot to learn about his world. She spread her arms, meaning to encompass the entire ocean. "Good. I want to know everything." "Everything." He crossed his arms. Cece thought if he'd had feet, he would have tapped one of them at her. "How about everything in this little area around here? For starters." "That can be easily accomplished." He held his hand out to her, enchanted by her innocent enthusiasm. "Come with me. I will show you the wonders of our world." Cece put her hand in his. At his touch, she felt a shiver of excitement, but she didn't have time to dwell on her reaction because immediately he dove, tugging her under the surface with him. Hand in hand, they swam around the shallows. Dylan seemed to know just where the most unusual fish were playing and where the most colorful coral grew. He showed Cece long orange tubes, bright red fans, and purple rectangles, all of which he explained were types of sponges. He pointed out a large, flabby-nosed octopus that rested sedately on the sandy bed. Cece laughed and thought it looked like a wrinkled old man. The octopus seemed to take offense and swam off in a jet of dark ink, which made both of them laugh. Like underwater angels, jellyfish floated silently past them, ethereal and translucent. Huge, bob-like sea anemones enchanted Cece with their lilac coloring, and she was intrigued by their friends, the brightly colored clownfish. And Dylan was intrigued by this new Undine. It had been true that at first he had watched over her because she had taken the form of the mermaid he had known and loved all his life. But her physical form was where any similarity between them ended. The mermaid Undine had been a beautiful, ethereal creature who was kind, but aloof. She had been his friend, but she had always yearned to be something else, somewhere else. This new Undine was so very different. She seemed to be bursting with energy and curiosity. She embraced the sea as if she couldn't get enough of it. Her endless questions were laced with humor and a sweetness that moved the merman more than he wanted to admit. She, too, was a creature of the land, he reminded himself. She belonged there. He belonged to the seas. Dylan had been so patient with her many questions that Cece had thought that he was actually enjoying himself. So she was a little surprised when he pulled her away from a cluster of feathery starfish and back to the surface. "What?" she started to ask, but the pre-dawn lightning of the morning sky was explanation enough. "Oh, I hadn't realized so much time had passed." "It is almost dawn," he said. His face, which had been so expressive and animated all night, was now neutral. "You must return to the land." Cece nodded, biting her lower lip. "You were the perfect teacher. Thank you." His quick smile warmed her. "In the oceans, we say that the teacher is only as good as the student." "Well, isn't that a coincidence?" Cece grinned back at him. "We say the same thing on land." Dylan's laughter, rich and deep, surrounded them. They were still holding hands, and she used her free hand to splash water at him. "It's not very dignified for a teacher to laugh at his student." Dylan tried to compose his face, but his eyes sparkled with good humor as he teasingly bowed his head to her. "Forgive me, Princess. It has been an honor to be your teacher." Dylan lifted her hand, meaning only to give it a gallant, playful kiss. But when his lips met her skin, all thoughts of jesting with her fled his brain. He breathed deeply, and her delicate feminine scent filled him. Her skin was unbearably soft, and he couldn't stop himself from turning her hand over and pressing his lips to the pulse point at her wrist. He felt her tremble, and he lifted his face slowly, afraid he would see rejection in her eyes. She was staring at him, and in her eyes he thought he read passion, not disgust. His mind registered her expression, and even though he knew he should not touch her, should not allow himself to love her, he could not stop. The way she looked at him made him feel as if his heart would break from happiness. "When you touch me," Cece said softly, "you make me tremble." Still holding her hand, Dylan drifted closer to her until their bodies almost touched. Is that because I frighten you? He asked. Maybe he had misread her eyes. His heart stopped beating as he waited for her answer. No. Her voice sounded breathless. Slowly, she reached up and touched the side of his face. She let her fingers trail down his neck and shoulder until they finally came to rest against his chest. He quivered under her caress. Is that because I frighten you? She whispered his words back to him. No, he said quickly. Then he captured her eyes with his. What is your name? The question surprised her, and not knowing what he meant, she hesitated to answer him. I want to know your true name, he explained. I do not want you to think I care for you, only because I wish to be with Undine. Cece could feel her cheeks coloring. She hadn't been thinking that. She hadn't been thinking about anything except the way it felt when he touched her. My real name is Christine Kennedy, but almost everyone calls me by my initials. Cece. He raised one brow at her. Almost. Who does not call you by these initials? My family. Then I ask that I be awarded that privilege. May I call you Christine? Yes. She thought her name had never sounded so beautiful. Christine, when will you return to the water? Again, he tried to keep his face neutral, but she heard the longing in his voice. I have to come back every third night. Under the palm she still had pressed against his chest, she could feel his heartbeat. Will you be here? He was caressing her hand softly with his thumb, just like he had done on the day they had met. I will be here every third night, until the end of eternity. At his words, her heart lurched, but the thought instantly went through her mind that even though she didn't want to leave the water or him, she didn't have a choice. She wasn't safe in the water. Sarpedon was searching for her. It was only a matter of time until he found her again. Could Dylan protect her? She remembered Sarpedon's size and incredible strength, and blocked that thought from her mind. She wouldn't put Dylan in danger. I have to change back, she said aloud. As soon as she had spoken the words, she felt the already familiar tingling begin around her waist. Heat shot down her body, and an instant later she was kicking her legs feebly and clutching Dylan's chest to keep from slipping under the water. I'm sorry, she said. I didn't know it would be that easy to change back. His strong arms wrapped around her waist, and he held her securely against him. His smile was sad. I understand. You must go. But neither of them moved. I wish you would kiss me. Cece said the words quickly, before she could take them back. With a moan, he bent his head to hers, and their lips touched, gently at first. Cece shivered in response. Against her lips, Dylan again asked one last time, Not frightened? For her answer, Cece lifted her chin and recaptured his lips. Winding her hands around his neck, she pressed herself against his body and opened her mouth to accept him. His hands caressed her back and then slid to her sides and up, so that his thumbs rubbed erotic circles across the edges of her breasts. Cece was lost in the taste of him, which was salty and wild. Her body was on fire, and his mouth consumed her. The tolling of the bell that called the monks to early mass splintered their world. Dylan broke the kiss, and for a moment he rested his forehead against hers while he forced his breathing under control. I will take you to the shore. He leaned back, pulling her up on his chest so that she lay more securely in his arms. With strong strokes of his tail, he swam slowly backwards, with Cece nestled against him. When the water was shallow enough to allow her to stand, Dylan loosened his grip and she slid out of his arms.
"I want to kiss you again," he told her, "but I am afraid if I do so, I will never be able to let you go."
Cece felt a silent cry burning in her throat, and she nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She walked out of the water and back to where she'd left her crumpled shift and shoes. She couldn't look at the water. She didn't want to see him disappearing under the waves. Without looking back, Cece pulled on her clothes and started toward the path.
"Christine!"
Dylan's voice carried easily over the water. She turned. He was floating exactly where she'd left him.
"Remember that I will be here," he said resolutely. "For an eternity, Christine. I would wait for you for an eternity."
She nodded again and turned to begin her trip up the side of the cliff. This time, the path wasn't obscured by darkness, but by her tears. Dylan watched her go, keeping his eyes on her until she was only a light-colored smudge that climbed up and over the side of the cliff. His heart ached as she disappeared. Why was he doing this to himself? He raked his hand through his hair. Like his mother before him, was he forever fated to love the unattainable? He could still feel the softness of her lips against his. He clenched his jaw. He wanted her, and not because she wore Undine's body. He wanted Christine, her sweet humor and her exuberance. He thought about the innocent trust she had shown in him as she had rested in his arms, and her passionate response to his touch. His heart made the decision for him. If he could only have her every third night, then so be it. He would love her, and just perhaps, this time he would break the cycle and be loved in return. Chapter 12. Cece awoke thinking about him. The internal ache that throbbed with its incessant reminder that her human body was only a borrowed shell mingled with her desire to see Dylan again until she couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. Just tonight, then tomorrow night, then she would be able to go to the water, and to him. She sighed and touched her lips. They felt wonderfully bruised and sensitive. She had dreamed of him. Somehow in another world, in another time, he had called to her, and now she wanted nothing more than to return to the ocean and answer his call. 2 quick knocks on the door made her jump. She cleared the sleep from her throat. "Yes, I'm awake." Isabel limped quickly into the room. Cece was beginning to wonder if the woman ever slowed down.
"Good morning, Princess,"
she said in her raspy voice, exchanging the old pitcher of water for a new one.
"Sir Andras has asked that you break your fast with him. I believe he has something special planned."
"Something special?" Cece sat up and swept the hair back from her face.
"Yes, my lady. Here, let me help you into your dress."
Isabel shook her head and clocked what was probably meant as a mild rebuke when she noticed what Cece was, or rather wasn't, wearing.
"It is unseemly for you to sleep only in that light chemise."
"Why?" She couldn't stop herself from asking as she stepped into the layers of soft fabric that made up her wonderful gown. "That other robe is hot and the material scratches, and the only person who could possibly see me in it is you." Isabel worked the intricate laces, and her voice took on the tone of a schoolroom lecturer.
"It is proper that the coarse fabric of the robe remind us of our sins, which we carry with us eternally, so that we are constantly aware of our need for absolution. To surround ourselves with luxuries is to give in to the temptation of the corporeal world."
Cece felt suddenly very sad for Isabel. Had the old woman spent her entire life being deprived of beauty out of fear of damnation? Cece was careful to keep her voice light and curious when she asked, And from whom do we need absolution?
The good abbot, of course.
Isabel sounded surprised that she should have to ask.
Isabel, what if the beauty around us is meant as a reminder of the many gifts we have been given and our need to give thanks for them?
Cece asked slowly, as if she had just considered the idea herself. Isabel made a scoffing noise in her throat, but when Cece turned and their eyes met, the old woman was studying her with an openly curious expression.
It was just a thought,
Cece said, smiling brightly at Isabel while she put on the jewelry that was a gift from a goddess. Isabel averted her eyes at the show of opulence. Cece could only imagine what the old woman's reaction would be if she knew where the jewels really came from.
Sir Andras is waiting in the dining hall. I can take you there in just a moment,
Isabel said as she started to make the bed.
There is no need. I remember the way. You go ahead and do whatever you need to do, Isabel. I know you must be very busy. Thank you for your help with my dress.
Ignoring Isabel's sullen expression, Cece smiled cheerfully and walked quickly out of the room. Having Isabel around was like being shadowed by a brooding schoolmarm. The woman seemed to dislike her on sight. Cece sighed, and no wonder. Cece glanced down at her lush, richly clad body. Isabel had been raised to believe beauty and luxury were dangerous and sinful. To her, I must be the embodiment of everything she's been taught is bad, Cece muttered. She realized the old woman's dislike really bothered her. People usually liked Cece. A lot. Maybe not with the passionate response that Undine's body evoked, but Cece had never had any problem making friends. Well, she was still the same person. She was just shelled in a different body. Cece made a mental note to make sure she got up early enough the next day to make her own bed. She would show Isabel that she wasn't a spoiled, pampered princess. Sexy, incredible body or not, Christine Kennedy would win the old woman's friendship. The hallway abruptly emptied out into the courtyard. The sun beaming into the open space was such a contrast to the dim interior that Cece had to hold a hand up to shade her eyes from the sudden brightness. Squinting, she stepped out into the well-manicured lawn, heading toward the arched doorway that led to the dining hall. A movement at the well caught her eye, and she felt a shudder of fear pass through her body. Hovering over the middle of the open well was a dark shape, easily noticed in the otherwise brightly lit courtyard. The form was in the shape of a man's torso, but it was insubstantial. Cece could clearly see the far wall of the courtyard through it. Its back was to Cece, and there was something horribly familiar in the massive breadth of shoulder and in the thick length of ghostly hair that floated around the apparition as if it was underwater. As she watched, it rotated slowly and shifted its glowing gaze until Cece was staring into the spectral eyes of Sarpedon. The creature saw her, and his triumphant smile was terrible. She couldn't stop the scream that ripped from her throat. Andras burst from the arched doorway and into the courtyard, followed closely by Abbot William. The moment the two men appeared, the image of Sarpedon wavered and dissipated back into the liquid depths of the well. Andras rushed to her side. "Undine, what has happened? Are you ill?"
I saw something," she pointed. "There, over the well."
Both men turned to look at the offending structure. Abbot William walked over to it. Cece flinched as he bent over its open mouth and peered down. "There is nothing here now," he called over his shoulder. "Come." Andras put a strong arm around her waist. "Let me help you into the dining room and out of the sun." Abbot William gave the well one last look before following them. "Bring the princess some wine," Andras ordered one of the servants, helping Cece onto a bench. The servant reappeared almost immediately. Cece's hands were shaking so badly that she spilled some of the wine. Drinking deeply, she tried to steady herself, while she wondered how much, if anything, she dared tell the two men.
"What exactly did you see?"
Abbot William asked. He was studying her with an expression that verged on gleeful. Cece felt a tremor of foreboding. It was like he reveled in her fear.
"I'm not sure," she said slowly. "I had just stepped into the courtyard, and I glanced at the well. There was something there, floating over the top of it. The figure was dark, like a shadow, but it seemed to be in the shape of a man."
"Could it not have been the shadow of an oddly shaped cloud?" Andras said. "The day is bright, and you had just entered the courtyard. Perhaps your eyes misjudged." Cece summoned up a relieved laugh, glad the night had given her an acceptable answer.
"You're probably right, Andras. It just startled me. I think fear and my imagination must have temporarily caused me to see something."
"Of course." Andras patted her back awkwardly. Cece could still feel the priest's eyes on her, but he remained silent. "I had planned a small surprise for you, Princess," Andras said. "You so enjoyed the view last night that I had a few things packed into a basket for us. I thought we could break our fast outside, near the ocean you find so intriguing. But perhaps now would not be a good time for such an exertion."
"No," she reassured him quickly. "I'm feeling much better. It was ridiculous of me to be so frightened of a little shadow. Fresh air and a view sound wonderful."
Just the thought of being near the water again made Cece's heart race, and if Sarpedon was close by, surely she would be safest away from the monastery's enclosing walls and near the lush land that was the domain of the goddess. "If you are sure," Andras's face brightened at the prospect, "I will take care not to overtax your strength." He called for the servant to bring a basket that had already been prepared, but before they could leave the dining hall, Abbot William spoke with a sly sharpness. "Princess Undine, before you go, I must ask you about the interesting design that decorates your gown. Do you know what these symbols represent?" Cece looked down at the fabulous dress. It was made up of several layers of material that felt like an intriguing mixture of silk and gauze. She smiled at the familiar coloring that so accurately represented her mermaid's tail. The topmost layer of material was covered with silver needlework. Cece had noticed the intricate embroidery before. It was a repeating pattern of symbols interwoven with birds and flowers. Now that she studied it, she could see that amidst the land creatures and symbols, Gia had woven dolphins and starfish. She ran a finger reverently down one long, silver-threaded sleeve.
"No, I don't know what they represent. I just know that they are beautiful."
"Let us not forget that beauty can hide many things," the priest said cryptically. Cece beamed a smile at him.
"Well, wouldn't you say this dress hides much less than your robes?" She laughed and pointed at his voluminous skirts. "I think you could probably hide a small person under there."
"Undine!" Andras's voice had a hard edge to it Cece had not heard before. "It is unseemly to say such a thing to Abbot William." Cece didn't allow her smile to falter, but as she studied Andras's handsome face, she felt a twinge of unease. For a moment, she had forgotten where she was, which was definitely not 21st century America. Women in medieval Europe didn't kid around with uptight abbots, or if they did, they probably ended up flayed or boiled or... She bit her lip.
"Oh, Andras, you're right. I guess I'm still a little nervous about what I thought I saw in the courtyard."
She turned her set smile on the priest.
"I do apologize, Abbot William. I certainly didn't mean to offend you."
Abbot William waved his hands dismissively. "There is no need to apologize, Princess. I understand that young women sometimes say things that are fraught with several meanings, even if they are unaware of it." Cece's eyes widened at the abbot's rudeness, but her smile didn't waver. That is such an interesting observation, because I've noticed that men sometimes read double meanings into things that women say, even when none are intended. I think that could be why there seems to be such confusion between the sexes. I'll have to be more careful in the future so that there are no such misunderstandings between us. She turned back to Andras and took his arm. Are you ready? All this excitement has made me very hungry. Andras smiled and patted her hand. His facade of good guy boyfriend was securely back in place.
Of course, Undine.
He bowed his head reverently to Abbot William.
I look forward to our evening game of chess, Father.
I too, my son,
the priest said. Then he added as if it was an afterthought,
Princess Undine, about the symbols on your gown. They remind me of runes that I have seen on pagan shrines.
He made a dry sound in his throat that Cece assumed was supposed to be a chuckle.
But, as you said, you would know nothing of that.
That's correct, Cece said truthfully. I know nothing about runes or pagan shrines.
Then you would have no objection to joining us for Vespers this evening.
His eyes were bright, and he watched her reaction closely.
I'm sure the princess would be happy to attend evening mass,
Andras said quickly. Cece had to grit her teeth to keep from telling the knight that she preferred to speak for herself. Instead, she met the priest's probing gaze evenly. That would be lovely. Thank you for inviting me.
I shall look forward to seeing you there,
Abbot William said. Chapter 13. Andras didn't choose the path they had taken the evening before. Instead, he followed the road. It angled steeply down, then took a sharp right-handed turn before it wound back toward the sea. All the while they walked, he talked about the history of the island and how there had been a monastery on this site for more than 400 years. Cece struggled to listen to him. Most of her attention was focused on the nearness of the sea and the call it had on her body. She did try to look attentive when he explained that he was so well acquainted with the monastery and Abbot William because the land had belonged to his mother's family for centuries. When his mother married his father, the land had passed to the Lord of Carleon, and naturally, the most senior priest from his father's barony had to take over the running of Caldy Monastery. Oh, that's why you and the abbot know each other so well, Cece said, trying to appear interested.
The abbot taught me how to read and write. He is an exceptional teacher, unrelenting in his desire to instruct,
Andras said, with a definite tone of hero worship. Cece thought about the way Abbot William looked at Andras, and she wondered cynically if he would have been such an exceptional teacher if Andras had been less rich and handsome. It's nice that you had such a dedicated teacher, was all she said aloud. Andras grinned at her. She couldn't help smiling back at him. He really was endearing, in a chauvinistic, cliched kind of a way. Once they were at sea level, several small paths branched off from the main road. Andras turned onto one that led through a thick grove of tall, fragrant pine trees and spilled out onto the pristine sand of well-shaded beach. The ocean was heartbreak blue that morning, and Cece trembled at its beauty. She wanted to rip off her clothes and dive into the frothy waves.
Do you like it? Andras asked in a smug voice. I chose this spot especially with you in mind.
Cece tore her eyes from the allure of the waves and gave him a compulsory smile as she tried to cover the rush of resentment she suddenly felt towards the knight. He knew nothing about the ocean, or about her.
I hope it pleases you.
At her hesitation, Andras's voice had lost its smug edge, and he was once again only a man trying his best to impress a woman. Cece sighed. It wasn't that he was doing anything wrong, she realized. It was just that he wasn't Dylan. "It's perfect," she said, warming her smile. "I love the ocean. I feel at home when I'm near it." He gave her an odd look and said, "I find that rather surprising, Undine. I would think that in light of your recent experience, you would be frightened of it." "I'm not frightened of it. Or at least, I'm not anymore." The water pulled her gaze, and her expression became dreamy. She wondered where Dylan was at that moment. He said he would stay there as long as she was there, too. Actually, she thought back, he had said he would wait for her for an eternity. But that didn't mean he was keeping a constant lookout for her. He wasn't expecting her to return to the ocean until the third night. Could he be out there, watching her now? She shivered at the thought of his possible closeness. "Did I not tell you that you must be frightened?" Andras had unfolded a blanket that had been packed in the basket, and he paused to glance at her as he unloaded their brunch. "You are trembling." He was bent over the basket, and his shapely rear end was all too easy to see. She had a sudden, mischievous urge to lift her leg and kick him squarely in that oh-so-perfect butt, watch him fall flat on his oh-so-perfect face, and then tell him that where she was from, women didn't need men to think for them. I just shivered because the ocean and my recent accident remind me of the frailty of the human body, that no matter how strong or how wise humans think they are, the might of the ocean is even greater. Andras gave her an appraising look, like she could possibly be more intelligent than he had originally anticipated. But the look was fleeting, and soon he went back to unpacking their food. Cece watched Andras unload their brunch. She understood that he really couldn't help his archaic attitude towards women. After all, he truly was archaic. And he wasn't a bad man. Actually, he was quite charming. It wasn't his fault that he was trying to woo a modern woman with his ancient ideals. He had hauled her from the water, she reminded herself, and he had pledged to protect her. For that he deserved to be treated courteously. She glanced at his handsome profile. Maybe they could even be friends. She sat on the edge of the blanket. Picking up a hard-boiled egg and the leg of a grilled bird, she started eating both with genuine gusto. As close as she could figure, she had only slept for just a few hours, and she should have been very tired, but instead of fatigue, she felt exhilarated, like she had exercised all day and slept soundly all night, and her body was demanding that she feed it. She finished the egg and started on a thick slice of tangy yellow cheese. "This is really very good," she said through healthy bites. "You seem to be enjoying it. I have rarely witnessed a lady eating with such vigor." His tone said that ladies either shouldn't eat with such vigor, or if they did, they should do so only when not in the company of gentlemen. How very old South of him, she thought, and almost giggled. "Where I come from, ladies enjoy their food," she said, thinking that sometimes they even eat entire buckets of fried chicken, especially when it's their birthday and they're under the influence of too much champagne. "Undine, are you remembering more about your homeland?" Andras asked eagerly. Oops. Cece took another big bite of meat, forcing him to wait while she chewed and thought up an appropriate answer. "Sometimes I remember little things during the course of conversations, and then I wonder, now how did I know that? Because then I can remember no more." She moved her shoulders. "Like when Isabel tried to pull my hair back, and I told her no, that maidens from my land wear their hair down. I remembered the fact that maidens in my land can let their hair be free, but nothing else." She chewed thoughtfully and hoped he'd be satisfied with her vague answer. Reaching across the space that separated them, he captured one of her glistening locks and wrapped it around his finger.
I am pleased that you remembered this custom of your people. I would not have your hair bound."
Cece realized that she didn't need to be worried about him questioning her too much. Unlike Abbot William, Andras wasn't bent on interrogation. His interests were obviously elsewhere. Cece pulled the strand of hair out of his finger and laughed with what she hoped was maidenly nervousness. "Isn't memory a funny thing?" She clapped her hands together, then made a show of searching through the food. "Did you bring anything to drink? All this eating is making me very thirsty."
"Of course. I brought a wineskin we can share." Andras uncorked a floppy bag-like thing before passing it to her. He let his fingers linger just a moment longer than was strictly necessary on hers before releasing it to her. Cece stifled the urge to slap him away like a mosquito. "Courtesy," she reminded herself firmly. "Treat him like he's a superior officer who is acting fresh." "Thank you," she said, and smiled through a mouthful of food. His quick grimace at her unladylike behavior was worth the breach in manners. She felt the tension in her shoulders relax as he withdrew out of her personal space. The wine was thick and delicious, and she felt a satisfying warmth begin to build in the pit of her stomach. They ate in silence, and Cece took the opportunity to absorb the sight of the ocean. She had to admit that Andras had chosen well. That particular area of the shore was much tamer than the breakers below the monastery had been. Here the waves were still white-capped, but they met the beach with lazy strokes, rather than the violent crashing of water against rock, and the sea appeared more shallow, too. The water that lined the beach was turquoise, rather than the sapphire of deeper seas. There were a few bunches of coral that clustered here and there. Her full lips curved up in remembrance. Last night, Dylan had introduced her to many of the colorful fish that made coral their home. "You are so beautiful when you smile like that." Andras's voice broke into her daydream. "What are you thinking?"
"I was thinking about creatures of the sea and their beauty," she said. Abruptly, he reached out and snatched her hand that was temporarily emptied of food. She jerked back in surprise, but he kept a firm hold on her.
"No beast of the sea could ever hope to match your beauty," he said fervently. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it passionately, leaving a wet spot in the middle of her skin.
Cece's stomach jolted in a fluttery brush of fear, and she looked closely at his well-defined face, afraid she would see the frightening lust that had blanketed his features the first time he had kissed her. She drew in a shaky breath of relief when all she read in his expression was earnest and open adoration. Unfortunately for the night, she felt nothing in response except an embarrassed sense of unease. The only urge she had to touch him was to pat his cheek and apologize for her lack of romantic interest. "Andras," she said carefully, "I don't think it's proper for you to—" A loud chattering interrupted her, and Andras dropped her hand in surprise. Cece's attention swiveled to the water, and with a joyous laugh, she jumped to her feet. Lifting her skirts, she ran to the edge of the shore. "Hello, pretty girl," she called to the dolphin, who continued chattering while leaping and whirling in jubilant welcome. "Isn't this a beautiful day?" Cece laughed again, and without thinking, she did a little dance step and twirled around, loving the feel of her skirts twining around her legs. The thunk of stone against flesh came hard and sharp, jarring Cece's happiness. The dolphin's shrill cry of pain pierced the air, and the animal dove quickly beneath the waves and disappeared. Cece spun around to see Andras testing the weight of another rock in his hand. "What are you doing?" Cece's voice had the sharp edge of command 7 years in the Air Force had honed. Andras blinked in surprise.
"It is a wild beast. It could have caused you harm.
Don't you know that wild is not synonymous with evil? She forced her voice to be even. He had thought he was protecting her. The dolphin wasn't going to hurt me. She was just a beautiful creature enjoying her freedom.
Abbot William would remind us that many things are not as innocent as they appear, Undine, and that excessive beauty must be guarded against, for it can hide prurient intent, he countered. Cece could hardly believe she had heard him correctly. Prurient intent? A dolphin? She took a deep, cleansing breath and counted to 10 before she spoke again. Andras, I really do appreciate the help you and the abbot have given me, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but did you ever consider that some people get power by convincing others they should constantly be fearful? She asked. Abbot William gets his power from God, Andras said, as if he was reciting a Sunday school lesson.
I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm only saying that just because something is beautiful or exotic or even wild doesn't mean that it's dangerous or sinful, she said, forcing the knight to meet her gaze. He looked away quickly.
I think you have become fatigued, and it is time we return, Andras said stonily.
He was already busy repacking their leftovers. I think you're right. I am ready to return, Cece said. She stood looking out at sea like a breathing statue, ignoring the sounds the knight was making as he tossed their leftovers haphazardly into the basket. She felt displaced and alone. Her entire being ached to be part of the waves. For an instant, she thought she saw the glint of orange and gold, barely visible offshore, just below the crystal surface, and she had to close her eyes. If she really saw him, would she be able to stop herself from going to him? Then what would happen to them? With her eyes still closed, she concentrated on sending 2 words out into the ocean. I'm sorry, she thought desperately. She wasn't sure if she was sending the message to the dolphin or to Dylan. As she wearily accepted Andras's offered arm and trudged away from the water yet again, one thought was foremost in her mind. She had to talk to Gia. Chapter 14.
Shall I escort you back to your room? You just have time for a refreshing nap before evening vespers and dinner.
Andras turned to face her as they entered the front courtyard. They hadn't spoken on the walk back to the monastery, and the stiffness in the knight's voice matched his body language. Cece knew that her behavior must baffle him, and she felt sorry for the tension between them, but her head was throbbing. She wanted relief from the stress of having to continually watch her words and actions around Andras, but she didn't want to be closed up in her little room. No, I think I'd rather explore the monastery. Andras opened his mouth, and Cece hurried on before he could insist on accompanying her. And I think I need to spend some time alone in, prayerful meditation before evening mass. She blinked innocently up at him.
Of course. I would not want to intrude upon your need for prayer. His voice was smooth, but his eyes had hardened.
Cece was unexpectedly reminded of Abbot William. Didn't I see another courtyard and some gardens out past the dining room? She asked.
Yes. The entrance is through the hall on the other side of the monastery. You may enter it through the dining chamber. I need to take our basket back to the kitchens, so I can escort you to the entrance myself.
He smiled at her, satisfied that she could not immediately escape him. Cece tried not to sigh when she took his arm. She knew the knight was well-meaning, but she could feel the pulse in her right temple beat in time with her headache. She truly needed some time alone. As they walked past the well, she was careful to keep Andras between it and her, but nothing unusual happened. She slanted a gaze at the silent rock structure. It looked innocent and mundane. Surely she hadn't imagined the image of Sarpedon. The dining room was empty, and Andra strode across it, leading her into another dimly lit hallway. At the far end of that hall, there was an arched exit that opened to a large courtyard-like area. Andras pointed at the exit. Through there are the gardens and a pond. At the far end is the chapel. His gaze was searing as he raised her hand and pressed it firmly to his lips. I look forward to escorting you to evening mass. She pulled her hand free. Thank you for lunch. I'm going to attend to my prayers now, she reminded him in case he was having second thoughts about letting her go. Then she beat a hasty retreat. Cece stepped briskly into the garden area and glanced around to make sure there was no one nearby. Without conscious thought, she wiped Andrus's lip print off her hand. She needed to talk to Gia. Perhaps tonight she should sneak out into the woods. Maybe she would be able to find the goddess there. Absently, she continued to rub the back of her hand. She sighed, wishing she had a couple of Tylenols. Cece began to walk slowly down a little trail that curved and looped through the monastery gardens. Ornamental trees and trellises laced with fragrant flowers dotted the area. Everything was meticulously cared for. Not a leaf was out of place or a branch unpruned. No wildness, that's for sure, Cece mumbled to herself. Stone benches were arranged strategically amidst the greenery so that one could sit and meditate with the optimum of privacy. Cece thought it felt wrong, too contrived, too well planned. Somehow its controlled beauty came across as stilted and forced. A delicate breeze brought the tinkle of running water to her, and automatically she followed the sound, choosing a left-handed fork in the path that turned in the direction of the outer monastery wall. The path brought her all the way to the wall, which was lined with oaks that were decidedly older than those in the rest of the garden. Cece smiled up at them. These were obviously too big for the monks to cut and reshape into their idea of proper foliage. Actually, that whole area looked more natural than the rest of the gardens. Wildflowers painted the grasses with splashes of orange, violet, and lace, and honeysuckle vines covered the wall, filling the air with sweetness. A little brook ran along the wall, too. It bubbled noisily over smooth rocks, pooling in a rounded area before disappearing under the wall and out into the forest. There was no orchestrated sitting area, so Cece brushed off the top of a large rock that rested near the pool and sat down. She watched a frog leap from the bank to a lily pad and let the sound of running water ease away her headache. "What am I going to do?" she whispered. "About what, daughter?" Cece pressed a hand against her chest like she was trying to hold down her leaping heart. The clear, beautiful voice of the goddess came from above her. Cece looked up to see Gia reclining regally along a thick branch of the largest oak. Today, her transparent robes were the color of bark, except that the browns and grays in the material shimmered magically like they had been sprinkled with gold dust. "You're going to give me a heart attack someday," Cece said. Gia's laughter made the water reeds and grasses sway in response. Cece looked around quickly, worry creasing her brow. "Do not worry, Undine," Gia reassured her. "I choose who can see and hear me." A brief grimace marred her lovely face. "And none here will be allowed to hear me but you." "I'm a little surprised to see you." Cece gestured around at the monastery. "In here, anyway." The corners of Gia's eyes crinkled with her smile. "You might be surprised, daughter, to learn that even here I have not been completely forgotten. But that is not why I have come." She sat up. The sparkling fabric of her gown drifted sensuously around her. "You look thirsty, daughter." She clapped her manicured hands together and ordered, "Wine, please." Immediately, a pewter goblet, decorated with vines and flowers, appeared in her hand. Cece blinked in surprise, and the goddess pointed to a spot on the ground in front of Cece, where an identical goblet had appeared. "I think you will enjoy the taste. Cernunnos gifted me with this particular vintage during the last fertility festival." She sipped and sighed happily. "He certainly knows wine." Cece took the goblet and lifted it to her lips. The wine was golden in color and so cold it hurt her teeth. As she took a drink, the bubbles that broke the surface tickled her nose, and she almost sneezed. Then her eyes opened wide in amazement. "It's champagne! The most delicious champagne I've ever tasted!" She grinned up at the goddess. "After the day I'm having, I can sure use some of this." "I thought you would appreciate it. Now, child, tell me what has troubled you." Cece sipped and talked. "Andras can't be the one." "Andras is that tall, handsome warrior who pulled you from the water?" Gia inquired, with a purr in her voice. Cece nodded and rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but he's not Mr. Hero. As a matter of fact, the more time I spend with him, the more he reminds me of Abbot William." Gia's face twisted in a frown. "Abbot William? That silly child. He is terrified of everything he cannot control or understand, which means he is filled with bitterness and rage, especially towards women. He is a eunuch." The goddess looked like she wanted to say more, but instead she took a deep drink from her goblet. Shaking her head as if to free her thoughts, she asked, "Are you certain the warrior and he are the same?" "Well, I don't think Andras is exactly like him. Actually, sometimes he can be very charming. And I understand that it's a different world with different beliefs, but he sure doesn't respect women. And I've spent the last 7 years working hard at being respected, so that's a major strike against him. The truth is, I'm just not interested in him, even if he is the classic knight in shining armor, and I should swoon at the thought of him sweeping me off my feet." Cece sighed and took another drink of the delicious champagne. "Is Abbot William really a eunuch?" Gia made a scoffing noise in the back of her throat. "Not physically. I refer to the way he has chosen to live his life. He hides behind the robes of priesthood and uses his position for selfish reasons. He is not fit to serve any god. Be wary of him. He is a desperate, lonely man, and he should be pitied, but always remember that unacknowledged despair can make men dangerous." "I'll be careful. It was pretty easy to see that he didn't like me. And it's not that I think that Andras is the same kind of man as he is. It's just that the knight seems to parrot Abbot William's beliefs without thinking for himself." Gia's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "I do not like the sound of that." "So, does it have to be him?" Cece blurted. "Explain it," the goddess said. "You know, that whole my true love thing. Does it have to be Andras? Or if it does, is it enough for him to love me without me loving him back?" The goddess tossed back her hair and laughed again, and even though she had assured Cece that no one else could hear her, Cece's eyes restlessly searched the clearing for listeners. "Daughter, how you make me laugh! True love is not a potion one person can swallow and another refuse to drink. It happens only when the souls of two join together to form one." "Well, I don't think I'm going to be joining my soul with Andras's. I don't even like it when he kisses my hand," Cece said. "That does not bode well for true love," the goddess agreed. They drank together in thoughtful silence. Cece cleared her throat and glanced up at Gia. Speaking of kissing, do you know anything about a merman named Dylan? Gia studied the young woman who inhabited her daughter's body. She was truly coming to care for this child, and not just because she felt obligated to watch over her. She was special, this young one, curious and outspoken and witty. It would be a lovely thing to have this remarkable child live beside her as her daughter forever. But Gia recognized the longing the girl was trying hard to mask. The goddess smiled sadly at the irony. She finally had a daughter who could be gifted with the ability to exist on land, and the child was falling in love with the sea. Sometimes life was surprising, even for a goddess. I know Dylan well. He was Undine's playmate of old. Gia raised her delicate eyebrows at the girl. What is this about kissing? Cece felt her cheeks warm. Well, it's just that I feel different when Dylan kisses me. Now her cheeks were practically on fire. She never could talk to her mother about sex. Apparently, that meant any mother, even if she was a goddess. So, the merman has kissed you? Cece could hear the smile in Gia's voice, but she didn't look up at the goddess. Instead, she busied herself with drinking the last drop of champagne. Too bad that's gone, she said, trying to avoid the kissing subject she had bumbled into. It was delicious. Gia snapped her fingers, and suddenly the goblet had refilled itself. Thank you. Cece took another long drink. This time, she did sneeze at the bubbles. The merman kissed you? Gia repeated insistently. Cece nodded. And you found pleasure in his touch? Gia asked. Cece nodded again. Lost in thought, the goddess remained silent until Cece couldn't stand it any longer. Is that a bad thing? She blurted, looking desperately up at Gia. No, child, Gia said, but you must understand that Dylan is a lesser creature than Sarpedon. The goddess held up her hand, silencing Cece when she would have defended Dylan. I do not mean that Sarpedon is more honorable than Dylan. That is obviously not true. What I mean is, Sarpedon holds a position of much greater power than Dylan. Sarpedon's father, as you know, is the great god Lear. His mother is Morrigan, the goddess of battle. Dylan's mother was a simple water nymph named Okinos. Unfortunately, she committed suicide after her human lover, Dylan's father, rejected her. The goddess held her hand out to Cece in a sympathetic gesture. Dylan does not have the protection of a mother or of a father. He is not helpless, but his gifts are much less than those of Lear's son. Dylan exists peacefully within the waters only because Lear is generous and because Sarpedon ignores him. But if Sarpedon thought I loved Dylan, he would destroy him. Cece finished the unspoken thought. Gia's eyes were sharp. Do you love him? Cece considered the question while she stared into the little pond. She had never been in love before. She was technically not a virgin, but it was hard to count that one time, right after basic training, when she had come home on leave and her high school boyfriend, Jerry Burton, had groped her in the back seat of his Impala. He had penetrated her. She vividly remembered the flash of pain, but it was over soon and everything had ended up on her inner thigh. The event had been awkward and unsatisfying, not an experience Cece had been in a hurry to repeat. So she hadn't. Since Jerry, she hadn't even come close to having a lover, let alone being in love. She thought about Dylan and the way he made her smile. He had been so patient with her silly questions, and when he touched her, he made the world dissolve into a pool of throbbing feelings. But did that mean she loved him? I don't know, she told the goddess honestly. I need to spend more time with him. I think I might, but it's just too soon to know for sure. A wise answer from one so young. Gia's look was tender and motherly, and Cece felt a sudden rush of homesickness for her own mom. Then spend time with him, daughter. Find the truth of your feelings, the goddess added. But be kind to the warrior, too. Allow yourself the luxury of learning more about both males. Do not let lust make decisions of the heart. Do not mistake desire for true love. And remember, right now the seas are only safe for you if you stay near the shore and under my protection. Even if you decide to love the merman, you have to stay in your human body until I find a permanent solution for the problem of Sarpedon. That mer creature is even more dangerous than the childish priest. Sarpedon? Cece slapped her forehead. How could I have forgotten? I think I saw him, or at least some kind of ghostly vision of him, today. The goddess's eyes widened at Cece's words, but a shout kept her from responding. Princess Undine! Isabel sounded out of breath as she limped up to Cece. The instant the servant appeared, both the goblet of delectable champagne and the goddess disappeared. Well, there you are. I have been searching and searching these gardens. Sir Andra sent me to find you. Evening mass is beginning. You must come at once. Cece reluctantly allowed the maid to help her to her feet. Sir Andras does applaud your piety, but you certainly cannot miss Vespers, even for prayerful meditation. Isabel looked sharply at Cece. At least you must not miss it again. I suppose I did get carried away with my prayers, Cece said, following the old woman as she hurried down the path which would take them through the garden to the chapel that stood at its far end. I am sure you were in need of much prayer, Isabel rasped over her shoulder. If you only knew, Cece muttered under her breath. Isabel chose the most direct path across the garden area, which led to the wooden doors of a modest chapel. It was made with the same gray rock as was the rest of the monastery, but on this building, the stones were carved into intricate renditions. Cece squinted at the carvings, and then her eyes opened in shock. All of the scenes were horrible. Horned demons were eating naked, writhing people. Stone flames burned full-fleshed women. Men who were half goat whipped human men who were chained to each other, their tortured mouths open, frozen in eternally silent screams. Cece shuddered and was glad that Isabel literally pulled her through the doors and into the dimly lit chapel. The first thing Cece noticed was the incense. It was thick and pungent, and it curled in waves over the carved stone pews, which were filled with monks who were already kneeling and chanting in a dirge-like litany. Their cream-colored robes made them appear like spirits hovering in the dim, smoky light. Cece sneezed. At the sound, several of the heads turned briefly in her direction. One tall, blonde-headed figure stood and moved quickly down the aisle and to her side. Andras took one look at her and shook his head like she had just flunked some kind of test. "Why are you not prepared for Mass?" he asked in a strained tone, making an obvious effort to keep his voice low. Cece blinked at him in confusion. She was here, wasn't she? But before she could ask what he meant, Isabel sighed and gave her a severe look. "Princess, I am shocked that you did not think to bring a covering for your head." Clucking and shaking her head, Isabel dug into the depths of her apron pocket. "It is fortuitous that I thought to bring an extra scarf, although it is not so grand as the princess is accustomed to, I am sure." Isabel handed Cece an ivory-colored scarf made of plain, serviceable linen. Her own head was already covered with a similar cloth. "Thank you," Cece said, draping the fabric over her head. "It was very kind of you to think of the princess," Andras said formally.
"I only wish to serve. Sometimes those who are very young and very beautiful can also be very forgetful,"
Isabel said nonchalantly, but Cece was sure she heard the hurt that hid in the old woman's gravelly voice. Then the servant melted her way silently into a rear pew. Cece watched sadly as she disappeared into the gloom. She certainly wasn't making much headway in her quest to win Isabel over. "I waited for you and was disturbed that you did not come," Andras whispered fiercely to her. Cece allowed her face to assume a shocked expression.
"I was praying, Andras. Time seemed unimportant."
She watched as he brought his anger under control.
"Of course. I was just concerned over your absence."
"Oh, right," Cece thought. "That's why he looks like he'd love to shake me to death."
"Come, we are seated near the front. It is a great honor."
With a sigh, Cece followed him into the heart of the chapel, pausing briefly at the stone edifice that held the shallow pool of holy water. And she'd thought that those Sundays on base when she had mistakenly shown up for Catholic instead of Methodist services had just been pleasant little ceremonies she'd accidentally sat through. Without fear of making a fool of herself, she followed the correct motions of dipping her fingers in the holy water and genuflecting. She had to hurry to catch up with Andras, who had led her to the second row of pews. The first row was unoccupied. He motioned for her to go before him, and she slid down the empty pew, trying not to grimace at the coldness of the stone bench. Evening Mass was already underway, and Cece was pretty sure that Abbot William had shot her a quick, contemptuous look. But it was so dark in the chapel that it was hard to be certain. His voice droned on, soft and rhythmic, in a language that Cece decided must be Latin. The priest stood behind an ornately carved wooden table at the chapel's nave. The table was filled with gilded relics that glittered and sparkled, even in the dim light. There was an enormous golden chalice and a matching platter, which held a loaf of bread. Huge candelabrum stood on either side of the table, but even the light of their many candles did little to dispel the gloom of the chapel. Suspended almost directly above Abbot William's head was a life-sized golden crucifix. Cece squinted, trying to get a better look at it. As on the cross in her room, the only sign of Christ were the shards of wooden nails that pierced the cross where his hands and feet would have been. This time drops of blood were painted on the gold, the color of which reminded Cece of Abbot William's robes, and she had to suppress a shudder of revulsion. What had happened to Christ? Why was he conspicuously left off of the crucifix? The omission both saddened and angered Cece. The cross was suspended between two thick, gray columns. At the base of each column were lit dozens of tall white candles. Their soft flames seemed to be swallowed within the cross's shadow. Cece followed Andras's lead, kneeling and genuflecting when appropriate. She even managed to whisper what she thought were correct responses to the small portion of the service that was in an understandable language. Cece had just begun to think that her knees had fallen asleep when Abbot William turned his back to the congregation and raised the chalice to the bleeding cross, asking for the blessing on the wine. As he returned the chalice to the table and lifted the bread to be blessed similarly, a flickering movement to her left caught Cece's gaze. The shadows that ringed the pews were thick, but she was sure she saw something in an alcove off to the side of the sanctuary. She concentrated, peering into the murky darkness, and an image formed out of the haze. Her breath caught, and her heartbeat quickened. "We will take communion next." Andras's voice spoke in her ear. She looked around, startled at his words. The monks, who had been seated in the row of pews directly across from them, were standing and making their way slowly and reverently to take the blood and the flesh from Abbot William's hands. Cece's decision was quickly made. When Andras stood, she stood with him, but instead of following him like a good little lamb, she patted his hand and whispered, "Please excuse me, Andras. There is something I must do." As she slipped out from the other side of the pew, the knight's face tightened in anger, but instead of following her, he moved out of the opposite end of their row and stood obediently in line behind the cream-robed monks. She ignored his irritation and headed with unerring certainty to a forgotten alcove in the side of the chapel. The figure of the Virgin Mary was carved within the chapel wall. An arch made of ivory marble framed her. Intrigued, Cece stepped closer. The statue was filthy, completely covered with dirt and spider webs, but an area around the base of the figure was worn smooth, as if hundreds upon hundreds of velvet knees had once rested there. Cece's eyes traveled up the exquisite figure. Mary's robes swirled in graceful simplicity around her sandaled feet. Her hands were open and beckoning. Cece found something very comforting in the gesture. Cece's eyes continued up, and she sucked in a breath in shock. Mary's face! It was ethereal in its serene beauty and astonishingly familiar. "Gia!" Cece gasped. The statue had the goddess's face. Gia's words came back to her. "You might be surprised, daughter, to learn that even here I have not been completely forgotten." The shuffling of the monks to communion invaded her thoughts, drawing her attention back to the nave. The profusion of candles winked at her. Moving with swift silence, she tiptoed, sneaking through the fog-like shadows to grab a lit candle in each hand and carry them back to the statue. She set them at Mary's feet, pleased that the flames seemed to burn suddenly brighter. On impulse, she sank to her knees, clasped her hands, and bowed her head. "Great Mother," she prayed aloud, "help me to be wise." She glanced up at the face she knew as that of the goddess, smiled brightly, and let her voice drop to a whisper. "Please keep me safe from Sarpedon. I think I can handle the rest of this mess. Him, I'm not too sure about, though." Cece was so surprised when an answer rang in her head that she let out a little yip of shock. "Sarpedon is near and dangerous, but stay close to my realm, daughter, and the merman cannot possess you. My blessings go with you." "Undine, what are you?" The warrior's angry voice trailed off as he recognized the statue she was kneeling before. Cece closed her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth. Deliberately ignoring him, she kept her head bowed. Her lips moved silently as she recited to herself as much of the rosary as she knew. What she didn't know, she ad-libbed, sending a silent plea for forgiveness to the Virgin Goddess for the unintentional blasphemy. She took her time finishing, before genuflecting deliberately and slowly. Then she glanced up at the knight, who was still standing at her side, and blinked her eyes in pretended surprise. "Oh, Andras!" She held out her hand, and automatically he helped her to her feet. "I'm sorry. I was so lost in prayer that I didn't even know you were there." She looked around at the empty chapel and painted a concerned frown on her face. "Is Mass over? I wish I hadn't missed the end of it, but when I noticed this wonderful statue of the Virgin Mother, I felt compelled to come to her." Andras's expression said he was torn between his desire to reprimand her for once again doing the unexpected and his pleasure at her decidedly Catholic piety. "I am just surprised. I have never before noticed this statue of the Virgin." "No wonder." Cece didn't hide the irritation in her voice. "She looks like she's been abandoned." Cece leaned forward and pulled a cobweb from Mary's head. "It is disgraceful that the Blessed Mother is in such a state. I intend to speak with Abbot William about it." Andras seemed to be having trouble forming his thoughts into words, but he finally cleared his throat and asked, "May I escort you to dinner, Princess?" Cece took his offered arm. "That would be nice. Thank you, Sir Andras." Chapter 15. Dinner was already being served when Cece and Andras entered the dining room. Cece tried to ignore the frowning looks the monks shot her, but she felt a little like an errant Catholic schoolgirl who was being sent to the headmaster's office. Obviously, she was in trouble for missing communion. Cece struggled to keep her expression neutral as Abbot William stood and greeted Andras with effusive warmth, offering the knight his ring, which Andras kissed without hesitation. Although he ignored her, Cece curtsied respectfully to the priest before taking her seat. A servant hustled over and filled her plate with a steaming lamb stew that made Cece's mouth water. Another servant topped off her goblet with sweet white wine. Cece drank deeply, enjoying the cool liquid. "I noticed you refused to take Holy Communion, Princess Undine." The priest's voice was a whip. Cece furrowed her brow in confusion. "Refused? Why would I refuse Holy Communion, Abbot?" She shook her head. "I'm sorry you misunderstand. I discovered a beautiful statue of the Holy Mother, and I was simply overcome with emotion when I noticed its state of disrepair." Cece met his cold gaze evenly, and she made sure her voice carried. "I know how busy you must be, Abbot, so I am sure you had no idea that the Mother of God was being neglected." The priest's face darkened, and his jaw clenched. Cece squeezed Andras's arm and smiled up at him. "I knew the abbot didn't realize the awful state of that statue." "It was indeed fortuitous that you noticed it," Andras said. Cece brightened her face and laughed girlishly. "I have an idea. I will take special charge of the Blessed Mother's statue. While I'm here, it will be lovingly tended and restored to its original glory." When Abbot William started to speak, her brilliant smile silenced him. "There is no need to thank me," she beamed. Then Cece deliberately mimicked the words he'd spoken to her the day before. "For this, I seek a reward that cannot be found in this world." The priest's eyes narrowed, but his lips smiled. "Of course, Princess. That is very—" He hesitated as if choosing his words carefully. "Generous of you." "I have noticed that there aren't many women here, so I suppose it's not surprising that the Holy Mother has been accidentally neglected." She looked at Andras and widened her eyes. "Maybe that's my purpose in coming here. Maybe the Holy Mother guided me to this shore, not just to save me, but to save her statue." And she added silently, maybe if the knight believed she had been specially blessed by the Virgin, he would be less inclined to seduction and more inclined to respect. Andras looked impressed. "Yes, Undine. I am quite certain the Holy Mother is watching over you." The priest's voice sliced across the table. "It is good for a person to know one's purpose." Cece studied him over her goblet. "I agree completely with you, Abbot William." The look the priest sent her was clearly adversarial. She met it with a forced smile. "Father, I have been considering the move that led to my checkmate last evening," Andras began, oblivious to the tension between his old teacher and the woman at his side. As the abbot's attention shifted from her, Cece suppressed a sigh of relief and concentrated on her second helping of stew. She needed food to ground her and to stop her head from reeling. So many things had happened in such a short amount of time. Despite the confidence Gia showed in her, she felt a little like the Dutch boy who'd tried to stop the leak in the dike with his finger. And her medieval dike was feeling very, very leaky. Little wonder she was overwhelmed. She'd traveled 1,000 years into a mythical past, exchanged bodies with a sea creature, met a goddess, kissed a merman. Cece's stomach butterflied at the thought, and she had to remind herself to chew. Now she had to deal with the obvious hatred of a powerful abbot and the amorous attentions of an incredibly handsome macho knight. And of course, there was Sarpedon. Cece thought about the goddess's words that day in the garden, and again scolded herself that she hadn't thought to mention Sarpedon's manifestation earlier in their conversation. But she had received her answer in the chapel. Sarpedon couldn't possess her as long as she was under Gia's protection. With one hand, she absently fingered the amber amulet. She must be careful to stay near land, even when she reverted to her mermaid body, no matter how alluringly the sea called. Her quiet contemplation was broken by the noisy clanging of boots against the floor of the dining hall. Cece looked up to see one of Andrus's men quickly approaching their table. He stopped and bowed sharply to the knight.
"Forgive me for interrupting you, Sir Andrus. Gilbert, have you news of Princess Undine's family?" Andrus asked.
Cece held her breath.
"No, Sir Andrus."
The squire glanced around the room and lowered his voice, obviously reluctant to speak further.
"I do have a message for you from the mainland."
Andrus looked apologetically at Abbot William and Cece.
"I regret I must ask you to excuse me."
"Of course, my son. We would not think of keeping you from your rightful duties."
The abbot fluttered his fingers in the direction of the exit.
"I should not be long detained."
Andrus stood and bowed to them. He and the squire hurried from the room. The knight's absence left a definite hole in the conversation, which the abbot filled with chilly indifference. Except for an occasional disdainful glance, he pretended Cece didn't exist. Cece kept her eyes averted from him and tried to focus on finishing the delicious mutton stew. She wouldn't allow him the pleasure of seeing her bolt through her meal and rush from the room like a terrified child. She remembered his reaction to her fear when she had seen the specter of Sarpedon. Fear fed the priest. She chewed slowly and sipped her wine. She had been in difficult situations before, like the time she was a young two-striper and the non-commissioned officer in charge of the comm center had come down with a violent stomach flu 30 minutes before he was to give an instructional briefing on changing procedures for their newly installed computer system. Between dry heaves, he had ordered Cece to give the briefing. 200 people had filled the base briefing room that day, and she was pretty sure that 197 of them had outranked her. She'd done fine. No, she'd done better than fine. She'd been awarded a commendation for her ability to perform under pressure. She wasn't a shrinking flower easily intimidated by powerful men. She wouldn't let him see her fear. No, as before, she'd do better than that. She wouldn't let one mean-spirited priest intimidate her. Gia had told her that he should be pitied, and it was ridiculous to be intimidated by someone she should feel sorry for. Eventually, her stew bowl was empty, and her stomach was pleasantly full, and Cece couldn't stifle a yawn. This time, when she felt the priest's censoring gaze, she met it. "I'm going to have to ask you to excuse me, Abbot William. The day has exhausted me, and I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for Sir Andrus to return. Could you please give him my apology and tell Isabel that there is no need for her to come to me until morning? I know how busy she is." If Cece could run a complex military communications system, she could certainly figure out how to untie the lacings of her dress herself. And she really didn't want to keep appearing to Isabel as selfish and bothersome.
"It is understandable that you are fatigued. Women were made as weaker vessels."
His voice was laced with undisguised hostility, and his smile was a patronizing facade.
"I will await the knight. I can assure you that he will not be concerned with your absence. He does so enjoy our chess matches."
Good Lord, he made it sound like the two of them were rivals. "I'm glad he does. I hope you two have a nice evening," Cece said with as genuine a smile as she could force on her tired lips. "Good night, and again, Thank you for your hospitality." Cece curtsied and hurried from the room, aware that the priest's reptilian gaze followed her unblinkingly. She paused under the arched exit. It was late evening, and high wing-like clouds obscured the fading light, casting the little courtyard that separated the dining hall and her wing of the monastery into shadowed darkness. Cece stepped onto the soft grass and rolled her shoulders, determined to relax now that she was away from the priest's oppressive presence. She inhaled deeply the cool, moist air. It smelled like rain. The thought of water, even if it just came from the sky, lightened her spirits. She yawned and stretched, wishing she had a book she could curl up with for a little while before falling asleep. She was halfway across the courtyard when a noise startled her. It was the deep sound of a man's chuckle, but it held no humor. Instead, it vibrated with sarcasm. Cece stopped. Blinking, she peered through the darkness, unable to distinguish between shadows and shapes.
"Undine."
"Is that you, Andras?" One of the shadows moved and became a man. He was standing near the well. As he spoke, he walked towards her.
"Did you think you could hide from me?"
His voice had an unnaturally hollow sound, as if he were speaking to her from a great distance instead of mere feet. Something was very wrong. Fear curled taut in her chest, and she had trouble breathing. "Why would I hide from you?" She tried to keep her voice calm and matter-of-fact. "I just asked Father William to make my apologies to you. I'm afraid he was right about me doing too much too soon. I am very tired." The knight stood directly in front of her. They were almost touching. His eyes flashed with the same eerie silver light that she had seen within them the first time he had kissed her hand. Transfixed by a paralyzing sense of horror, she watched while his face seemed to shift, as if his well-defined features had suddenly become fluid and mutable. Power radiated from him with a palpable force. His lips twisted into an obscene leer.
"You will belong to me,"
he snarled and lunged forward, grabbing her arms in an iron grip. He crushed her against his body, and Cece could feel his huge erection pulsing through the silky layers of her gown. Then a blast of heat shot with electric speed from her chest as the amulet of the goddess came into contact with the knight's body. His shriek was deafening, and he flung Cece away from him so violently that she fell to the ground with a jarring thud.
"What is the meaning of this?"
The abbot's voice cut through the night. The breath knocked out of her, Cece could only look up and gasp for air. The priest was silhouetted in the dining room doorway. Like a nest of baby birds, several shocked monks peered at her from behind him. How long had they been watching? She tried desperately to catch her breath and glanced at Andras. He stood near her, rubbing his chest and looking dazed.
"The well,"
Andras began, sounding shaky.
"There was something in the well."
The knight was breathing hard, and Cece could see that a sheen of sweat covered his pale face. "Yes, it was scary." Cece's breath came back in a rush of words. She gave a jittery laugh and held out her hand. After only a slight hesitation, Andras took it and helped her to her feet.
"What of the well?"
the abbot asked sharply, striding into the courtyard and approaching Andras. The knight hunched his shoulders and struggled to speak. His eyes were glassy and blank. Cece wasn't similarly confused. She knew who had emerged from the well. She also knew that it would be disastrous if the abbot realized what had really happened. "Bats," Cece said suddenly, and added a shiver she didn't have to fake. "I'd just begun to cross the courtyard when I noticed Andras standing by the well. He said he'd seen something, and after my experience earlier today, he had, of course, felt the need to take a closer look." Thinking quickly, she wove the fabrication. All of a sudden, a huge bat came flying up out of the well. It knocked Andras in the chest and then came straight at me. I screamed and fell to the ground. She shivered again and puckered her face. I hate bats.
That must have been what you saw this morning, Andras said slowly. The confusion was clearing from his face, and he appeared willing to accept Cece's story. Relieved, Cece nodded enthusiastically. I think the well mystery has been solved. I feel like such a fool making a big fuss over nothing. Abbot William, please forgive me for interrupting you again. The abbot's blue eyes narrowed at her, but he gave her a brief nod.
We must speak, Father,
Andras said suddenly. Cece was pleased that he sounded coherent and in control once more.
I've had news from the mainland that is of concern to Coldy.
As an afterthought, Andras turned to Cece.
Undine,
Cece waved her hand.
I wouldn't think of taking you away from important business with the abbot. I'm fine now and can easily find my way to my room. Good night, Andras. Abbot William?
Come, my son. Let us retire to my chamber, where we may speak in peace.
Without another glance at her, the abbot and the knight hurried from the courtyard, and the monks returned to the dining hall. Cece was left alone with the silent well. She ran a shaking hand across her face. Her knees wobbled, and she felt the sharp bite of bile in the back of her throat. Sarpedon had followed her, and he had found a way to reach beyond his realm. The thought of being trapped within the walls of the monastery with the merman's malevolent spirit overwhelmed her. She needed space. No, she acknowledged grimly to herself. She needed the ocean. She ached for its comfort and the sense of belonging she felt whenever she was submerged in its liquid embrace. And Dylan, her heart reminded her. She needed Dylan. Could he be out there in the soothing water, waiting for her? Cece hesitated, chewing her bottom lip. Yes, the ocean was Sarpedon's realm, and she was vulnerable to him there, but apparently that vulnerability now extended to the monastery. Cece felt a surge of anger. What right did he have to stalk her? The gate to the monastery was open, and it was much easier to walk through it than it would have been to climb out of her window. She would only be gone a little while, she promised herself. She'd be back before anyone would notice her absence. Squaring her shoulders stubbornly, she followed the sound of the calling waves through the gate and out of the monastery. Picking up her skirts, she jogged down the path that led around the outside wall of the monastery to the edge of the cliff. The sun was low in the sky, and blushing colors of mauve and saffron lit the sea. On the horizon, cumulus clouds billowed like giant dust bunnies that had been dyed the colors of evening. Carefully, she chose the winding path she had followed the night before, forcing herself to slow down so that her dress wouldn't catch and rip on the scrubby brush that lined the little trail. Unexpectedly, fog began to form over the water. Cece watched it spread, surprised at the ease with which it covered the rich colors of the evening sky. Like the cloak of a giant, it billowed up the side of the cliff. Within just a few steps, Cece was totally surrounded and had to slow her descent even more, picking her way down a path that seemed to dissolve into fairy-like mist. She waved her hand in front of her body and was intrigued at the way the tendrils of wetness curled around her. She had never seen fog like that before. It shimmered with a strange iridescence, as if it was made of opals and pearls. She probably should have been frightened. Instead, the soupy fog made her feel hidden and secure. Her shoes sank into sand at the moment a small section of mist shifted and parted, allowing Gia to step through its diaphanous curtain. Tonight, her robes were the color of smoke sprinkled with starlight and diamonds.
Good evening, daughter.
The goddess embraced Cece, holding her within the maternal comfort of her arms.
I thought you would desire to be free of the monastery this evening.
Cece stood with her head resting on the goddess's shoulder. Gia smelled like summer grass and lilacs.
It was Sarpedon, wasn't it?
Yes, he possessed the night. Gia stroked her hair.
I was so scared,
Cece sobbed, feeling her body begin to tremble again. Keeping one arm around her daughter, Gia motioned to a large moss-covered rock behind them, inviting her to sit. Sarpedon only intensified the desires which already exist within the young man. Gia's lips tightened. The knight is honorable, but Lear's son is very powerful. It is a simple thing for him to manipulate Andros's lust. The knight has no defenses against Sarpedon, and you cannot warn him. Andros is a man who has been fashioned to despise the supernatural and the unknown. He didn't seem to remember any of it. He just accepted the explanation I made up. No doubt Andros has only a vague, dreamlike memory of his actions while he was under Sarpedon's influence. He is not the kind of man who would admit weakness, and a loss of memory, or of control, would be something that he would refuse to acknowledge. So consciously, he will cling to any excuse offered him. It is only unconsciously that he will be in tumult. The knight's will and soul are as a kingdom in civil war, and he does not have the ability to reach beyond what he has been taught, to seek aid.
Then what can I do?
I do not mean for you to fear Sarpedon, but I do want you to be wise. Right now he enjoys toying with Andros. It amuses him to use the warrior's desire while he searches for a way to possess you. The goddess's tone was businesslike, which was as much a comfort to Cece as was her presence. But as long as you stay under my protection, he cannot possess you directly, nor do I believe he can force the knight to act so against his nature as to actually do you harm, even if that was his intention. Cece gave the goddess a dubious look. Remember, Sarpedon does not want you injured. He simply wants you returned to him. Gia's frown was a gentle chide. Do you not trust me, daughter?
Of course I trust you,
Cece said quickly, feeling her fear begin to thaw. There. Gia cupped her daughter's chin in her hand. All will be well. Do not doubt it. The goddess kissed her forehead gently. Now, I hear the waters calling to you. I know they will soothe you even better than I.
Isn't Sarpedon still looking for me?
Cece asked. My fog will hide you from his eyes tonight, and I believe you need to conduct a search of your own. Gia raised her beautifully arched brows suggestively and nodded towards the sound of the waves. Find what is in your own heart, daughter.
Is Dylan out there?
Cece's voice had dropped almost to a whisper. Did he not say he would be waiting for you?
He thinks I won't be here until I need to change back to my mermaid form, and that's not for 2 more nights.
Cece brushed a hand through her heavy hair.
Can I even change tonight?
She felt the call of the water, as always, but it wasn't as intense as it had been the night before. Instead of an overwhelming desire, it was just an itch somewhere under her skin. You must wait for the 3rd night to change into your mermaid form. If you change more often than that, you may not be able to overcome your desire to remain a creature of the water.
And then Sarpedon would get me, and he would kill Dylan,
Cece added silently to herself. Do not concern yourself with Sarpedon tonight. Concentrate instead on knowing your heart.
But if I can't change back into a mermaid?
If Dylan is your true love, he must accept the part of you that is human. Cece gestured at her layers of skirts.
I'm not exactly dressed for swimming.
Gia's smile was mischievous. I have always believed one should not be dressed at all when one finds herself embraced by the ocean. With a slender finger, she touched the intricate laces at Cece's back. Instantly they fell open, and the cloth slipped from her shoulders, as if 20 nimble-fingered servants had assisted her. Cece stood to step out of the dress and smoothed it across the rock. Before she pulled off the shift, she glanced at Gia. "How am I going to get back into that thing?" Gia's smile widened, and she passed her elegantly shaped hand over the dress, speaking softly to it. "When she wills, your braids rebuild. So have I spoken, so shall it be." The air around the dress stirred, and Cece could feel the spark of Gia's magic. Cece grinned at the goddess. "Thank you." Then she lifted the chemise over her head and kicked off her shoes. Almost automatically, she pulled her long hair forward, obscuring the view of her bare breasts. "Are you ashamed of your body, daughter?" Gia asked. "No, I think it's beautiful." "Then perhaps living at the monastery has convinced you that beauty is something to be feared and hidden?" The smile in Gia's voice softened the reprimand. "Absolutely not," Cece said firmly. In one quick motion, she swept her hair back, leaving her breasts totally bared. Then, naked except for her jewelry, she started walking toward the sound of waves. But soon, her steps faltered, and she was suddenly unsure of herself. "Call to him." Gia's voice came from behind her. "Just call?" Cece asked, looking over her shoulder at the goddess. "He will hear you." The mist started to close and thicken around Gia, so that her last words were disembodied. "You cannot remain long tonight. There is a storm coming, and they will be looking for you. My blessing goes with you, daughter." "I'll remember," Cece said to the mist, before turning back to face the sound of water. She walked slowly forward, making her way carefully between the many rocks and shells that littered the sand. The fog surrounded her, brushing against her skin in a wet caress, forming tiny drops of dew which glistened to decorate her body like liquid jewels. When her feet touched water, she stopped, peering outward, but she could see nothing through the thick fog. Feeling a little foolish, she cupped her mouth with her hands and called to the merman, "Dylan, are you here?" Only the sound of waves breaking against the rocky shore answered her. She sighed and cupped her mouth again. "Dylan!" Cece felt him before she saw him. There was a tingling all along her skin that settled somewhere low in her stomach, and she knew he was there. Over the section of ocean that stretched in front of her, the mist thinned. Dylan broke the surface, sweeping his long dark hair from his sparkling eyes. His blood throbbed hot at the sight of her. She was so lovely, standing there in her exotic human body, which was all soft curves and long, supple lines. Her beautiful face lit at the sight of him, and her full lips shaped a delighted grin that was solely Christine. His vibrant, joyous Christine. There was laughter in his voice when he spoke. "You do not need to shout for me, Christine. You need only call me from here." He smiled and pointed to his own temple. "Simply send your thoughts to me, as we do under the water. I will hear you." "Oh," Cece said